Hello, my heroes and villains. Why isn't it? Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong scene. Hello, my heroes and villains. It's me, the Everlasting Sauce's Grand Slime Extraordinaire. And I know what you're all wondering. Did I do the thing that I said I'd do? Yes, kind of. Why? Right, because it's over there, because I'm stupid. And by kind of, I mean, I did one run, you see in Realm, on screen. Not as much as I should have done, not as much as I planned to do, but as much as I had, decided to do. No, Palm, there shouldn't have been a Palm anyway, so you know what? Okay, goodbye, Palm. Waddle's caught you. Your illegal entry is forbidden. I'd like my controller to work. Hi, Waddle. But yeah, so I did like one extra run, which was not a lot, but you know, it's something. So we're gonna go spend our stuff. There we go. And then we will continue and talk to people. Can't continue with you guys. We're doing you, I think.
In the
previous era, you were exposed to Honkai very early. In the form of a disease. Are you gonna be sad because Ame will be gone forever? Except not actually gone forever, because her way of leaving is kind of weird. I'm sad Ame's going, but I hope she enjoys whatever she does in the future. Streaming, especially for, like, a lot of people, isn't actually for everyone. There's a lot more that goes into it than people think. Even me with, I'm lucky if I get 10 viewers. There's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot of mental preparation that goes to it. It's mentally taxing, more than people would expect. Like, I would be done with HI3, even if I was playing, like, only one day a week. If I was playing it off stream, just because I'd have more energy to do it, I'd be able to start and stop as I want to. But you know, you gotta keep going. You gotta push through the tired usually. And I don't even. A lot of people work and then stream. I don't do that yet because the job market sucks. But no, it's tougher than people think it is, and sometimes you just, after 4 years, you decide it's not really what you want to do, or it's not what you can do. Like, we don't know why this is actually happening. There, like, with Sana, she stopped because she physically could not do it. Due to disabilities and stuff. So, like, we don't know if Ame has something like that. But I wish her well. She has entertained me many, many a time. And I hope, and fucking, like, so many of the, like, goodbye arts and stuff have, like, made me almost cry. I don't even know her. Apparently a crony was on stream crying. Yeah, I wish her well. And I wish all of them well. Hololive is good. Ah, Zeus. That's correct. But how did they manage to conquer this incurable illness? They kinda didn't. So from a certain point, this death-bringing disease has never been brought up again. The answer is simple. We never did. We did, however, found a way to keep very few infected going. Their path was paved by the dead. That was a failure I cannot accept, a sin I cannot condone. Yeah, for those that haven't read the manga, Sue was a doctor, like, during all of this going on, all of the Honkai disease, and kind of found a cure-ish for it. And then they turned into monsters. Sorry for bringing this up. Never mind it, visitor. I never tried to forget. I always keep the name of every deceased in mind without anyone reminding me. The reason why it wasn't mentioned anymore was the casualties inflicted by Honkai later far outweighed it.
そう僕にとって
For me, it was a
あれ
lifelong
は一
regret.
生解消で
But
き
for
ない業だ
Honkai,
が
it was merely an
崩
negligible
壊にとって
beginning.
はかつての僕たちは
We deemed it
1000
unacceptable
人
to
を
save
犠牲
one
にし
life
て
at the cost of
一人の
thousands.
命を救うなんて
But in the end,
ありえない
even
と
that
思ってい
became
た
a
んだ
bargain.
わかったわ。
I see.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
少し待ってほしい
Hold on,
ライホ
visitor.
はい。
Huh?
あ
I believe it's
Sabu.
Karma at work. Kevin
これ
sent
が
you here
因
for
果なの
answers,
だろう
right? How is he now?
成婚計画は
Project Stigma begun.
もうは
その通りよ。
Yes.
ありがと
Thank
う
you.
来訪者
Visitor.
どうしたの？
What? I can be more
気になる
specific
な
if you
ら
want.
もう少し
No,
詳しく聞いてくれ
because
ても構わないわ。
we had a conversation with him last time that pretty much told he knows the state of things, because the fact that Project Stigma has begun means either one of two things. It means one, Kevin hasn't gone off the rails enough and Sue is okay with it, which is unlikely, or that Sue tried to stop him and failed, which is kind of what happened. Not really, because he did actually succeed originally, and then stuff happened. He kind of decided that Kevin might have been right. Yeah, he knows himself, he knows Kevin, he knows what's going on. He knows if he hasn't been mentioned, he's not there. And if he's not there, that means they had to enact the safeguards.
何でもないさ僕が経験した失敗は十分に多い
I've had enough
なら
failures,
ば
and I won't mind
もう
one
一つ
more.
増えて
Yeah,
も構
because
わ
he
ない
failed to stop
今
it.
回の失敗に
May this failure bring its own meaning.
来訪者
Visitor,
君は
what
どう
is
し
your
て悩んで
confusion?
いる
そんな素振りを見せたことはないと思うんだけど。
You can read people's mind.
かつての僕は医者
I
で
used to be a doctor.
患者の考えを理解することは必要な
The
能力だっ
metamorph
たから
surgery
ね
amplified the sense formed by
長編
experience.
それは僕の本意
I
では
didn't
ない
mean to intrude, though.
も
I
し
could
気
turn
に
my
なると
senses
いう
off
の
if
な
you
ら
wish so.
いいえ、大丈夫よ。
It's all right.
あ
You
なたが
didn't
そ
tell
れを
me in
利
the
用す
first
るつも
place
り
if you
なら。
plan to use it
で
against me.
も、確かに、それはずっと疑問に思って
But
たわ。
I've had this doubt all along.
勘してい
You
ると
appear
いう
more
か、
wise and
知恵
philosophical.
があるというか。
Anyway, you're quite different from your peers
と
in
に
terms
か
of
く、それ
mentality.
も
Is
精
this
神感知
a
型の
trait
融
that
合
you
選手
acquired
の
as a
特徴な
psychic
の。
mantis? Or
それと
before
も
the surgery,
手
you
術
were
を受
already
ける
this...
前、それほど、ごめんなさい、いい言葉が見
Sorry,
つから
I
ないわ。
found the right words.
全問答を好む
Pretentiously
婉曲な
mysterious.
表現を
Is
する
that
や
what you
つ
want to say, visitor?
そんな、
Oh,
気にする必要はない
don't mind it. You're not the
すで
first
に
one
多
to
く
make
他
such a
人から
remark.
見て
In the eyes
確か
of
に
others,
僕
it
は
was indeed the metamorph
長編手
surgery that
術
altered
によ
my
って
personality.
それまでは僕も
Before,
普
my
通
mind
の
used to
人のよう
fluctuate
に
with worldly gains and
凡
losses
俗で
just
い
like
ること
everyone
に満
else.
足他の精神感知型の融
I
合戦士と
communicated with other
交
psychic
流を行った
mantis
こと
warriors.
があるんだけ
Some
ど
believed it was enlightenment,
それを
others
悟りを開い
regarded
た
it
と
the
思
loss
う
of
者
true
もいれ
self.
ば
で、
Then,
あなたは
how
どう
do you
思ってる
reckon
の？
it yourself, Sue? I've got
もし
little
僕が
hiccups.
他人と違う視野を手に入れたというのなら
If I was led to a
それは
unique perspective,
支
I
払
believe
わ
this
なけ
is
れ
a
ばなら
trade-off I
ない
had to
代
make.
価なの道が見えるのに
Having found the path
そ
but
れを
not
歩く
being
こ
able
と
to
は
tread
永
upon it
遠にで
myself.
きない
This is
そ
far
の
more
事実は
disheartening than getting lost.
僕たちが思考に払った代
But
価
I should
は
consider
なんて
myself
重い
lucky.
んだろ
I've seen worse victims
それ
suffering
と
from
比べる
having a
と
profound mind. And we are done with Sue. For now. We're done with Eden, I believe. Yeah. We're probably not done with him. We're probably done with Sakura. Who else do we got? Do we have Mobius? We can maybe do Fuhua, I guess. Probably we should do him. Okay, we can unlock Mobius. And then, yeah, we have Fuhua. Let's do Kalpis. Come on.
機嫌が良さ
You
そ
seem
う
to be in a
ね。
good mood.
もしアドバイ
If
ス
you're
に
open to
耳を貸す
suggestions,
気
you could
があ
try
る
to
のな
smile
ら
more. It helps you
もっと
interpersonal
笑顔
う試
relations.
したことはあ
I
る
tried, but the most
だ
typical
がほ
reaction
とんど
was
のやつ
shivers.
は笑い
私が言っているのは
Mint
もっと
smiles in a more
健全
friendly
な
way.
笑い方よ。
It's like
例えば
Ellen.、
いえ、
Well,
まあいい
Moby,
わ。
never mind.
それより
So,
戦い
is
以
there
外で
really something
あ
that
な
can
たを
cheer
そ
you
こ
up
まで
besides
上機嫌
fighting?
リツシャ
You haven't
ど
seen
う
it
やらま
yourself,
だ気づい
Herschel.
ていないようだ
You're
な
different.
変化
Change
そんな
is
も
something
の
I haven't
も
seen
う
for a
久しく目
long
にしていな
time.
い
I saw it on
お前
you.
来い
Come on,
俺に
challenge
挑
me.
め
Let me see what
あの
sets you
軟
and the
弱
other
極ま
feeble
りない
herds
リ
in
ツ
the
シャたち
bar.
とお前
軟弱極まりないって
Feeble. That's a fresh comment
リ
on
ツシャのことを
Herschel's.
無知は恐れを
They
知
say
らない
fearlessness comes from ignorance. Help us.
Sengo,
How many Herschels
こ
have
れ
you
まで
faced
に
up
リツシャ
against? You can try. Kalpus started to count with his fingers. He ran out of 10 fingers very soon. Kalpus lowered his head and laid his eyes on his shoes.
もういいわそこまで具体的に数える必要ないわよ
Alright,
た
no need to be exact. I was just
だ聞いただけこうして考えてみ
Now
る
it seems to
と
be flame chasers
英傑た
go
ちには純粋
away.
な戦士であること以上
Now
に
it seems to be flame chasers are more than just soldiers.
むしろ
You're a
あ
rare
なたみ
type
たい
among
な
them.
なんだ
But
俺
you
だけ
mean to
は
say I'm
戦い
the
しか
only
能
one
が
who
な
can
いとでも
accomplish
言い
nothing
た
but
いのか
fighting?
あなたがどうしてもそう
You
思
can
いた
say
い
so
の
if you
なら仕
wish,
方ない
but
け
it's
ど
not exactly easy to be a master fighter.
私の時代では
In my time,
あ
I've
なた
never
のよう
seen
に
anyone
他
so
人を踏み
obsessed
に
with
じること
ravaging
に
as
熱
you.
し一人でも多くの人
They
がもう
fight to
戦わ
stop
なくて
fighting,
済む
but
よ
you,
う
on
に
the
彼
opposite,
女たちは
fight to
戦
keep on
っていた
fighting.
そんな時代
Your time is boring
退
as
屈に
hell.
も程があ
No.
る
Maybe it's because you're all too weak.
それはお前
それこそが私の疑問
That's
よ
exactly
戦
what
後
puzzles me, Kalpus.
あ
Your
なたの
power
強
is
さは
out of
どう
proportion.
その強さは一体どこから来てい
Where
る
did
の
it come from?
友情努力勝利
Friendship, hard work, and victory.
そんな言葉あなたとは
All of
無縁
these
で
seem
し
to
ょ
be connected with
そ
you.
の通り
You're right.
そ
It's
して
nothing
こ
to
れ
do
ら
with you,
はお前
why?
とも無
いいえ
No, power's never my target.
でも
But it can serve
力
as
は
a good
私
means
の
to
目的で
avoid
はないけど
tragedies.
ほうそれならお前
Then
も手
you should
術を
receive
受
the
けるんだ
surgery
な
too. Someone
律者を
interested in
有
turning
能
a
戦士
hercher
に
into
変
a
えることに
mantis.
興
And you
味を持って
know,
いる奴もいる
分かっているはずよ私が聞こうとして
you
いる
know
のは
that's
そ
not
ん
the
な
answer
こ
I'm
とで
looking
はないっ
for.
て
You're already incredibly strong before
長
the
編手
surgery.
術を受ける前
それがどうしたって言うんだ
Turning off. Hold on, I accidentally turned something on with my foot, and now it's not turning off. Come on, I'm fucking holding the power button. There. Your point being,
余計なことをする必要はない
Take a breath,
律者
you're not gonna see
俺
anyone
みた
else
いな
like
人
me.
間にはもう会えないだろう
Unless you live long enough.
いや
Tens of thousands of years, perhaps.
律者お
Can
前
you
に
do
それ
that,
ができる
Herschel?
か
I believe in her. Alright. Now, let's talk to people. Hi, Raven. You're still here.
や
Hi.
まだいるの
You're still here. I hate that she had the same exact reaction as me.
気のせいか。なんだか最近のお前は
Am
ま
I
す
imagining
ます
things?
遠
Are you
慮しなくなっ
わ
た。
からないわ
I just don't understand
ここ
why
に
you
残って
continue to hang around
何か
this
企みで
place.
もあるの
企みっ
Don't
て
make assumptions.
人を
I'm
な
here
んだと思ってる
to
んだ。
provide assistance to
私が
you.
こ
She's
こ
here
にいる
because
の
she
はな。
thinks Alicia is pretty.
そんなに迷ってなかったら信じていたかもし
If
れ
you
ない
hadn't hesitated so much, I wouldn't have believed you.
まあまあとにかく
Don't worry about it.
お前の
I can
邪魔は
promise
し
you
ない
that
っ
I
て
won't
保
get in your
証す
way.
る。
Can you accept
私
that?
が何をしようとして
You
る
don't
か分
even
か
know
って
what
な
I'm
いの
trying to
に
do. How
どう
can
や
you
って保
promise
証
to
する
not get in
の
my way?
少なくとも今のところ
At least for the moment,
私
our
たちの
goals
目
are
標は
aligned.
隠された真相を解
I've
き明
revealed
か
the
す。
truth, haven't I? Oh, I thought it was about Mobius, but it was about May. Use my mouse for this. Hi, Klein.
こんにちはクラ
Hi,
イン
Klein.
うん
Oh, hi.
邪魔したかしら
Will I interrupt you?
いいえ
It's
慣れ
fine.
てるから
I'm used to it now.
目の前の作業
Getting
をし
my
な
work
が
while
ら
receiving
博士が決
instructions
め
from
た
the
スケジュ
doctor
ールを
about more
聞
work.
く
That was my
そ
life.
れがでも今は古
And
の
now,
楽園の
all I
メン
have
テ
to
ナ
do
ン
is
ス作業
maintain
だ
the
けすれ
Elysian
ばい
realm.
い
A much easier job.
簡単そうに言ってるけ
You
ど
say it's easy, but maintaining the Elysian realm doesn't sound like a one-man job
ど
to
う
me.
かこんな長い時間の中でならなおさ
Not to mention, it's a job that spans thousands of years.
あ、平気。
It's alright.
楽園中にはたくさんの仕
There's
事
always
が
more
ある。
work to do in the realm.
仕
And
事
when
を
you
し
have
てる
something
と
to do, time goes
時
by
間はだ
faster.
からエ
So
ネル
as
ギー
long as
供
there's
給が
sufficient
十
supply of
分であれ
energy,
ば
even tens of thousands of years is just a brief moment.
数万年の時間
Tens of
大
thousands
半
of
の人
years.
類にとって
That's hard to
それ
imagine
は
for
も
a
う想
human.
像
だから楽園のメンテナン
That's
ス
why
作
the
業は
maintenance
武
of
装
the realm is
人
done
形。
by an elf. Me.
つまりそれも
This is also part of the work
博
that
士に
doctors
任され
assigned
た
to
し
me.
くらい
Klein,
この
in
数
all
万
these
年の
years,
間で
you've never thought
あ
of
なたは
leaving.
英傑たちとは違
You're not a
って
sim like flame
楽園の中
chasers.
に保存された記
Leaving this
憶体
place
じゃな
shouldn't be
い
hard for you.
ダメ。
Now,
まだ大事な
there's
仕
still
事
some
があ
important
る
work
か
to
ら
do. I
今
can't
は
rest
休め
now.
だけど
But
あ
you've
なた
been
はもう
working hard for
数
tens of
万
thousands
歳
of
に
years.
古
And
の
I don't
楽園
suppose
の
there's
メ
an
ンテナン
end to the
スと
maintenance of
いう
the Elysian realm.
いいえ、
Now,
来る。
there will be an end.
少なく
Dr.
とも
Mobius told me that.
それに大事な仕
And
事
this
と
is
いう
not what I
のは
meant by important work.
その
I want to give her headpats. 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 Hi, Kevin.
ケビン他
Not
の人たちな
Kevin.
らまだ
I
し
don't
も
mind the others.
あ
But
な
since
た
when
まで
did
そん
you
なの
start
で
giving me
私
that
を見る
look?
私たちそんなに仲が悪いはずじゃないでしょ
I remember. Our relationship wasn't that bad, was
君
it?
は変わった。
You've changed,
Mobius.
Mobius.
気づいた私前より背が伸びたでしょ
You noticed. Am I a bit taller?
ライデン・メイ。
Right, May.
彼
Suppose
女は
her should
初め
come
て
with
こ
the
の
Elysian
古
realm.
の楽園。君なら最初
I
に
thought
彼
you'd
女の
show
前
up.
に現れると思
I
って
thought
い
you'd
た。
show up before her, but
Nah.
you waited this long.
君は今になってやっと。
ケビン
Kevin, don't put it like I'm a little girl and come with
新
a
しいおも
temptation
ちゃ
of
を
a new
見つけて
doll.
はそういう千載一
For such a
遇
once in a 10,000 years opportunity, of
万
course I
歳
have to
一
take
遇
some
の
time
チ
to
ャンスじゃ
prepare.
ないと万が一のことがあったら
Otherwise, if something goes wrong this time, we'd be regretting it for
後
an
悔して
eternity.
もしき
Mobius, what are you up to? Mobius, you frighten me. No, how do I skip? Skip exploration. We do, like I said, or at least like I said last time, we do have maximum skips, so that's pretty cool. Whoops.
その耳
また耳の話をする
Back on this topic
もちろ
again.
んいいわよ
Of course, the proposal
それ
touching
に
each
前
other's
に
ears
言
is still on the
った触り
table.
合いよ
いいえ
No,
少
I'm
し気
just
になっただけ
curious.
あなたはさくらと同
Like
じ
Sakura, I can tell your
徴兵手
appearance from the
術の
surgery
影響が
changed you.
見た目に出
People
る
of the previous era didn't seem to treat you,
そ
your
して
kind
全部
nicely.
仕方ないのよメイ
It couldn't be helped.
あなた
You
も
know,
知っての
the
通り
nature of humanity's
来
existence
旧
was
立者
forever
が降
changed
臨
after
し
the
た
descent of the Ninth Earthship.
想像してみて1ヶ月前は
Imagine just
公
a
園の
month
ベンチ
ago,
で日
you
向
were
ぼっ
lying
こ
on a
しなが
park
ら
bench and enjoying the
胸
sun.
元のポケッ
Was
ト
your
にし
lover's,
まってあ
was
る
your
恋
lover's
人
letter
の
in
手
your
紙を
pocket?
なのにあっとい
Before
う
you
間
know
に
it, you're sitting in
何
ruins
が
and
起こ
waiting
った
for
か
some
もわ
armed
からない
soldiers
ま
to
ま
distribute
全て
energy
がそ
rations.
してその生活
And
が
the
いつ
nightmare
終わ
doesn't
る
seem
の
to
か
be
わ
ending
からない
anytime soon.
メイ
Under such
そんな状況で
circumstances,
は
it was hard
見
to
た目
ask
が自
people
分
to treat
と
us
異
as
なる
kindly,
存在はも
let
ちろんの
alone
こ
those who
と
look so
ロー
different.
ル
災害が何を意味す
I know
る
the
かも
significance of the event
人
and
々
why
の
people
変
look
化に
down
も
on your
複雑
kind.
な理由があ
I'm
ること
curious
も
about how you feel about it.
人々があんな態度で接してきたから
Sakura
は
tries
自
to
身の
avoid
特殊
talking
な
about
と
her
ころを
unique
隠
traits because of how
そう
people treated Mantis soldiers,
なのに
but
あ
you
なた
seem
は
to embrace it.
そ
そんなに変
Can you blame
私
me?
この耳が
I
大
love
好き
this pair
よ
of ears.
可愛
They're
い
so
し
cute and they
私の
even
気分
twitch
によ
when
っ
I'm
て動
happy.
くの
Wanna
見てみ
see?
る
けど
But
人々
that
の
couldn't
態度
have
は
changed how
簡
people
単
saw you.
もうどう
Oh,
して
why
そん
should
な
I
に気になる
care?
の
In our age,
あんな環境
understanding
の
and
中で
recognition
は
was too much
理
to
解
ask
される
for.
こと
Alicia turned her eyes to May's crimson horns.
あなたも気にしない
At least you won't care what people
そ
think,
の通
right?
りね
No, I won't. See? We
やっぱ
really
り
hit it
私
off.
たち
Yeah,
気が合う
but
わ
like
ね
those horns go away when she's not in Harsher
そ
form.
れに一目見てすぐにわかる副作用よりも
Besides,
目に
compared to
見
the
えない
physical
もの
side
の方が
effects, the
も
less
っと
obvious
恐ろ
effects
し
are
いかも
more
しれない
terrifying.
戦後のことかしら
You mean like Calpus?
メイにとって
In your eyes,
戦後の
Calpus's
副作
effects
用
are
は
not the
目に見
immediately
えないものだっ
recognizable
た
type.
の 私が言って
I was
るの
talking about
はメビウス
Marius.
のことよ。
To become a mantis, she
竜
paid
軍
a
戦
dear
士になる
price.
けど、もし
But
私
if
が
I
ま
could
た
still grow
年を
old,
取るよう
I
にな
guess I
ったら
didn't think her.
か
Now, are you saying that because you're a sim? Well, no, right. None of you actually, like, grow old. Never mind.
人々が彼
It
を
was
孫
after
子
that
と
they
呼び
began to
始
call
め
him
たのは
sire.
新時代が始ま
I
った
thought he
時
was
から
already the leader of World
彼は
Serpent
も
when
う
the
ヨ
age
ルムンバ
began.
ンドの
それより
I'm more
私
curious
は
about
あ
the
のこと
story.
の本孫子を漁師
I
の
don't
海
think
に
anyone
閉じ
could
込めら
trap
れ
him
る
in
の
the
は
Sea of Quanta besides the
英
flame
傑し
chasers.
かいないはずだ。
ごめんなさい
Sorry,
友よ
my friend. I can't
た
imagine
と
that
え
any
その
flame
相手
chasers
が
could
英
do
傑で
that.
も
Maybe Ellie
私
could,
は想像
but
も
she
できな
wouldn't
い
do
わ
something like that. It was Sue
エリだか
from
ら
A.
それはケビン自身の意思だと
So it
思う
might just be Kevin himself. He
彼
didn't
が最
initiate
初から
Project Stigma right
成
away,
婚計
and
画を
that's
始め
proof.
ていない
それでも
I'll just say that.
あの方がしたこと
I'll
は
just say that what he was
成
doing had
婚計
nothing to do
画
with
と何
Project
の関
Stigma.
係ジャッカルの話が本
Jack
当
will
な
tell
ら
me the stories of Saya using
孫子が
the
カスラナと名
Kazana
乗り
name
出した時
became
のことが
legends and helped shape the
さま
world's
ざまな
second
奇
face.
跡として脚色されあの方は意図があってそうしたってわけじゃ
But
な
it
さそ
seems
う
he
だ
didn't
が
do this on purpose.
ケビン
Kevin and the
先
other
行者た
pioneers
ちは
have
い
been
ろん
through
な
a
こと
lot.
を体験した
My age ended long ago.
それは
But
も
they
う
still have my
私の時
blessings.
代ではないそういえば友よ
Anyway, my
今
friend,
回は
why
何を
did
し
you
にこ
come
こに
this
来た
time?
の
昔みたいに
As usual,
お前と
I just
酒
came
あ
to
なた
drink
の
and
ような
chat
も
with
の
you.
は珍しいわ
You're certainly a special one.
後継者
For
にとっ
most
て
successes, the wine is
この
good
酒も偽
simulated.
物に確かに舌は味わいを
They
感
can
じられ
taste
る
it and
し
feel tipsy,
酔った
but their
心地
minds
に
are
も
still
なれ
hell
るけれ
bent
ど
on telling them it's all fake.
それの何が悪いん
What's
だ
wrong with that? Shame that I'm not
古の楽園の技術
tech
を手に
savvy
できないの
otherwise.
が残念
A
だよ
bar for the mind is a
そ
perfect
うじゃな
business
ければ大
opportunity.
多数の人は
Most people don't
お
share
前
your
みたいに
taste.
センスがあ
They
るわけ
drink
じゃ
not
な
to
い
enjoy the flavor, but to get drunk.
彼らが
And
酒を
that's
飲む
not
の
whether
は
it's real.
それに私が楽
Besides,
し
what
み
I
なの
really
は
look forward to is what
酒を
happens
飲んだ
after
後に
drinking.
起きることだ
Cheers.
ええ
Cheers,
乾
my
杯
friend.
カスラナか
Kazana. What's your hang up on the Kazlanas? Klein! What? How did I back out? Klein!
クライン
Klein!
さっきの戦闘デー
The
タ
title
は
arc from the battle
右
just
手
now
側
is on
の
the
テーブ
table
ル
to
に
your
置いて
right.
ある
The analysis will take another
分
20 minutes
析
or
結果
so.
は
You can sit on the
あ
sofa
と
and
20
wait.
冷蔵庫にはド
The
リンク
fridge has called chinks, and
テ
there
ー
are
ブル
snacks
の
on
上
the
に
table.
はお菓子
The
がある
garbage can is next to the fridge. Don't get them mixed up.
あなたの言う仕
Okay,
事効
I
率
thought I
っ
was starting
て
to
も
understand
のを
what you call
なんと
efficiency.
なく
仕方ないよ
Of course, if I
こう
wasn't
で
like
も
this,
しないと
I wouldn't be able to finish my work
時
on
間
time.
通りに仕事を
Although
終
I
わら
can't
せ
get
ら
it
れ
done
な
on
い
time anyway.
メビウスの
Are you
助
Mobius
手
the
は
only
違
assistant?
う
Of course not.
そうよね
I thought you were the only
正
one.
規の実験室に
Well-regulated lab needs a
一
certain
定
number
人
of
数
staff,
の
of
スタッフけ
course.
ど
But aside from
機械の
specialists in
メンテナン
maintaining the
ススタッ
machines
フ
and
と
some interns,
インターン
collaborators
のア
stay
シスタン
permanent
ト以外
assistants.
私と
Oh,
復帰と
me, Fushi, and
ジョ
Nua.
カだ
So I've got some news for you about that, Klein.
復帰とジョカ
Fushi, Nua.
この2つの名
These two
前は確
names
か
I remember.
彼女たちは
So are the other two here as well?
何を言ってる
What do you mean? They're human, not
彼女
elf,
たちは
not
人類
mantis.
だ彼女たちは銅に休眠装置
Although
に
they
入っ
entered the
た
cryopod a long time ago. According to the plan, they should have awakened at the beginning of the new era to help humanity build a
計
new
画通り
civilization.
でも
And the limitations of the
人類
human
には寿
lifespan
命
mean
がある
they wouldn't be alive today.
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry. Why are you sorry?
火種計画は
Project Ember was part of their
もとも
job.
と彼女たち
Isn't
の仕
completing
事
one's work a good thing?
当時のあなたたちの話を
Talk
しま
about
しょう
when you guys were first starting.
話せることは
There's not much to talk about.
特にない
It was the same as now. Always too much work to finish every day.
じゃあ
What work
実
are you
験室で
primarily
あ
responsible
なたが
for?
全部
All of it.
じゃあ
Then what are the other two
彼女たちは何を担当したの？
responsible for?
彼女たちは
They are responsible for giving me more pointless
What
tasks. Okay. I forget how to unlock other characters. Is it here? Do I have... I do have a key! Let's get Herrscher of the Void! Hi, Harn! Oh. Ah. Hydrate. I will hydrate. I might play as Herrscher of the Void for a little bit. I guess if we have to do more rounds. I don't know that we will. I have 10 skips. That should be good for tonight. No, right, I have to do it from... No, right. Oh my god, one day you think I'll learn. Kevin Juan Raven. Now, I do want to check. Do I actually get stuff from doing that? No, I guess I don't. Attach.
それでそういう状況って
Does that
試
count
練
as
をク
completing
リ
a
アしたと
trial?
いう
ヨルムンガンドの幹部になったとい
As I
うこと
became
は
aware that Serpent was having a
クリア
problem, I
したっ
guess
て
so.
こと言ったはずだ。ヨルムン
As I
ガンド
mentioned
は
before,
融通が
the
利か
World
ないわけ
Serpent
じゃない。
regulations aren't that strict.
試練には
There's
一
no
定
one
の基準
standard
が
for
ない
passing
可
the
能性だ
trial,
ってあ
as
る。
long as we were able to complete our transformation.
そういう言い方は誰かさんとそっくりね
The way you talk about it is very
彼
similar to
女があ
someone
なた
else.
の前に現れ
Surprised
な
she hasn't shown up by
かった
now.
それであなたはどう脱皮したの
But anyway, what kind of transformation are you
あ
talking
の
about?
時、私は自
I
分が
found out they
狙わ
had
れ
their
て
eye
い
on
る
me.
ことに気づい
If I
た。
didn't accept the bounty, I would never have been
贈り
able to leave
物を
this
受け
place.
て洗礼を終わらせるためには
To complete the
他
baptism,
の
I
英
need the
傑
help
の
of another
助けが
flame
大
chaser.
変だったのね
I don't think it wasn't easy.
あ
I went to see
仕方
Eden,
なく
and she gave me
私
something
は
I
エ
could
デ
use
ン
the
のところに行って
bargaining chip with Kevin.
最後彼の許可を得たこ
In
と
the
で
end, he gave me the chance
私
to
は
get out
彼
of
を
here.
説得したの
You were able to convince him?
そんなに難しいこと
It
じゃない
wasn't as
さ。
hard as you might imagine.
私
In
は
any
ちゃん
case,
と英
I
傑に
completed
与
the
えられ
trial
た試
given
練
me by
を
the
クリア
flame
した。
chasers, but I just didn't want to accept the
最
final
後
gift.
の確かに記憶体としてのあの方は苦
I
手
can
だ
mention
が
that although Kevin's sim isn't the
合理的な
easiest
人
to
で
get
もある。
along with, you can reason with him.
あなたを助けたのはエデンだと
I
思っ
thought
てた
Eden
わ
would be the one to help you.
エデン
Eden.
その話はよ
She
て
gave me the biggest challenge when I was
こ
trying
こ
to leave.
私たちの仲は
Although
悪
we
く
get
ないとは
along,
いえ
took me a long time to get her
本当の
approval.
どうして
Why?
力で解決でき
Problems
る
that can
問
be
題
solved
は
by
問
brute
題
force
じ
are
ゃ
the
ない
easiest, and Eden values precisely the
Eden は
opposite. Echo Claw.
また会いましたね
We meet again, Claw.
ええ、こんにちは。
少しわからないこ
There's
とが
something
あ
I
って
don't quite understand.
聞いてもいい
Can I
ですか
ask you?
ええ、
Go
そ
ahead.
れが私たちがここにいる目的ですから。
About the flame chasers who
外では
survived.
ケビンと
Out there, I met Kevin and...
あいえ聞きたいの
Never
は
mind. I just want to know,
ここ
did
にいる
any
人
more
た
of you
ちの
survive in
記
reality?
憶体ですから断
I'm
言
just
は
a
でき
sim
ま
and
せん
can say
が、
for sure. Things were pretty
当時の
bad.
状況
But
は
only
あ
Dr.
まり
Mobius
楽
can
観視で
activate
き
the
るような
Elysian
も
realm.
しあなたの時代に何もトラブル
So
がなければ、
theoretically, she should be one of the
彼
survivors
女は
if
生
nothing
還者の一
unexpected
人だっ
happened in
た
your
はず
era.
です。
メビウス
Mobius. Okay, so Mobius is alive. That is most of them, because that's the painter lady went off into the stars. Kevin, Sue, Fuhua survived to, well, two of them to become the serpent. And then Mobius, and I still think Alicia's alive. Which leaves Sakura, we know dies, because we've seen that. Calpis, I highly doubt survives. Eden, I'm pretty sure is almost explicitly said she died. And then we haven't met most of the others.
ようやくあることを確信したわ
Finally confirmed something.
現実にいるあなた
Before
は
I suspected you,
まだ
before,
力
I
が完全で
suspected
は
you
ない
never
状態
recovered your
だと
full strength in the real
あ
world.
なたは答えたくない
You
みた
wouldn't
いだから
comment on it, so I'd
私の
say my
推測は間違
suspicion
って
stands.
だけど
Despite this, no one can push you to your limits and force you
あ
into
の特殊
your
な
unique
姿を見せ
form.
る
誰が君に教
Who
えた
told you about this?
それはあなたが知らなくていいこ
Something
と
you shouldn't know.
とはぐら
How
か
does
さ
it
れる
feel
気分
getting riddles for answers?
それでいい。
It's for the best.
もし
If I was put into a
やむ
position
を得
where
な
I
い状
determined
況で
that,
僕がライデン・メイ
I'm afraid your world would have
お
reached
そら
its
く
end.
君の世界
There
は
wouldn't
と
be
う
any
に終わり
chance
を
for you to
迎
come
え
here.
やっぱりあれがあなたの限界なのね
I don't have to ask again.
これ以
Power
上聞
needs
か
no
なくてもだけ
explanation.
どもう
But
一
there's
つ
one more thing. The Honkai beast-like
そういう
form.
崩壊獣
Is
の
it
よう
common
な
among
姿
the,
は
the mantis
融合
soldiers or an
戦士の
exception?
例外ではない
It's not an exception.
答えたくないなら別にい
It's
いわ
alright if you don't wish to
どうせ
answer. I've already...
今
You say it's not an
例外では
exception?
そこまで驚く必要
I
は
don't
ないだ
think that
ろう
warrants your surprise.
あいえ
No,
さ
what
っきの
surprised
質問
me
の
was you
答え
giving me a
は
direct
考えれば
answer.
別に初め
It's
て
not the first time. I should remind you
Right.
right in May. Having this form doesn't mean I have to
特
show
僕
it.
が君の立場なら
If I were you, and I ran into someone who's crossed
一
the
線
line,
を越えたも
I'd
の
be
と
sure
出
to
会った
avoid
時
them.
皆が皆
Not everyone would treat you the way I do.
あなたのような態
The
度
way you treat me.
もし違うならそれはむしろいいことじゃない
To be honest, being treated differently wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. Haha, because he's grumpy.
一人でこんなに複
That's
雑な
such
仕
a
事がで
massive
きるなん
workload
て
on your own. That's
暗い
impressive, Klein.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I think
私
so
も
too.
そう。
けど
But
暗い
Klein, don't you think you should
仕事
delegate
を
some of
誰
your
かに
work to
分
the
けた方が
others?
必要ない。
No need. I'm
塔
already
に
used to
慣れ
it.
た昔、
Before, when I
実
still
験
worked
室に
inside
い
the
た
lab,
頃
it was the same.
そうだ。
実験室ね
In the lab. I remember you said Mobius had two
メ
others.
ビウス
Nua and Fushi.
彼女たちは
They
仕
kept
事を
they're
最初
dead.
の頃は手伝ってくれたけ
In
ど、
the beginning they did, but later,
そ
I
の後
gradually
は
became the only one doing it.
彼女たちは人
They're
類
just
だ。
humans after all. They're not
仕事の
comparable to me in
効率に
terms of
関しても
efficiency or precision.
彼女たちの実験報
It
告
was
に
easier for me
修
to
正
hack
の
their
意見を
parts and
提
suggest
出しても
changes to theirs. And over time I began to
私
do
が書き
everything.
事情自爆
I guess you dug your own grave then.
本音を
Listening
言
to
う
the
と
two of them talking was quite interesting.
彼
It
女
was
た
a
ち
nice
の
break
話
from
あ
work.
ら
Is that so?
例えば実験
Once
動
when
画をアッ
uploading
プロー
video
ド
of an
しようとし
experiment,
た時
Nua accidentally uploaded a part she meant
許
to
可
cut
があ
out.
の3分弱の
In
動
that
画を
3-minute segment after a failed
実験が
experiment,
失敗した
she and
後
Fushi were talking about what
彼女と
excuse they
フキが
should use to deceive
しか
Mobius.
も
And
会
that
話が
funny
あまりにも
conversation
面白
attracted
く
quite a
て
crowd of people.
注目
A
を
lot of the
集め
moths
た
were there.
もちろんその後の
Afterwards,
彼女
Mobius
たちは
punished them by making them copy the lab
Hansen
safety laws
代わりに
100 times.
そういう楽しい
They're
人た
very
ちだ
interesting people. The atmosphere at the
彼女
lab
たち
is
がいる
always
と
happy when they're around,
実
even
験
though it
室
has a
の
negative
雰囲気
impact
が
on efficiency.
明るく
彼女たちは
Did they
実験室を
leave?
出たの
Not long after
新
the
職の
incident
技
with the
術者の
hairship
事件か
caption,
らしばらくし
Fushi
て
and Mobius had an argument,
フキとメビウス博
and
士が
Fushi left a while
喧嘩
after
したん
that,
だ
along with Nua.
彼女たちはどこ
Where
に
did they
ダ
go?
ネ計画
Project Ember. I've told you
メ
before.
イ博士の司令
I
官
don't know whether it was planned by Dr. May or one of the Flame Chasers,
別の英傑
but
の
not
使
long
命
after
官
leaving the lab, they found new jobs.
彼女たちにとって
Maybe it was a good
それ
thing
は
for them. I miss Fushi and Nua. Kevin and Raven. Da, ba, 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 ba. That's Sakura. That's not what I want.
無事のようじゃな。
Looks like you're unscathed. I hate this UI for PC.
今回の口調はいつ
If
も
the
と
tone
少
has
し
changed.
今回汝は
You
エ
made
リ
it
シア
back
の
from
影
Elysian
から帰
Shadow.
ってきたの
That's
じゃ。
different from the other
他の
trials.
試練とは
Yeah, like
違う。
ages ago.
そのことを考えると、少なくとも汝
There
は
it goes.
普通の律者ではないということじゃ。
do wah wah, papa, do wah wah, papa, do wah wah, papa. Hello, Raiders. Hello, Glyphic Mirror. I'm the ever illustrious Saus's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I play a lot of horror games and RPGs and mystery games. But we're playing HI3 now, which I see you are also doing. I assume you're doing more recent content. How am I enjoying Elysian Realm? It's good. I like... My problem with it is, as much as I complain about the game segments of a lot of the regular chapters, they do break up the monotony of just talking. But more than that, it's like Elysian Realm's content is great, but it's because it's so like scattered and it's not one direct story, it's a little not more difficult to get through, but it's not like as exciting, you know. But it like there's so much content in it, there's so much characterization, there's so much little tidbits about the previous era. It's great. I do really like it. I kind of wish it was in an actual chapter structure, but you know, you win some, you lose some. I doubt it. Alicia clearly held herself back.
彼
But
女
I
に
did hear
関す
some
る
rumors
噂
about
を
her.
耳にしたわ。
Traitor!
裏切り者。
Traitor sounds like a difficult label for anyone to bear.
それは
What do you
エ
mean?
リシアよ
Alicia. I heard
誰か
someone
がそん
calling
な
her
風に
this.
彼女を呼んだ
汝は聞く相手を間違
Maybe you
え
asked
た
the
のや
wrong
もしれ
person.
ぬ
Alicia has a
確か
colorful
にエリシアは
personality.
個性が
And there's
強
no
い
reason to
が
doubt or blame
それ
her.
が
あれ
Huh? You're the first person to explicitly deny that she's a traitor, quote unquote. Everyone else has either said like they don't really think that she is, but others do, or in a sense she is. Like everyone has kind of agreed that she is a traitor. I just don't
彼
know
女は自
why.
分の功績を口にしたことはないが彼女が火を追
I
う
still
がのた
think
め
it's that she's a
に
Hersher.
人類のためにしてきたこ
Never
とは
bragged about her feats,
誰もが
but we
知
all
ってい
saw
る
what she did for the moss and for
彼
humanity.
女にとって
In her eyes, the world is a paper boat
荒
riding the
波に
tide.
落ちた紙の
Alicia would
船
never
の
let
よう
it
なも
sink.
のじゃ
That's her passion and
どう
duty.
やらあるタイ
Looks
ミ
like
ングま
everyone
で
trusted her before
み
us
んな
at
彼
one
女の
time.
ことを信頼して戦後
Help us. You
彼
should
は
get
エ
in
リシア
touch
と
with Alicia when
骨を
fighting
言う
her.
とあの
To
二
be
人のイ
honest,
メ
that
ージ
contradicts
と
my impression of
全
those
然
two.
大したことではないぞ
It's nothing.
彼
It's
女
the same
が
as anyone.
いいな
We all have our
世
things
界
happen
中
to
の
us,
人々が
whether we
何か
like
を
it
手
or
に
not.
する
そうであっても
That said,
エリシ
what
アの
happened to
持つ
Alicia
も
was
の
quite
は
positive.
あまりにも
Even
都
the
合が
side
いい
effects of the surgery seemed like a
Sure.
blessing.
そ
That's
れ
what we
が
call reality. Alright.
じゃがその贈り物は
But it's hard to
所
tell
有
if
者に
something is a
害を
blessing or
与えるこ
curse.
ともある
And that also goes for Countess and
その面におい-
Alicia. I still don't know, like, Alicia also implied that there's something, like, wrong with Calpus that we can't see. And I don't know if it's just that he's kind of crazy, or if there's something,
帰ってきたのか
like, if he's, like, constantly
何
in
か
internal
新しい発見
pain.
は
Hi, you came back? Find
ま
anything
だ
new?
ないけど
Not yet, but I just
あ
realized
なた
something.
だけが
There's
答
a
えられ
question
るこ
only
と
you
に気
could
づ
answer,
いた
Senpai.
その呼び方は怖いな
Thank you for following Silver Sun
Itte mi-
Knight. Welcome to the archive. I hope you enjoy your stay. You make it sound like it's a big deal. What is
ケ
it?
ビンの記憶体と話した
Kevin Sim told me he didn't
You're
found
a
World
Mangando.
お
Serpent.
前あの方を
Can you
孫
just
子
call
と
him
呼ぶことも
sire?
できないのか
It feels weird. Like I rank lower than
そう
you.
いう義務はないわ
I'm not obligated to call him that.
冗談だ
Just kidding.
この
But I
古
thought
の
what
楽
you'd
園に来た
experienced here would
ら
transform
お
you
前も考
and
え
make
を
you a true
変え
agent.
ジャッカルの被害者が増えないためにも
Here's Jacqueline makes you her
私は
next
ずっ
victim.
とお前
I'm
の
already
コー
thinking
ド
of
ネ
a
ーム
code
を
name
考
for you.
えてたんだぞ
How about Flashy Drake?
話を戻すわよ
That's the
わかり
topic,
ます
Raven. You didn't
ヨル
seem
ムンガンドの
surprised to learn
創
that
設者
Kevin
が
didn't
ケビ
found
ンで
World
はない
Serpent.
こと
ああ
No,
とっ
I've
くに
known
知っ
that
て
for
た
a
から
long
な
time.
今まで私はヨル
I
ム
had
ン
my
ガンド
doubts
とい
about the
う名
meaning
前
of
に
World
含まれてい
Serpent,
る意味
but
が
seems
わ
to
から
me
なか
now
っ
the
た
serpent refers
今
to
考える
Mobius.
と
その通り
Bingo. She is the real
ヨルム
founder,
ン
and
ガン
that's
ド
no
の本
secret.
当の創
But you
設者は
joined
彼
us in such a
女だ
rush, so it's natural you don't
別に
know.
もちろん私もここに来て
Of course,
初
it
め
wasn't
て
until
彼
I
女
got
に
here
会った
that I met her for the first time.
初めて
The first time?
現実で
You
メビ
never
ウスに
saw
会
her
った
in
ことないこ
reality.
こにいる彼女こそ
You
が
said she was the
メ
real
ビウス
Mobius,
本
so
人だっ
in
てそう
theory,
言われ
World
たわ
Serpent is still under her
そ
control.
れなら
それは嘘だな
She might have lied to you.
今のヨルムンガン
Thyre
ド
is
に
the
とっ
only
て
leader of World Serpent
そうと
now.
いうか
You can even see him as the god of World
い
Serpent.
いえ最初か
I
ら気
noticed
づ
long
いてた
ago. The members seem more like Kevin's devoted believers and
ただの部下というより
subordinates. They sure do.
より正確に言うと
To be exact, the
幹部た
agents
ち
don't
が信
worship him.
仰してるの
They
は
believe in a
誰か
vision,
とかじゃな
an
い
ideal represented by
一つの
Psy
理
and
念
Project Stigma.
当然
Of
長い
course,
こと
World
存在して
Serpent
き
is
た
an
ヨル
ancient
ムンガンドだ
organization now. Even faith can
実
grow
際
weak
そ
over
の
such a
長
long
い時間
time.
の彼らの疑いを消
Only
せるのは
legend can remove their doubts.
伝説
A
のよ
leader
うな
like that
存
would
在
never fail.
英傑のことね
A flame chaser.
その通りだ
That's right. But it
まあ
doesn't seem to be
お前
effective
に
on
対
you.
して
Well, because she's not here for all that. She's here for Kiana, and that's kind of it.
メビウスのことを少し
Let's talk
話して
about
もらえる
Mobius. Maybe you,
彼女に
many
気を
have
つけ
warned
ろ
me
っ
to stay
て
away from her.
彼女は火を追うがの最初のメンバーの
She's
一
one
人
of the
だ。
founding members of the Moth.
メイ
And
の才能に
she
気づき
discovered May and brought her in.
彼女は火を追
What
う
did
が
she
で
do
何
in
を
the
担当してた
科学研究だ。
Research.
その言葉に含
彼
む
That's
女
very
が行って
broad.
きた研究のほ
Most
とん
of
ど
her
は
work was done in
知られて
secret.
いない成婚のことも
Even Stigmata.
途中
The
であの
Moth
事故がなけ
probably
れば
wouldn't know of their existence if
Hio
not for the
Ogawa.
accident.
成婚も
The
メビウス
Stigmata
が
were
開発
developed
した
by
技術なの
Mobius.
彼女は成婚
She
の原
created the
型を作った
prototype, but if her research was left
しかし
checked. There wouldn't be
もし
stigmata
彼
in
女
there
の報
today.
告
Okay, that was not that informative. Yep. I hate that B doesn't work in this menu. Hey, where's Klein? Oh, Dr. Klein. Oh. Ah, it's Alicia and Klein, I see.
はーい、クライン。
Hi,
ここに
Klein.
いたの
Here
ね。
you are. Oops, I keep doing that.
エリシアさん
Alicia,
何か用
what
事
is
で
it?
も
用事がなかったら
Can
会い
I
に来
just
ちゃい
stop
け
by
ない
for a
の？
visit?
ごめん
Sorry,
まだ終わって
I've
な
got
い
a lot
仕
of
事
work
が
to do.
あら、
Oh,
本
I
当
never saw
に
you
一秒
taking
も
the
休もう
minute
と
off
し
for
な
a
いの
break.
ね。
Are you afraid
メビウス
Mobius
に見
might
られ
see
て
it and cut your
元気
pay?
大丈夫。
Don't
彼
worry,
女なら
I
理
think
解して
she'd
くれるわ。
understand. After
だ
all,
って
wanting to chat with me is
思
just
わずそ
natural.
れに私
And
た
we
ち
were so
仲良しだ
close
ったで
back
しょ？
then. Every time I left the
私が
lab,
実験
I'd
室
pinch
を
your
出る
cute
たび
little
に。
face.
はあ、
Oh,
仕
I
方
just
ないわ
couldn't
よね。
help it.
だ
I
っ
was
て
naturally attracted to
女の
cute
子は
things.
ふわっ。
そんなことがあったなんて
I don't remember that.
そうよね。
Right, that was the
あ
other
れは
you.
不相人形の
I
原
don't
理は
quite
よく
understand
知
how
ら
else
ない
work,
けれど。
but maybe we can recreate the
新
scenario to
再
make those
現と
memories
やらを
hit
試
you.
してみるのはどうかしら。もしかしたらあなたの記憶を呼び戻せるかもしれないわ
Oh
よ。
no, it's more. Yeah, no. What I meant was like, oh, she made the prototype for the stigmata. Okay, I kind of assumed that. Like they didn't go into detail on like what the prototype of stigmata did, what the like things, the process around it, how it led to what how it led to and what the differences are between current and actual stigmata. Like that was just like Kevin being like, yeah, she did stuff. It's like, oh, okay, I guess. Like you could tell me, oh, Mobius was involved in creating literally anything at this point, and that wouldn't surprise me. So telling me specifically, oh, she was involved in making this isn't that much information. Telling me what she did in that, what the process of it was, how it affected things, how it changed, that's the kind of stuff that I would be looking for with that kind of conversation.
新再現
Recreate the scenario.
来ないで
Don't come any closer.
やめて
Please don't.
お
I want to pinch her cheeks too. I want to do that too. She's so cute. I love Klein. That's also one of my issues with some of these conversations. Some of these conversations give a lot of like stuff to think about and a lot of content. Others like kind of give you little tidbits and are like hinting at things, but they don't actually like give you any information or even enough to like speculate about. So it's like, oh, okay, that sure was a conversation I read. Raven has been the exception. Like pretty much, I mean, she just showed up, but pretty much everything Raven has told me has been informative. When Alicia actually tells me stuff, she gives me information. When I talk to Sakura just always gives information. Kevin constantly avoids giving information, which is a character trait. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't particularly dislike it. It is a stated character trait, not just of the sim, but of current Kevin. Eden gives me a lot of, like, philosophical things to think about, and a lot of the like cultural ideas of the previous era, but nothing like informative. But I like her because of those that you know, the cultural part of it, because no one else gives that. Calpis is hard to describe because Calpis gives you nothing, but in that nothing is a lot, actually. Because he is the destructive berserker type, the things he will and won't say actually tell a lot, in opposition to Kevin, who just won't tell you anything. But also, like, specifically, like, this is framed as May getting answers, and a lot of people are avoiding giving her the answers they want, which I feel like is more of a gameplay contrivance of extended out for the player, rather than what it would actually be like. Kevin's a grumpy little bitch. I don't blame him for not, like, that is his character. I don't blame him for being secretive on it. But sometimes it's just like, nah, I just want, give me more. Give me an actual, like, concrete answer to something. And then we haven't really talked to Mobius enough, but one, kind of the belief that this is real Mobius, but also two, like, Mobius is actually just fucking with us constantly, every time. Mobius doesn't give answers because she thinks it's funny. Kevin doesn't give answers because he just doesn't feel like it, almost. Now, you could also make the argument that if Kevin doesn't say something, it's probably not that important. Because Kevin is Kevin. Kevin only says what is important. He doesn't waste words, basically. But still, like, hey, I asked you a question. You can answer it. I wonder what you said. The face and flame chasers is what keeps World
ここに
Serpent
足を
afloat.
踏み入れる前から
Did you know of their
彼らの
existence
存
before
在を知
coming
ってる
here?
当然だ。
Of course. The legendary 13 have always been the guarantee of Project Stigma.
性質は異
It's
な
not
るが
completely accurate,
ヨ
but
ル
you
ム
can
ンガ
think
ン
of
ドを
World
宗
Serpent as
教
a
団
religious
体だと考
organization
え
to
たら
understand this
よ
better.
り理解成婚計画こそがヨルムンガンドの
Project
教
Stigma is the doctrine, but
し
it's
かし
not
教
enough.
義だけあっても
World
信者
Serpent
は
needed
集
a
まらない
god, especially in its early
そして
days.
それこそ
That's why it
ヨ
can
ルム
only
ン
be
ガン
led
ドを
by
率
flame
いるのが
chasers.
つまり
Looks
今の
like it
ケビ
doesn't
ンの
matter
席
who
に
sits on
他
the
の英
throne,
傑が
as
座る
long
こ
as
と
it's a
にな
flame
ってる
chaser.
そうだ
Correct again.
大
For
多
most
数の
people, the
人間
origin
に
of
とっ
their
て
face is simple,
信仰の
decisive
出
in
発
world
点は
changing
とても
power.
単純なもの
So my counter to that
世界を
is
変え
their,
るよう
like,
な一撃で変革をもたらす力だ
Kevin is obviously a good leader, if not a little, like, off-putting. Sue would be a good leader. We've seen that Fuhua is a great leader. Sakura, I think, would be okay. She's more of a follower type, but I think she, in this position, would work fine. I don't, however, think that in the same situation that Kalpis or Eden would be particularly good leaders for the World Serpent. Like, I think both of them are long dead. But were they, she's saying any flame chaser would work. I don't think either of them would. Kalpis is too gung-ho on just wreck shit. He's not a leader type. He's very much a, we send you like a nuke. And then Eden is very passive. Eden is, like I've said before, she cares about the culture of things. She is a flame chaser, she is a mantis, so I'm sure she has a certain level of power, and I'm sure that she has gone into battle and can go into battle, but it's not her, like, natural preferred state. So yeah, I don't think it could be any flame chaser. It could be a bunch of them, though.
どこかの世界の泡ではお前の大事な
Maybe
委
in a
員
certain
長
bubble
が
universe
狩
it's
猟
said
にな
by
っ
your
てる
friend
かもしれ
Wa.
ないぞ
It might have been a different name, though.
そ
Like
したら
World,
名前も
like
変わってる
World
かもな
Bird. I
例えばフ
assume
ェニ
this
ック
is
ス
like
とか
a what if
廃墟の
story is
蛇とか
somewhere out there.
その話だと成婚計画
As
こ
I
そ
said,
が
Project Stigma
ヨル
is
ムン
what the
ガンドの
members
信仰
believe
の
in.
要で
But the agents I saw are more like enforcers than
私の
believers.
知って
それがハイヘビの求める
That's
も
what
の
Grey
だ
Serpent wants. In his
誰も
words,
昇る太
no
陽
one
に
is
興
thrilled
奮
to
し
see the
ない
sunrise. There's no
も
room
し
for
自分
fervor
の
if you're
信仰に
absolutely
必
confident
然
in your
的な
fate.
自信があるのなら熱狂したりしない
World Bird, I think I prefer World Serpent. It would be something like well, the World Serpent is named for Mobius, so it probably would still be World Serpent in that case, but what would it be? What would it be? Because, like, she's got all the Phoenix imagery, but Phoenix isn't as cool of, like, a name for an organization. I feel like for an organization, you want, like, 2 or 3 syllables. Because Jormungandr is still, like, the actual name. I know that there are, but I don't actually know that many, like, birds in Norse mythology. Oh, this Hraesvelgr. That's what it would be. It would be Hraesvelgr.
お前が見た奴らはちょうど
Or Nidnon.
成婚計画の最
Although
も
that's not a
忠
bird.
実な
That's
支持者
just a
だ
dragon in 14.
それぞれ違う目的を持ってるがみんな同じ渇望を心に秘めてる
Doesn't have to be Norse. Yeah, that's specifically, like, Jormungandr is Nordic, so I would think specifically on. I actually wonder. Hold on. World Bird.
どこかの世界の泡ではお前の大事な委員長が狩猟になってるかもしれないぞ
Nah,
そ
there
したら
were
名前も変わってる
Alright,
かもな 例えばフェニックスとか
Okay, they just
大
said
挙の
Phoenix.
蛇とか。
Yeah, she just called it Phoenix.
あなたみたい
weird.
に
Calling it World Bird in the translation is so weird. And you too.
私
Me.
言
I
った
told
だ
you.
ろ
I'm not like any new
知ってる
member,
ことが
except
他
I
の
know a
人よ
bit
り
more.
多
I'm
いだ
just
け
like
で
any new member, except I
外
know a
部メ
bit
ンバ
more.
ーとヨルムンガンドの給料が高くなければ
I'd
そ
never
も
come
そも
back
戻
if
っ
not for
て
that,
こな
that
かったし
paycheck.
な。
World Phoenix. It is definitely better than World Bird. They haven't had me do any, last session was a fair few, like, required stages. They haven't had me do any in a bit. By the way, I very much thought there were only 2 chapters of Elysian Realm. I have found out that there are 3 chapters. We'll definitely finish chapter 2 today. We'll see how I'm feeling when we get to the end of that, and then see if we keep going tonight. I should be able to go through, if we don't do it tonight, next week should be like the final of Elysian Realm. That is one of the things that I really like about that. And it is what I've said, like, talking to every different flame chaser gives you a different idea of the past. Like, Eden gives one of the most... Talking to Eden is always interesting, because she gives you the most, like, different look at how things actually are, or were in the past. Her and Sakura, oh, we finished chapter 8, 28. We finished the Spoke Apocalypse. I realized, like, after we finished this, or I realized last week that I misunderstood what someone was telling me. Because I thought there were only 2 chapters of Elysian Realm, I was told basically what you just said, only do chapter 3 after 28. I thought it was do chapter 1, then do the Spoke Apocalypse, then go back to chapter 2, but it was supposed to be 1, 2, then the Spoke Apocalypse. But it's all fine. It doesn't super matter. And boy, the Spoke Apocalypse was great. I'm glad I didn't wait on that. But so yeah, we'll just blaze through with this in chapter 3. But yeah, Eden gives you a lot about, like, the culture and the non-war side of things. Sakura I find really fascinating to talk to, because she, as much as she's like, oh, I don't want to talk about this and that, she tells you a lot about her, like, life before she was a mantis. And she gives you a lot of, like, little bits of normal conversations, like, oh, do you guys have sakura trees in your time? I used to love sakura trees going through them. Like, these two give such a different viewpoint to the previous era than Mobius, who talks all about science, or Kalpis, who is all about, I'm gonna destroy everything. Or Kalpis also, you get a little bit about the, like, structure of the Moss, and, like, who cares about who, and the, like, way that things were, like, between, after the Cataclysm, but before, like, everything was gone. And then Kevin doesn't tell you shit. Each of them give you just such a different understanding of things, and I think it's really cool. It gives you this well-rounded thing by
渡り
talking
ガ
to
ラス
everybody.
といろいろ交流があるそうね。
Because, like, I imagine if you did something similar, like, if you were to put, like, the Hyperion crew in this situation, talking to Kiana would not get you the same content as talking to Tesla or Einstein, or even, like, Sela or Branya would be very different. You'd get different aspects of everything that goes on, because it's the things that were not necessarily important to them, because, like, the whole world is important to both the previous and current era, but, like, the way that they thought, the way that they the way that they looked at the world. Because Tesla and Einstein are going to be like Mobius, where they see the world through a very technological, analytical lens. Everything they do is based on the sciences that they make and progress and contribute. Whereas Kiana, if you were in this situation and talk to her, you'd get a lot of information about food. You'd get a lot of like combat information, probably. Branya would actually probably talk a fair bit about video games. Sela and Branya would mention each other a whole lot. Fuhua is Fuhua. Fuhua beat the same. You'd get very different things. And then if you bring like Durandal or Rita into it, they'd have an even different perspective, because Durandal would have all this information about bubble universes. She'd give you all these tips about like working out. Rita would have like tea party information, because even in dire situations, Rita is very like maid-like. Those are the traits that she values. So she would you'd think, oh, well, why would you have this stuff in this dark time that like there's no space for it? And she'd tell you like, well, it keeps normalcy, and that's important, and if I can help give everybody else some level of normalcy, it'll keep them going longer. It's a really interesting way of portraying a time that you're never going to see through what is important to different characters. Talking 2014, I mean, yeah, no, I think it's interesting to look at, and also to think like I just said, like if the characters that we know were in this situation, how would they take on different stuff? I think it's cool. And it helps that the characters are interesting. Because if the characters were boring and I didn't care to learn about them, then this would suck. Hey, Eden, seems like you talk with Raven quite a bit.
So
I do. Is she a friend of yours, Miss Raven? Well, I guess so. Miss Raven, she's an excellent fighter, and she's also funny and charming. A rare combination. I know. So Eden, when she first came here, did she accept your signets? How do I put it? Although I wanted to meet Miss Raven, Moby seemed to have developed a strong interest in her. So much of an interest that I never even had an opportunity to introduce myself to her. Well, Raven said that you helped her complete her trial. It's like this. At the time, Raven staunchly rejected Mobius' offer. As a result, there was a conflict between them that changed the whole atmosphere of the realm for the worse. And I just helped rescue Raven from her predicament. I see. Later, Miss Raven would occasionally come to the Golden Courtyard to chat with me, or bring some works of art from the Canada to share with me. Okay, so Raven was in and out of here. Works of art? There were oil paintings, gems, miniature statues, things like that. Miss Raven said they were collected during her missions. To be honest, they were all very different than art of the previous era, except for the gems. But they did have their own unique beauty. When I saw that art was thriving in the current era, I felt a sense of relief. Yeah, so this is what, this is what I was talking about. Pretty much none of the other Flame Chasers would particularly care about this. But to Eden, that's a sign that, like, oh, things are fine. They're different. But, like, there's a civilization out there. The stuff that I care about, while it's taken a completely different form, it exists. Raven, I thought she would have brought these things to Eden so she could appraise their value. Haha, Raven has a crush. I assume now that, I assumed all the stuff about like her having her hood down and looking nice were about Alicia. I forget why. I think there was implications for it, but I now think it's about Eden, and Eden's the reason she comes here.
事実上
No, the words you
Anata
actually
ga
found a
Yorumun
world.
Gundam
Yes, we learned this. I feel like some of these conversations are out of order.
あら、ラットさん。
Brad. It's been a while
あ
since
の
you've
組
joined
織に
us.
随分と
How come
長
you
く
just
在
found
籍
out?
してる。みんなに信頼
They
され
don't
てない
trust you.
のか
They don't trust you and try to distance themselves from you? Or you're just an outsider no matter where you go?
メビウスそんなことで私を
Bye. I do
動
enjoy
揺させヨルムン
that
ガンドが私を信頼してるかどうか
you guys don't
最初
ever
から
see
気に
the
してない
bots
もの
anymore. Because pretty much every time a bot has shown up in chat, they get restricted for me to ban. Mobius, if you try playing mind games with me, I suggest you drop it. Without Serpent's trust means nothing to me.
むしろあなた
But you,
自
the
分で
organization
作った組織なのに
you founded
今
now
そのメン
follows
バ
the
ーた
lead
ち
of
は
someone else
別の
and
人を
obeys
損
his
守
will.
だメビウスあなたが今どんな
I
気
wonder
持ち
how
な
that
の
makes you feel.
私の
How I
気持ち
feel. I don't care.
ヨルムンガンドの王さん。
Well, Serpent's
誰
down
が
can
座っ
belong
て
to
も構わ
anyone.
ない。
Kevin, May, or even you. It matters not.
なぜなら、
No
誰
matter
であ
who
れ
is the leader, they
その
can't
一人の
change
意志で
course.
このそれに
And
厳
to be
密に言う
exact,
と
Red
ヨ
Serpent
ル
was
ムンガ
founded
ン
by
ドの
Grey
創設
Serpent.
者は私でもなく
Oh,
ハイヘビよ。
is Grey Serpent
ハイ
Mobius?
ヘビ
I believe he's also
私
one
の
of your
推測では
creations.
彼もあなたが作っ
Okay,
たものな
that
のよ
makes sense. The Grey Serpent is a computer, right? Like, he's a robot of some kind. Because it's like we've seen him quote unquote die, but it feels like it's similar to Otto, where he like uploads himself and then just downloads himself back into a new body. But I don't think they're Solium bodies. I think they are robots.
ええ、その通り。だけど誤解
That's
しない
right.
で。
But make no mistake.
人々がヨルムンガンド
People
を作
take
った
me for
の
the
は
founder
私
only
だと
because
思
Grey
い込んだ
Serpent followed me
ハイヘビが
voluntarily.
あなたの意志
Oh,
確かに
will.
あ
Indeed.
なたが成婚の
Kevin
原
said you
型を
created the
作っ
first Stigma prototype.
ケビ
Okay,
ン
now we're
あ
following
ら
up on that.
全部知ってた
Ah,
の
so he
ね
did tell you. Take it as an opportunity for me
も
to
う
act
少し謙遜
modest.
するけどねケビンの言っ
Just
た
as
通り
Kevin told you, I only
私は
created
成
the
婚の
prototype.
原あなたの知ってる成
As for
婚
the
や
Stigmata you
成
know
婚
now,
計画
and Project Stigma,
So
Dr.
they don't
May and I
think
made
that-
them together.
メイ博士ったらもう少し
Ah,
早く
Dr.
成
May.
婚計画を
She got on
実
board
行
with
してくれて
Project
い
Stigma
れば
earlier. Maybe we would have seen a
私た
totally
ちは
different
別
ending.
の結末を迎え
メビウス成婚計画
Mobius, Project Stigma.
何かが違う気が
Something
する
feels wrong.
成婚計画と
She
彼
came
女
up
に
with
は
Project Stigma and
これ
didn't
ほど
die in the
深いつな
previous
がりど
era.
うして成
Why
婚
is
計画
Kevin
の執
implementing
行
the
者は
plan
彼
now
女
instead
じ
of
ゃない
her? That is definitely a question. What is going on with Mobius? Because Mobius is alive. Like, we've established that at this point. I mean, I guess unless she died in the gap? But then, how would she have formed World Serpent? What is up with you? That's the kind of thing, though, I was talking about. Like, Kevin just gave us, like, a line of things, but Mobius actually told us about it and gave us things to think about.
でき
That's the
れ
kind
ば
of conversation I
もうクラインのことで私のところに来ないで
If
ほ
you
しい
can, please don't disturb me again with Klein's business.
あなたも言ったはず
You said it yourself. That's
あ
someone
れ彼
else.
女の経歴は
I
よく
don't
知
know
らな
much
い
about what
し
she went through.
興味もない
Nor am I interested.
そうだっ
Is
た
that
の
so? I thought for sure such an important matter. Mobius would surely...
博士は
The doctor.
そういうことを
She
気
wouldn't
にする
mind
ような
something
人
like
じゃない
this.
本当にそう
Really? She said
彼
nothing
女
when
があ
she
なたに
named
名前
you.
クラインという名前
I
だけ
mean,
ど
Klein used to belong
か
to a
つてはあ
human.
る人類のものだったのよ
Oh, okay. So much like Fushi and Nua, Klein the elf is based off of Klein, a person who looks a lot like Mobius. Sister? Maybe? I doubt daughter. I doubt mom.
知ってる
I know she
彼
was the
女は
doctor's
博士の
assistant.
助手だった
I saw her records in the
Database
database.
知っ
So
て
you
た
already
の
know? That makes
そ
things
れなら
easier.
さあクライン
I'm Klein.
目を閉じ
Close
て
your eyes and take a
深
deep
呼吸
breath.
して
I'll help you awaken
過去の
past
記憶を
memories.
やめてエリ
Don't
シア
waste
さ
your
ん
time, Alicia.
私は
Amy.
私
The doctor didn't implant
博
anyone's
士は
memories
私
in me.
にあなたの探してるクラインを
The Klein you wish to
当の
find is
存
no
在
more.
し
Oh,
いいな
alright. I guess I have to
そ
give
こ
up
まで
now.
けど
But
今あなた
What you
が
said to
口
me.
にした言葉は
don't tell Mobius,
何
alright?
が
Yep. Sue and Klein. Who's my optional character? Raven and Eden. I think you two should kiss.
渡りガラスさん、
I think Raven should
一
get to
つ
kiss
質問
everyone.
してもいいかしら。
Can I ask you a question, Miss Raven?
もちろんだ、エデ
Go
ン。
ahead, Eden.
律者と友人になることが生活に
I want to
何ら
know
か
how
の
your
変
life
化を
has
も
changed
たら
since
す
you
かどう
became
かが
friends with the
少し
Hasher.
ああ、
I
ライ
mean,
デ
in
ン・メイ
May,
のことか。
nothing's changed.
もちろん。彼
Of
女が
course,
ヨル
when
ム
she
ンガン
first
ドに入っ
joined
たばかり
World
の頃
Serpent,
は、
I was curious about
私
some
も彼
things.
女と任務に出た時、
When I went on missions
ずっ
with
と
her,
雷雨だった
it
り
would be
し
a
ないのか
thunderstorm. Would it be a thunderstorm all the
静電気
time?
で髪の毛が
Would my
立
hair
ったり
stand
し
on
な
end
い
from
の
the
か、もし
static?
くは彼女が眠
When
って
she
いる
was
時
snoring,
に
would it
いび
summon
き
a
をかいた
thunderbolt
ら
from the sky?
雷がだけどそんなことは一度もなかった。
But none of these things happened.
彼女の性格は律者
Her
になる前
personality
と
hasn't
大して
changed
変わ
much
ら
since
な
she
いし、
became a Hersher.
強
She's
情
still
だ
a
し、
short temper,
料
and
理
she
も
still
美味
makes
しいま
delicious
まだっ
food.
た。
She's just a normal
日常
girl.
生活において
I think
彼女は
I've,
普通の女の子と変わらない。
I forget if I said this on HI3 or maybe in a Star Rail mod, but I find it really interesting the different interactions that they give the different Mays with food. Because Raiden Mei, a really good cook. Raiden A from Genshin literally cannot cook. She's the only character in the game that if you try to cook with her, you can't. And then you have Acheron in Star Rail, who can cook but is losing her ability to actually taste things. Has mostly lost the ability to taste things. The fact that they play with this aspect of it, because Mei being able to cook is I wouldn't say a big part, but is a large established part of her character that multiple characters bring up. The fact that they play with that in the other games, I think is really cool, and is something that I want to see more in the alternate versions of characters, because very few others have I am glad that they are different characters, I've said this before, but they literally, if they had a different design, wouldn't even be similar to the base character. Yai in Genshin has absolutely nothing to do with Sakura in this. Silverwolf is somewhat similar to Bronya, but Bronya isn't similar to Bronya, and Seela, her personality is closer to Dark Seela, but I still don't feel like it's that similar. And besides, we have forced Bronya and Seela to be in love again with no actual story to it. They don't really have any connective aspects to the previous version. I guess Seela kind of does, because Seela, the orphanage, is actually important to her, even if Kokoli is not involved with it. Whereas, again, Silverwolf, Silverwolf is playing up the video game part of Bronya, and then Raven and Nat have a lot in, they have a lot of parallels. They're very different, but they have the differences in the way they interact with their brother and the way that story plays out, and the connection to the orphanages. I just don't know. I like the food aspect carrying through the different Mays, and I'd like more of that. Although I guess I'm glad that Himiko is not a drunk in Star Rail. It's because I want them to be their own characters. I don't want them to just be copy pastes. But I guess I want the little aspects like that to carry over. It seems you
渡
really
りガ
care
ラスさ
about
ん
this
がそ
friend
の
of
友
yours, Miss
人を
Raven.
大事に。
Man,
友
I
人
wouldn't go
ま
that
さ
far.
か。
You wouldn't let me ride
彼
a
女は
dragon,
結構
or
ケ
you
チ
to
臭い
let
と
the
ころがある
charge,
ぞ。
or even let me touch her horns.
全部聞こえてるんだけ
Hey,
ど
I can hear you. Yeah, they switched it to coffee, but even that, like, the coffee doesn't actually come up that much. Like, there's a line in her, there's a line in her, what is it called? The profile, that's what it is. And you get, like, an information, or if you go to her room, it's like, oh, you can smell coffee. But, like, Himiko doesn't actually bring it up much. That said, Himiko, I hope in the next planet Himiko comes with us, because Himiko has not gotten a lot of moments to really talk as a character. While it is established in the game, I feel like the coffee part is much more of a fandom aspect than we get in context. But yeah, there were a few lines at the beginning, but I do, as I was saying that, I was thinking, yeah, but she hasn't been in the main story much. Like, she went down to Penacony, but we didn't hang out with her at all, really. Whereas, like, Welt has had some moments. Well, Welt has had a fair few moments of, like, actually talking to him. March, obviously, has been... I hope March... Well... I kind of hope March doesn't go to the next planet, not because I'm tired of March, because I love March, but because I'm like, we have had everyone else stay on the ship. Spin. Start real good, though. Hello, Sue.
すまない。
Sorry.
わからないんだけど、
I don't understand.
どうして会うたびに
Why do you have to say sorry
私に
whenever you
謝
see
る
me?
の？私に謝ら
I
ないと
remember
い
you
け
ever
ないよ。
mistreated me. You
過
don't
去
have
の
to know
因
the
果を
cause.
知る必要はないんだよ。 クライン。
Klein, the original, died from the disease? Or otherwise something that made Sue feel guilty towards it. Because clearly his guilt is for the original Klein. And if she died from the disease, I'd see the guilt because he's guilty for everyone that died from the disease. Otherwise, I guess we don't know that much about how real Klein died. I think they mentioned something... Fuck. There was... before I actually met Klein, they'd said something about it in a conversation with Sakura and Kalpis. But I think they were talking about this Klein, not the previous Klein. They mentioned old Klein had, like, broken. But I don't remember exactly what they said.
助けられるはずのものを助けられなかった。
Okay, so no, it
僕に
is...
とっては
It is,
それ
so,
もま
yeah,
た
something
ご承
he
なん
could
だ。
have done to save her, he didn't do. I had the opportunity to save you, but I forfeited it. And that constituted bad karma for me.
ごめ
Sorry,
ん。
I don't get it.
私にも理解
Can you
できる
please
ような
translate
言
this
葉
into
で
a language I can
もう
understand?
一度
He could have, he could have unpressed the power button that killed you, that turned you off, but he didn't. Mobius and Klein.
また会ったね。
We meet again. I had to say,
先に
lady.
言っておくけど、
Let's make it clear.
あ
I'm
なたの
not
実験に
interested in any of your
は何の
experiments.
これ以上時間を無駄に
If
した
you
く
don't
ない
wish to
のな
waste
ら
your time, you'd better not bring this up.
はい。
Alright. Looks like I
私が
came
情
too
熱的
strong
に
and
なり
left
す
a
ぎた
bad
せいでお
impression.
姉ちゃん。
Just don't take me
私
for a
の
mad
ことを
scientist,
まあ
alright?
私はた
I
だ
only wish to do something
あなた
interesting
と
with
面
you.
白いことを
It
し
doesn't
たいと思
necessarily
っただ
involve
け
the
よ。あ
lab.
なたがその気になって
If
くれ
you
れば
like, we can start with things
あ
you're
なたの
interested in
興
and
味
come
の
to
ある話
gradually.
私の話
I'm afraid I didn't make myself clear enough.
これもだし
Lab
あ
rat,
れ
I
も
don't
だね
suppose you're here for team
ラ
flowers,
ット
right?
さん
Do I look like a person
私
with
をお
lots
茶
of
や
time
お
to
花見
kill?
に誘うつもりじゃないでしょうね。
Yes.
今まで確かにそう思っ
Before,
てたわ。
I did take you for such a
わ
person.
ざと隠そうとした
Even
の
if a creator
一
tries
人の
to
人
tries
間
hard
と
to
彼女
avoid
の
it,
作ったも
there are
のと
usually
は
some
共通する
similarities
とこ
between
ろ
them and their
けど
creations.
あなた
But you,
は少な
at
く
least
と
when
も
it comes
性
to
格に関して
personality,
は
I can't see any
あなたたちは
similarities
少
between
し
you
も
and your
似てないの。
creations.
何
What?
クライ
Klein
ンと
took
一
you out
緒
on a
にお
date
花
to
見でも
appreciate
してき
flowers
た
in the
の
realm.
ハイヘビのことよ。
I meant Grace
彼
Serpent.
の傲慢さと
Regardless
冷
of
酷
his
さは
pride
置い
and
ておくとして
cruelty, he's a
ほと
gentleman
んど
most
の
of
場
the
合にお
time.
いて彼は紳士的だという。
Is he? He kind of just seems like an asshole most of the time.
へえ、なるほ
Oh,
ど。
I see.
それ
It
が
took
言い
you
たか
long
ったの
enough to get to
ね
the。point.
けど、
Gentleman.
紳士
I guess he eventually found his style.
その嬉しそうね。彼のことは
You
気にし
seem
ないと思っ
glad.
てたわ。
I thought he wouldn't care. I mean, I guess every time he does talk, he is cordial until he decides he's gonna kill you.
ええ、確かにそう考えた時もあった。
I thought so too.
何せ、
After
ハイ
all,
ヘビはクライ
unlike
ンと違
Klein,
って、
Grace Serpent was just a
新技
byproduct
術
of
のテスト
testing
中
the new
に
technology.
偶然としてその
After
新技術が
validating
実
the
現
tech,
可
I
能
tossed
だ
him
と
into the
確認
waste
した
pool.
後、けどその翌日
But the next day when I
再び
left
そこを
test,
通
I
せ
found it was alive. And
彼
had
はまだ
self-awareness.
生きていた。
So this Grace
そして
Serpent,
意識があること
the
に
fact that
気
she
づ
is
い
able to talk about this means either because Kevin hasn't uploaded new memories since the sim was created, so I doubt she has either. Either Grey Serpent is from the previous era also, or this just is Mobius. Or I guess Mobius re-uploaded memories. But I feel like he is probably from the previous era then.
信じられる ?80%
Can you
以上の
believe
有
it?
機体が
It's
腐
over
食したにも
80% of
か
its
かわら
organic
ず
structure
生きて
corrupted.
いたの。
It stayed alive and
しかも
evolved.
彼はあんな
It
にも
was both
醜い
ugly and
ながら
beautiful. I never saw anything like it.
その醜い両
And
目
its hard eyes just saw an
生きよう
iron
と
will
する意志。
striving for survival.
それは今まで人
That
類
was
の中で
beauty
見た
beyond
ことのない
words, something I'd never seen
言
in a
葉だ
human.
から
So I
彼
decided
に
to
チ
give
ャ
it a
ンスを
chance
与えるこ
to
とに
live
し
on.
た。彼が自分の力で脱皮し
I
た。
wanted to see if it could
命に
transform
新
itself
し
of
い
its own
形を
strengths
作
and
る
broaden
こ
the
とが
definition
で
of
きる
life.
か。もちろん。
Of course, I
彼が
wasn't
成功
going
す
to
るかどう
intervene.
か。
Whether it's
私は
successful
そ
or
れに
not,
彼には無限の可
it
能
had
性
infinite
があるの。
possibilities. And it was in a
彼の
position
進
to
む
plot its
道を
future
作る。
course.
自分の手で作った
You don't
命
seem
に
to
対
take
して
responsibility for your creations.
人類
Isn't that
は
always
ず
the
っ
case with
と
humankind?
そう生まれた後、
Abandoned
勝
after
手に捨てられ
birth and left alone to face
一
this
人
world.
人類は
That has always been the
ずっと
norm
そ
for
うしてき
humanity,
た。
without exception. I guess I can't deny that.
私はヨルムンガンドで
In
全
words,
文面の
submissions and
第
files
12
about the
律者に
12th
関
of
す
the
るデー
previous
タを
era.
彼女のあり方は
She seemed to have
他の
existed
律
in a
者と
different
は大
form
き
than
な
the
違い
others,
があった。
more like a virus with self-awareness.
それならもう私に聞
I
く
can't
必
tell
要
you
はな
mine.
い。
That's everything I know.
私が知ってるのはそれ
だけど私の記憶が正しければ
I
メ
also
ビウス
think
は
Grey Serpent
第
is
12
interesting.
律
He
者
hasn't
の
shown
実
up
験や
in
研究
a
に
while,
熱を入れていたはず。
but he definitely is kind of auto-like, and it's like he gives off the vibe of you can't trust him. But very different from how Otto gives it off.
彼女の実力であればそれ以上の情報を掴んでい
I
てもお
believe
か
our
しく
research would have revealed more
そ
than
れと
that.
も
Or
あの時
you weren't there back then.
あなたは運がいい
Yeah,
実
that
験
can
体
tell subject. If Dr. Mobius heard
メビウ
this,
ス
there
博
would be
士皮肉を言っ
consequences.
てると
She might think you're
博士に
provoking her
思
on
われる
purpose. Huh?
第12律者
Her
に対
research
す
on
る
the
研
12th
究の
12th
多く
Harsher
は
ended in
失敗
failure.
に終わった
She did her
す
best,
べての人類を
turning humanity into
第
another
12
form
律
like
者
the
のよう
12th
な
Harsher
生
to
命
ensure
体
its
にし、そ
survival.
れは
That
か
used
つて
to
の
be her
博士の
vision,
考えだった
but
け
it was
ど
never realized.
大半の人にとってむし
Okay.
ろホッとするようなことだと思うけど
12th was Rin, right? 12th was corruption. If that's true, the ability to turn humanity into like a mimetic entity would definitely be interesting. I wonder if that also is how original Klein died and why she gave up on it, or was she studying that before the 12th Hersher and the 12th Hersher showing up was what made her stop engaging in it. regardless, definitely, there's definitely stuff around. So Klein is important in all this, and I'm waiting for them to drop. That's probably going to be the stinger for the end of this, is the actual drop of information about real Klein.
Huh?
We're going to keep getting dripped it for now.
メビウスの考えはもう
This
狂気
vision
と
of
いう
hers
言葉で表
had
現でき
gone
るよう
far
な範囲
beyond
を
what
超え
could
て
be
は
what can be
成婚
considered
計画
sane.
でさえ
Even Project
そん
Stigma
なも
wasn't
のは
accepted.
も
It's not
う
hard
人
to
類に
imagine
は
how
耐え
people
ら
would
れない
react to
もの
this
だと言
plan.
える。
実験体
Test subject.
あなたにとっ
In
て
your eyes, am I human?
あなた自身は
What about you?
あ
Do
な
you
たは
consider yourself human?
そういうことだよ。
That's so.
博士の考えの多
Many
く
of the
は
doctor's ideas
他
are
人から
considered
見
crazy
て
by
博
others.
士は
Many
人類
think
が
she
どんな
doesn't even
形で
care
存
about
在すべ
humanity's
きか
form
を
of
気にして
existence.
ないと
But these people,
彼ら自身も
they don't know how to define human.
人類とは
That's, yeah, actually, I like that. Because we define humanity based on its current existence. But humanity has changed over just its evolutionary period. Like, if she had succeeded in turning humanity into a mimetic entity, that it would survive, like, it would still consider itself human. Like, May, I imagine, still considers herself human, even though she is essentially, like, a Honkai being. Like, it's defined by what the masses believe it is. If the whole of humanity changed into something else, like if they all changed into a mantis, that would be the definition of humanity. In a world where there are superpowers, like My Hero Academia or Marvel, you know, you have superpowered beings being the definition of humanity. It's something that changes based on what usually the majority of quote-unquote humans are. So, you know, like, oh, well, humans would never accept that change. But they would eventually, especially if that was the only path to survival. And they would still probably consider themselves human. Unless it's a situation like with, using Marvel as an example, where mutants and humans coexist at the same time, and they consider themselves a different offshoot. So then if humanity goes extinct, well, mutants would consider themselves mutants. They would be Homo superior. They would no longer be human. But if all of humanity, like in My Hero Academia, woke up with these abilities, that would just be the status quo for humanity.
それでメイになんて言ったの？
Oh, what did you say to
彼
me?
女は何も得られない。
I told her nothing of use.
実は聞
Actually, I
こえ
heard
て
it.
たの。
I don't want to continue on
これ
this
以上
topic.
こ
That's
の
enough.
話を続けると私の話に
You
なった
sounded so
時
sad when you spoke to
随
me.
分と
I
悲
knew
しい
you
顔
felt
して
this
たわ
way.
ね。
Hmm?
私のことをも
You
う
said you'd
信
never
用
trust
し
me
ないって
again,
言
and
わ
that
れた
upset
時
you for a long time.
私はす
How are you gonna make it up
ご
to
ー
me?
悲しかっ
その二つのことは特に
These
衝
things
突
are
してい
not
ない。
contradictory.
君の最後の選択
I
に
know
何
your
の意味
final
がある
decision
のか。
meant, and I respect you
素
for
直
it.
じゃないわね。
You're not being honest, Kevin.
けどいいわ。
But it's
もう
alright.
そ
I
の
have
機
the
会
answer
があった
already.
ら外にい
If
るあなた
possible,
に会って
I'd
みた
really
いわ
love
ね。
to meet the real you in the outside world again. So, okay, this is actually something that's interesting. You get, on this side, a lot of, like, either daily life personality things or talking specifically about the Alicia problem and what's going on with her. Meanwhile, on this side, it's usually about either Mobius and Klein or like the technological organizational structure of things. I don't know if that's intentional or even actually consistent, but it's an observation that I've like had. As for the individual versus like collective argument of things, absolutely, like every individual is going to have their definition of humanity, but like what Klein was saying is like the definition of humanity changes not just person to person, but like on the grand scale things. Like obviously every individual is going to have their definition of it and their idea of things, but like if humanity all suddenly became like a virus-like mimetic entity, they would still consider themselves human, and thus the definition of humanity would shift. Versus when everyone everyone individually has their idea of what it means to be human. And that's also why you get things where, like, if, you know, crimes are committed, it goes, you're not human. That's like the individualist idea of it, not the, like, collectivist definition. And both of those are important and play into each other. Because obviously, like, an individualist's idea of humanity will connect to the collective idea of it, but if everyone's individualist idea changes, like if we were suddenly all mimetic beings, then the collective also changes. We're gonna actually have to do regular runs. Unfortunate.
あなたが過去を大事にするタイプだったとは知らなかった
Never
わ。
thought you'd be the nostalgic type. Oh, Labrat. Seems you forgot everything I taught you.
証拠がないこと
It's
は
better to keep rumors to yourself, or you'll make a fool of
あ
yourself.
ら、そうかしら。知らず知らずのうちに
I overheard
ク
matters
ラインに
concerning
関するこ
Klein.
とを耳
You
にし
said
た
the
わ。
reason you created her was different from
どう
Grey
してあな
Serpent,
たが
and it finally
ク
hit
ライン
me.
を作ったという
It's more than creating Klein.
本当はク
You-
ラインに
It's more than
生
creating
き返
Klein.
ってもら
You
いたかった
want
んじ
her
ゃ
to
な
be
い
reborn. So yeah, this is about Mobius and Klein, but it is about the personality aspect of things. It's not about the science. It's not about the organizational structure. It is about the core person of Mobius.
知らず知らずのうち
Overheard. Elaborate evil way with words.
まさか私の過
I'm
去に興
surprised that
味
you
を
probe
持
into
っ
my
てくれる
past,
と
but I'm not being
だっ
nostalgic.
て
After
クライ
all,
ンは大
Klein's
中
be-
立者になったんだもの
Oh!
立者を
Klein
モ
had
デル
become
に
the
し
10th
て
Hersher.
新しい
Developing
武
an
装
elf
人
based
形
on
を
her
作る
Hersher should be perfectly
別に
reasonable.
変わったことじ
Wait,
ゃ
which
な
was
い
the
でしょ
10th Hersher? 12th was Rin. 11 was Binding. 10 is Domination, right? Okay. So, then it's not that she was just the Hersher, she was one of them. Because the Hersher of Domination from the previous era was, like, even less individualistic than the current era one, if I remember correctly.
それに
And how unfortunate. She was still alive back then. Her scientific importance may have been greater.
彼
That
女がまだ
also
生きていたら
does make sense why
もっと研究
Sue
価値があったの
would
に
feel guilty over it, because if they defeated the Hersher faster, they could have saved her. If they'd if they'd found a way to disconnect people from it, he could have stopped it. Yeah. Okay, that one makes sense. Why he would feel guilty over it.
かつてのクライ
The
ン
real
は
Klein
大
was
衆
a
立者の
manifestation
一
of the
人だ
10th Hersher. Hmm.
何
Why are you giving
そ
me
の
that
顔
look?
へえ
Oh,
な
I
るほ
see.
ど
You don't know about
知
this
らな
yet.
かったのね
I overestimated you just now.
あなたを買いか
How
ぶり
many
す
Divine
ぎて
Key
いた
manga
かし
chapters
ら
have you seen? I want to say all of them, but I might also have been reading a different manga. I remember the Divine Key manga was... The guide was, like, weird in what you read when, so it's possible I missed stuff without realizing it. But the, No, I don't remember what Divine Key, the Domination, is. Because Reason is Void Archives, Void is the train, the Cosmic Juggernaut. Thunder is the gun that Owl used. I think Wind was the satellite. I don't remember what Ice is. Death, they told me, I think, in Elysian Realm was Abyss Flower. Flame is the Judgment of Shamash. Sentience was Fenhuang Down. Stars was Star of Eden. Yeah, I don't remember Dominations. Binding is the Oath of Judah. And then Corruption wouldn't have had one, because technically Rin never died. Yeah, I don't remember what the domination's divine key is. Oh, I see. You don't know about this yet. I overestimated you just
あ
now.
なたと戦後
You and Kelpis
あなた
were
た
still
ちの
someone
知り
close
合
to
い
you to
が
the Tensosha.
あの事
Yet
件
you
で
two
大
couldn't
充
have
実
reacted more
中
differently.
な
Okay,
のに
that's why they were
あなたと彼
talking
の
about the
態度が
previous
全然違う。
Klein with Kalpis. I think I read it all. I'll probably skim through it again after this stream. But that one I remember was one where it's like, okay, read up to here and then stop, and then read up to here and then stop. Which also, yeah, there was a, I think we looked at last time or something. There was a manga that I was supposed to read for during chapter 4, that I wasn't looking at a guide yet for at that point, so I never read it.
私が何を考えているかわかる
Do you know what I think?
ふーん
How? Please
言っ
elaborate.
てみて
クラインの死に対し
About
て
Klein's death,
本当はあなたが
you
そう
aren't
見
as
せている
apathetic as you
よ
appear to
うに
be.
全然気に
Only
してい
the
ないわけ
measures
じ
you
ゃな
took
い
were different from those of Kalpis.
戦後は復讐を選
Kalpis
んだけど
chose revenge, and you
あなたは
want to save Klein.
もういい本当
And
に
now, you
あ
talk
な
too
たはお
much,
しゃべり
and I don't need a psychiatrist.
カウンセリ戦後
Kalpis.
彼はバ
He's a
カ
fool, a
獣
beast.
よ
Venting anger
あんな
pointlessly like
風に
him
怒りに
is an
任せて
insult
行
to
動
my
するけど
intelligence.
そうね
Indeed, if they
彼
didn't
ら
go
が
ahead and
勝手
kill
にクライ
Klein,
ンを
I
殺
might
さ
have
なか
found the
っ
way to
たら
change you back into a human.
もしかしたら
それで
So,
クラインを殺した
who
人
killed Klein? Who knows? They told me it was Sue,
彼
but
ら
would
が
you
ス
buy
ー
it?
だって
Yes,
言って
because
たけれ
he's
ど
very
あ
specifically
なた
guilty
はあ
about
の
it.
優しい医者が人を救
That
うんじゃ
naive
なく
doctor
て
chose killing
人を
over
殺す
saving.
ことを選
Doesn't
ぶの
lie some plausible
そ
to
ん
you
な
in
分
the
かりや
least.
それに
Not to
あんな
mention
特殊な状
capturing the
況の
Tensei
中
alive under the
大重
circumstances
率者
would
の
have
個体を
benefited
生
our
け捕り
side
にした
greatly.
方が
He had
戦
no
局の
sensible
役に
reason to
立
do
つの
so.
に彼らが真相を隠
They
してい
clearly
る
were
のは
trying to
明ら
hide
か
the truth. The truth of what happened in
私
a
は
time
様
that
々
I
な
wasn't
理
able
由
to
があって
witness.
彼らは恐れてい
They
る
were
の
afraid. Afraid that I'd
私が
exact revenge on them madly like Kalpis.
戦後のように復讐に
Imbecile
走る
beyond
こと
saving. Okay. So we're gonna continue to get dripped information of that.
クライン
Klein,
あなたは
I
メ
heard
ビウ
you've
ス
been
の
Mobius'
助手として
assistant all along,
彼女
and
の
you
行った
participated in
ほ
almost
と
all
ん
of
ど
her
の研
research.
究に
それが大
If
重
you're
率者
referring
事
to
件
research
の
done
後の
after
研
the
究なら
Tensei, then yes.
私は大
As
重率者
catered
の
after
事
the
件が終
event,
わった後
so I only know about
博士に
events
作られ
research
た
from the database,
そ
about
れ
earlier
で
research from the
あな
database.
たも約
Which is
束
to
の
say,
惨劇を経
you
験
also
した
experienced the tragedy of binding.
うん
Yeah.
私は
I was one of the
最
first
初の被
victims.
害者の一
I
人
was
だっ
right
た
there recording data when it
だ
happened.
けど
But under the
第
influence of the
11
11th
率者の影響
Tertiary,
で
I stopped
私
functioning,
はすぐに
just
動
like
け
other
なくなっ
Honkai
た
energy-powered equipment.
再び目が覚めた
When I
時
woke up again, I was in the lab
私
already,
は
and I learned about
もう
what
博
happened
士の
later.
私を戦場から
To
連
take
れ
me
戻
back
すた
from
め
the
に
battlefield, the doctor
博士は
engaged the 11th Tertiary herself and paid a dear
彼女は
price. She
自ら
cares
第
about
11律者の領域に
Klein,
入り
but won't say it
その
because
せい
it
で
makes her look
大
like
きな代価を支
an
払ったの
emotional baby.
どうやらメビウスにとって
I can see
あ
you
なた
mean a
は
lot to
いいえ
her. No,
私も
but one
博
of
士
the
が
lives
作っ
created
た
by
多くの
her.
生命
There's
体の
nothing
一つ
special about me.
それに
And among
博
those
士
who
に従
followed
っ
her,
てきた人たち
there
の
were
中
many
に
more
は
worthy of being rescued.
博士がそうまで
Exactly.
する価値のある
But
人
she
が
saved
たく
you.
さんいたただ
But
最終的
eventually,
に
they left one by one.
彼
わかるわ
Let's see.
メビウスを理解する
Understanding
のは
Mobius isn't
当
easy.
然
Of course.
簡単に理解
The
される
great
ような
ones are
人
never
が
easily understood.
あ
One
な
day
た
we'll
がエリ
stop
シアに会ったこと
beating
が
around
な
the
いなん
bush about the
て
tragedy of binding
どう
and
考
actually
えて
tell
も
me
納
what
得が
happened.
いかないわ
Oh, okay. She hasn't met Alicia yet. Then it was definitely talking about Eden. It's odd that you haven't met Alicia
どう
yet.
した
Why?
なんとなく
I think
あ
she's
な
sort
た
of
と
similar
彼
in
女
some
が似
ways.
てると思う
It's hard to. It's
詳しくは言えないけ
hard
ど
to say exactly why.
そうい
Just a
う
feeling,
感
I
覚
guess.
が
褒め言葉として受
Take
け
that
取
as
っ
a compliment.
そういえば
Speaking
お
of
前
which,
は彼女
didn't
と
you have a
仲
good
がいいみた
relationship
い
with
だ
her?
あなたが考えてるような感
Not
じ
like you
そうか
imagine.
お
Really,
前たち
I
が
often
話して
see
い
you
る
two
のをよく
chatting,
見かけ
and
ると
and it seems she really
彼
cares
女は
about
お
you.
前のことが
Is it
気に
because
なる
you're
み
her
たいだ
sure?
が
その質問
I've asked her the
私
same
も
question.
彼女はどう
What
答
did she
えた
say? She won't
な
give
ん
me
だ
clear-cut
教えてくれないの
answers.
か
What, you don't want to
いい
tell
え
me? No,
ただ
It's just that her answer.
彼女の答えは
Well,
私が綺麗だか
she said it
ら
was because
そ
I
れ
was
が彼
pretty.
女。
なんて？
What?
何の価値もない
That's
答えなの
obviously
は
a sense
明ら
of
かよ。
meaningless.
エリシア
Alicia
は
always
何か
hides
隠し
things
事
from
を
me
し
and
て
doesn't
る。
want to reveal her
何か
motives. I mean, the pink lesbian is also a pink lesbian. That part's definitely true, but there is also... She hides behind that. There is a greater meaning to everything she's interested in than that.
どうしたの？
What is it?
ああ、彼女
Oh,
はこ
she
う
told
も
me
話
the
してい
reason
た
she
わ
doesn't
ね。
show up when you're around is that you're
あ
always
なた
wearing
の
the
前に
cloak,
現れな
so
か
you
った
can't
の
see your
は
face.
あなた
Oh,
がフードをかぶって
no, I guess
顔が
she's...
よくわか
The
らなか
cloak
った
is
か
down
ら。
for Alicia.
え、そういうこと。
Oh, I see.
そうなん
Never
だ。
mind. I don't care that much.
別に
Again,
気にしてないぞ。
some of this stuff seems out of order then. Because like we got earlier thing where she doesn't wear the cloak in the Elysian realm to try to get Alicia's attention.
気にしてるんだ。
She obviously cares a lot. I don't know. It just feels like I get some of these conversations out of order.
全
I wonder
文
if there was a
明期限の
restructuring
頃
at
の
some
メ
point.
ビウスも人を手術台へ誘うことに熱心だったんです
In the
が
previous era, was Mobius such a passionate surgeon?
嫌なことを思
It
い出
seems
さ
like
せ
it
てし
triggered
まった
some
みたいで
unpleasant
す。
memories.
彼女の申し出は必ず断った方がいい
No
で
matter
す。
what she asks of you, just say no.
たとえ
Even
応じ
if
た
you
方
think
がいい
yes
と
is the
思え
best
るよう
answer
な
at the
状況
moment,
だったとして
you
も
have to say
断っ
no.
てください。
Dr. Mobius may set you up.
なぜなら
彼女とは
Seems like
いろいろ
something
あった ん
happened
です。
between you two.
他の人たちも同じことを言うかもしれま
But
せ
I
んが
might be more convincing.
例えばどんな
Any
こと？
examples?
似たような経験があまりにも多く
I don't know where to start.
どれかもちろん
Dr.
メビウス
Mobius
博
has
士
a
にも
match,
いい
of
ところ
course.
はあります
She values fairness and always tries
彼女は
everything on
公平
herself
を
before
重ん
she
じ
uses
る
it
人
on
です
others. That's kind of
他
frightening.
人ですが彼女は最後まで理解しなかったんです
The same thing may have different effects on different
人蛇は
individuals.
暗闇の中で
The
も前
snake
に
can
進みま
survive
す
the long night, but without a torch,
人類は
humanity
明か
can
りを
only
持
be
たない
devoured by despair and the darkness.
それは
You're talking
第
about
12律者に
the
対す
research on
る
the 12th
彼
Hershey.
女の
Okay.
律者に対するメビウス博士の研究は
So Mobius
昔からある
is
程度
alive,
黙
but
認されて
Mobius is
ま
a
したが
mimetic entity at this point. Right. Even though her research on Hershey's was viewed with some suspicion all along.
人類がどんな
At
形
that
で存
time,
在す
we
るか
didn't
を
know she didn't care about the
彼女
form
は
in which
少しも
humanity
気
would
に
be
しません
sustained.
そのせいで
This
論争
caused
が起こり
certain
ました
disputes. And
あ
you
の
know
状
at
況
times
での
like
論
that,
争は
disputes mean
破
destruction.
滅を人類の共通した敵が現れていなかったら
If
もしかする
humanity's
と
enemy didn't show up again,
文
maybe
明
we
を
would
終
have
わらせて
destroyed
いたのは
civilization ourselves. Didn't show up again. I assume she means the next Hersher? Yeah, right, because between... but she said the 12th Hersher in there, right? Yeah. So either that means the 13th Hersher, which we know that... I know that there is a 13th Hersher, but I have not been told anything about it yet. Or the Honkai had, like, stopped for a little bit and then came back. But I don't think... With what I know, I don't think that's true. Yeah, I feel like then... I feel like Mobius... Because she's talking about how Mobius tests stuff on herself first. I wonder then if Mobius is a mimetic entity then. If her... whatever research she was doing on the 12th Hersher worked, but on her. Because we know she's alive, but we haven't seen her in any actual form. Again, unless this is her, but I'm more and more thinking this is a sim. So many questions. How many more of these do we have? 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, and then probably this is something different. So we probably are going to have to do 5 runs of Elysian Realm. Which is fine. They don't take that long.
ハイヘビ。彼もメビウスが作った生命体の一つだけど、あなたた
Gray
ちは
Serpent is also a
どう
creation of
も
Mobius,
違うように
but he
ね。
seemed drastically different.
ハイヘビ。
Gray Serpent was the first
あれは
artificial
博士
life
が
form
作
with
った
self-awareness
初
created
め
by
て
the
自分
Doctor.
の意志を初めてだから
As the first, he was bound to have some flaws.
血管
I mean, he still exists, so it's pretty good.
詳
Flaws.
細は私もよ
Paranoid
く知らない
specifics has created a lot
私の
later
誕
than
生で
him.
も博士はこう言った
But the Doctor once said some human instincts were surprisingly amplified in Gray Serpent.
例えば
Like
生存
survival
本能
わから
instincts.
ない
I don't know.
それに
It's
関
not
す
in
る
the
記録は
database.
ハイヘビは実験室の
He's
メン
not
バ
a
ーじゃ
member
ない
of
か
the
ら
lab and rarely
私
shows
た
up.
ちの前に
So I have
姿
no
を見
chance
せ
to
ること
observe
は
him.
めったに
じゃあクライン
Well, Klein,
Another
you have
here.
similar flaws.
ない
Now,
博士は
the
ハイ
Doctor
ヘビに
tried
あ
to
ったアク
replicate
シデ
the
ントを再
accident that
現し
brought
よう
out
と
the
した
straight
け
in
ど
Gray Serpent, but there
出来
were
上がったのは
strange results.
だから
それ
私に対して
doctor did nothing
博士
to
が
me.
だけどそのせいで
Maybe that's why I seem less
私
human
と
than
あ
Gray
れのね
Serpent.
ハイヘビは
Each
実験
time
室
he
に
returned
戻
to
る
the
た
lab,
びに
he seemed different, more
少しずつ
human.
変そして私
But something like this could never occur
私
for
に
me.
は
それは多分
Maybe it's because
あ
you're
なたは
already
最初
human
か
when
ら
you were
人類だ
created.
からよ。
That's actually decently possible. Because if Gray Serpent was changing every time, because he didn't fully have like a quote-unquote humanity aspect to him, if Klein was fully quote-unquote human at creation, she would look at Gray Serpent changing as a view of him gaining humanity. Therefore, because she wasn't changing, she would think she doesn't have humanity, where that isn't the case. Now, it could be that she quote-unquote doesn't have humanity, but like clearly she does. She's just like also a stoic person. Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't read Second Eruption at this point, that would be crazy. Siren's my favorite character. If Siren was my favorite character without reading Second Eruption, blow my mind. Oh. I see.
スー、あなた
Is
と
this
ク
some
ラ
kind
イ
of
ンに
misunderstanding between you
何
and
か
Klein?
彼
Sue?
女が姿を見せる
Before
の
he
で
appeared, I really saw
あ
you
なたが
sneaking
自
out
発
of us
的
the
に誰
chat.
かに
Sue muttered under his breath and then let out a long sigh, unusual for him. Bad karma is hard to reverse.
悪語
Bad karma?
まさか
Could
ス
it be-
ー、あ
No,
なた
you
は
once told me that
精
the
神
psychic
感知
magicists
型融
specialize
合
in
戦
countering
士の
enemies who can
特殊
think.
なとつまり火を追う側がメビウスを騙している可能性
They
はない
didn't
かし
really
ら
fool Mobius, did they?
本物のクラ
Was
イ
the
ン
real
は
Klein killed by?
そう考えても構わないよ。
Feel
来
free
訪
to
者
believe that, visitor.
助けられたのに
Because failing to
助けな
save
かった。
someone when you have the opportunity is
それは。
really different.
いえ
No,
クライ
the
ンを
one who
殺した
killed
人は
Klein wasn't
クラ
you.
インがメビウスを殺した時僕はまだ
Huh?
彼女がすでに大獣律者
When
の個
Klein
体の
killed
一つになっ
Mobius,
ていたこ
I
と
didn't know
を
she had already
知らな
become
か
a
った
manifestation of the 10th Ursher. Huh?
メビウスを
When
殺
she
した
killed Mobius, was that
あの
still
人
the
間だった
human
クライン
Klein?
が
You've never
その
mentioned this
話
to
は
me
初
before.
耳だわなるほど
I
た
understand.
とえメビウスが
Even though
生
Mobius
き
has the
返る
ability to
力を持っ
revive.
ていた
Oh,
とし
okay,
て
there
も
we go.
それ
Has
が
the
発
ability
動
to
するには
revive
時
herself
間が
after
かかる
death. It apparently takes time.
道理で
And
彼
that's
女もクライン
why
の本当
that's
の
what
結
she
末を
meant
知らなかった
by
わけね
the time I wasn't able
そ
to
れ以外
view.
の
No wonder that even she wasn't clear what happened to Klein. And besides,
僕が唯一の目
that's right.
撃者だった
I was the one who witnessed it.
そして僕に
I
でき
only
るこ
bring
と
that
も
up to serve as evidence.
目撃僕は別の要件でメビウスの実験室に向かったんだ
I went to Mobius' lab to deal with another
部屋
matter.
に入った
But when I
時
got there, she was already
彼女
lying
は
in a
すで
pool
に
of blood.
そしてクラインの手は
And Klein had
メ
just
ビウ
stepped
スの
away from
体
her
から
body.
離その時
At the time,
メビウス
I
に
didn't know
対す
her
る
motive for killing
その先
Mobius.
を追うガの内部で
Among the moss,
メ
there
ビ
were
ウ
more
ス
than
の
a
存
few who
在を
couldn't
受け入れ
tolerate
られない
Mobius'
人は
continued
少なくはない
existence.
けれど
But Klein was not one of them.
クライン彼女は数
She
少な
was
い
one of the few
メビ
who
ウ
could
スの
actually
本当
understand
の理解
Mobius.
けど
But by
その
then,
時の彼女は
she was probably already a puppet of Honkai.
あ それも僕が後になって
Yes, but I didn't
やっ
find
と
that
気
out
づい
until
た僕
later.
は警察には行
At
動
that
できず
moment, I didn't want
ク
to
ライ
act
ンが余
rashly.
計な罪を
I
犯
could
さ
only
ないよう
restrain
に
Klein from committing
彼
more
女を
evil
抑え
acts.
つまり
But I
あ
have
な
to
たは
say,
ただの目
you're
撃者
more
じゃ
than
な
a
い
witness. Why?
それが
I feel guilty
クラ
about
イ
what
ン
happened
に
to
模擬
Klein.
者になった後クライ
After
ンの精
becoming a
神は
Hersher,
異常
Klein's
に
mind
弱
is
くなった
exceptionally weak. In an
僕
instant,
は
I
一
was able
瞬
to
で
prevent her from taking
彼
any
女
more
の行動
action.
そして僕が
And just
メ
as
ビ
I
ウス
was
の
able
状
to check
況を確認しようとし
Mobius's
た時
condition, her corpse
彼
underwent
女
an
の死
unusual
体に
change.
実体のある影
A
が
strange
彼
substance,
女の体
like
か
it
ら
was
湧
a
き出し
manifestation of a shadow,
僕が反応
sprayed
する
out of
前
her
に
body.
クラインの
Before I
律者
could
コアを
react,
飲み込ん
it
だ
had engulfed Klein's Hersher
そ
core.
の時
It was only then that I
僕は
knew
や
the
っ
full extent
と
of Mobius's power.
生き返るために
Come back from the dead.
自分の
She
術
devoured her own assistant.
メビウスの蘇生能力には十分なエネルギーが必要だ
So did Mobius look different originally then? So it's not that the reason that Klein looks like Mobius is that the current Mobius body is actually Klein's body? Or did she just eat her?
それが彼女の本意じゃないのは
I
分か
believe
っ
it was
て
a
る
conscious decision. It wasn't a
しかし、
conscious decision.
生
But she
物としての
instinctively
本能
swallowed
が
up whomever was
彼
closest.
女にしろ
It was an ability
あれ
that
は
came
崩
from
壊による
Honkai.
異能
The Hersher core was
そして
undoubtedly
律者コア
like a
は
nutrient
も
for
し
her.
僕がクラインを
If
抑
I
えてい
hadn't
な
been
かった
suppressing
ら
Klein at the time,
メ
using
ビウス
Mobius's
の手によっ
method,
て
she might have had
彼
a
女を
chance to
人間
become
に戻
human
せる
again.
けどそんな
But
こ
in
とを
that
したら
case, it might have been
死ぬの
Mobius
は
who
メ
ended
ビ
up
ウ
dead.
ス
Or you.
分かっているさ
I know.
し
But
かし
this
こ
was
れ
still
は
an act of evil.
来訪者
Visitor,
君に
please don't
話し
bring
た
up
こ
what
と
I've
は
told you today with Mobius
メ
and
ビウス
Klein.
これは
This is
僕
my
一
own
人の
bad
悪号
karma.
だ
There's no need to bring them
彼
into
女
it.
だ
スーそれはあなたのせいじゃないわあなたがいなかったらもっと大変なことになって
In
いた
my
かもしれ
opinion,
な
you
い
were not to blame for this, Sue. If you weren't there, the results may have been even more disastrous.
人の力には限
Humans
り
are
があり
powerless and have
運
heavens
命は
decide
決まっ
all.
ている
I know
し
that
かし
much. But this does
僕
not
にとって
exonerate me from what I've done.
それ
I
は
really like Sue. I
責
already
任
liked
から
Sue
逃れ
before.
る理由にならないんだ
Sue is such an emotional and empathetic person, which is interesting because he's actually, like, personality-wise very stoic. But, like, every person that dies that he could have saved, even if realistically he couldn't have saved them, if he thinks he had the ability to, it weighs on him. And it weighs on him a lot. But he continues to push through because he knows that we still have work to do. We still have people that we can save. But he never forgets the people that he's lost. And he puts more pressure on himself and is harder on himself than he realistically really should be. Because, like, this wasn't his fault at all. But he views it as his fault because maybe he could have stopped it. It would also, it would make sense if there were multiple Tense Divine keys, because, you know, it's the Hersher of Domination, there's tons of cores. Even if they're, like, little baby cores. Just Sue, huh? I assume there's multiple optional ones then. No, it's just Sue. Huh.
今まであった英傑の
Among all
中
the
で
flame
は
chasers I've met,
あなたが
you
唯一
seem to be the
の
only
精
psychic
神
type.
鑑
今の君にとって
For
は
you, maybe.
え
真相というものは
Truth is conditional.
時
What
と
is
流
that?
れ次第さ
What is, I mean, no. It's really not. Truth is truth.
すべて
Your
の英
view
傑
on
と
it
知
might
り合
be
った時
conditional, but the truth is the
きっ
truth.
と君も僕
The
がその
medals of the
中の
flame
一人
chasers
に
could
過ぎ
find
ない
out
と
more
いう
than
事
just
実
me.
に気
Yeah,
づ
but
くはずだ
that doesn't mean that it's, that doesn't mean that what May said is true. It is true that only the ones that she has met are.
それでも
Even so, there aren't many
精神
psychic
感
type
知型の融合
flame
戦士は
chasers in
その
general.
通り
どうして
Indeed.
技術的な問題
Technical
そ
issues?
れとも
Or
あなた
is there
たちに
something
特
special
別な
about
何
you?
両方とも正解だよ
Both.
見ての通り
As you can see,
文
we
明が
made
終
no
末を
breakthrough in
迎
the
えた
psychic
その時
world
ま
until
で
the demise of our
僕メス
civilization.
では思考の奥
Galpus
深さを
couldn't
解
reveal
明
the
でき
secret
な
of
い
the mind, and that's why I chose the way of Bodhi in the first
僕が
place.
つまり 精
But
神
just to
感知
say,
型の融合戦士
psychic
の
method
出現
soldiers
は
were more like an
どちらかと
accident.
いうと
ああ当時の
Although
技
it
術で
wasn't
は
hard to observe brain,
脳の
although it
変
wasn't
化を
hard to
測定
observe
す
brain
ること
activity,
自体は
even
難しく
Dr.
なかった
Mobius
け
had
ど
given up her research on the topic.
理由に関しては多分僕たちは崩壊に対して他の融合戦士のように分かりやすい強みを持
There
っていない
is
からだと思う
only really one truth. You can have different views on it, but and you can have like. So this is coming from. I've said before. People knows I have a master's degree in forensics. So this is. We talk a lot about what is true. Just because people don't know the actual pure truth doesn't mean that there wasn't one. So like you take an event, right? You take there's a murder that happens. Multiple people will have seen different things. But there is only one truth that actually happened. Whether or not we know what was actually true, there is only one actual truth. You have people's interpretations of the truth. You have people's ideas of what happened and denial of the truth. But, like, facts are facts are facts. There is only one truth. Like saying, oh, because you haven't met the other psychic mantises, I guess it is true that there's only one. That's not true, though. What is true is that there are multiple psychic mantises, and that May has only met one. Or flame chasers, I should say. But I don't know. Him saying, yeah, from your perspective, I guess that's true. No, it's not. Because it's not correct.
強み
Useful.
すべての精神感知型の融合
Every
戦士
psychic
は
mantis soldier
他人の
has the
精
ability
神
to
に
intrude
一
on or
定の
manipulate
干
someone
渉
else's
人
mind.
類と交戦するときなら
It can be a
それは
deciding
重要
factor
な
in
役割を
fighting our
持
own
つ
kind. A moment of
ほんの少し
hesitation can be the
ただ
difference
の一
between
瞬で
life
も
and
いいしか
death.
し
But
崩
when
壊
facing
獣や
Honkai beasts
人
or
類
other
以外の
non-human
敵と
entities,
直面する
we
と
were
き
unable
は
to contribute to the fight in a
戦
meaningful
局に
way.
決定
敵と正面から戦う
Sounds
こ
like
とに
engaging
無理
enemies head on wasn't your strong suit. Barrel! Help. I will hide her.
その通りだ
How is Hope today?
情勢が比較的落ち着いた頃に僕たちは後方で活動する
Indeed. When the war wasn't at its
ごく
height,
一
we
部
were
の
usually operating at the
手
back
術で
lines,
変化を起こ
save
し
for
た
a
もの
handful of
は
mutants.
例外なんだ
What does that mean?
かつて
There was a
ある
psychic
精
mantis
神
who
感知
awakened the
型
power
の
of
融合戦士
psychokinesis.
は
She'd be a flame
珍し
chaser,
く
if
念
not
力
for the
を操る
Aethersia.
術を見せ
それならスー
Well,
あ
I
なたも
suppose you're
普
not
通
just
の
an
戦
ordinary
士では
mantis
ないで
either,
しょ
are you?
あ
Today
しかし
better than most recent days, that's good.
崩
I
壊と
give
正面
you
から
the big
戦える力と
Headpats.
比べたら僕に
No,
起きた
but my
変化なんて
mutation was not worth
話
mentioning
にならない
compared
よ
to the ability to face Honkai head on.
僕が手術を受け
Maybe
た
if I
時
went
に
into the surgery as a result
死
of
を
die
覚
for
悟
the
してい
cause,
なかったか
the
らかも
results
し
might
れ
have
ない
been very different.
しかしもし僕がこれ以上の異能を手にしていたらおそ
But
ら
if
く
that was the case, perhaps
メ
it
ビウ
would
ス
have
が
been
起
my
こした事
cold
故
body
で
that was
不和が
saw
目
in the
にする
accident
の
caused
は
by Mobius. It's another example of how causality
それ
works
も
in mysterious ways. Huh. It's weird that we only had the one. Alright, well. Do I get... Actually... No, so we should actually do shallow sequences, probably. And these do get skips, okay. Here, defeat a lemon on the floor. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Yeah, give me the trial one. give me the one that's actually strong. Change Bronya. No. No, I can't. What do I do with the rusted insignias?
Honkai calling. Hut. 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 Hut.
Boy, you just don't want to die, huh?
今こそ裁きの時。いや、今こそ裁きの時。今こそ裁きの時。いや、いや、今こそ裁きの時。
Boy, she definitely is old. And I remember finding Void very fun. And I guess not that she's bad here, but she sure is an old unit.
今こそ裁きの時。いや、勝利は愉快なものね。
Oh, okay. Yes, I've done this. I've made fully upgraded. Oh, Mobus.
文明が破滅したとして
If
も
the civilization
あ
has
なたが
perished,
完全に
you
死ぬ
didn't
ことは
die
ない
completely. You don't die completely.
あなたの
This
命
is how
は
incredibly
信じら
resilient
れ
your
ない
life
ほど
was, according
頑丈
to
だ
Sue.
って彼がそんなに高く評価
I
をす
only
る
see a
なんて
tutorial mode has come through. I guess I
初めて聞いた。
never did a shallow sequence before, which is weird. Though I
彼の
hated
説
painting
教
this, I
して
must
いるように
admit.
この世界のあ
He
ら
sees
ゆるもの
everything
に
more
対して
precisely and prudently than the
彼
vulgar
でも
crowd.
残念
I
だわ
pity those understanding of
彼
me.
の
It's
私に
merely an
対する
opinion.
蛇は死に屈
A
服
snake's
しない
never
生
been
き
a
物
creature to succumb to death.
そんなに
What's the
驚
fuss
く理
about?
由
No, I
私
can
は
totally
彼の
relate
考
to
え
me.
を理解で
If
き
I had
る
ever seen someone rise from the
もし
dead,
こ
I
の
would also...
いえ
Okay, I
確か
do
に
know a
一人
person
だ
who
け
could do something
似
similar.
たよう
Yes,
な
if
ことを
the
できるけれ
Fuwan's
ど
done that.
あいや二人
Oh, I know two.
あ三人だったかもし
And
れな
Otto.
い
And yeah, no, yeah, you know a
もう
few.
いいわいい
Enough.
加減に
Is this
して
fun to you? Do you want us
不死者のパ
undeads
ー
to
ティ
have
ー
a
で
get
もす
together?
る
いえ私
No,
は
I
ただ
want to find
あなたたちの
in
違
what
う
ways
と
your
ころから
differences are
同
alike.
じ
へえ
交換
How?
再構築
Replacing, reconstructing, restoring. Though
私
I'm
には
not
そんな
capable
こ
of
とはでき
these,
ないけど
at least understand the
原理
principle
ぐらいけ
behind
ど
them. But
他の
you,
人たちにと
to
って
others, your
あ
resurrection
な
is
た
more
の
like
蘇
an
生は
inexplicable miracle. A miracle.
奇跡
You have a point.
それは長編手
This
術
is a
によ
side
る
effect
副
that the
作用よ
metamorph surgery had on me.
私
Even I
で
don't
も
know how to
どう
reproduce
す
it
れ
in
ばフレ
others.
も蛇にとって
But to a
古い
snake,
殻を捨
shedding a
て
decaying
新鮮
skin
を迎
start
え入れ
over
ること
is part of its life.
今ならわかるでしょ
Do you
長編
understand
手
now?
術によ
The
る副
side
作
effects
用
of the metamorph surgery are
全て
not
が悪
inherently
いわ
adverse.
以前あ
I
なたはこ
remember
う
you
言っ
once
たわよ
said
ね
you shrunk due to the metamorph
小さくなる
surgery's side
のを
effects.
あなたが嘘をついて
How
い
soon
な
you
い
didn't
なら
lie to me other time,
長
which
編手
means
術は
the
確かに
metamorph surgery gave
あ
you
な
the
たに生
ability
き
of
返る
resurrection,
力
but
を与え
not
た
at a
けれど生
price.
き返るたび
Every
に
time you come back from the
あ
dead,
な
your
たの
body
体に一
degenerates.
定程度の
You
対価
become
が
younger.
発生
In
す
other
る
words, smaller.
賢いわね
You're quite the thinker, Labra. From whom did you
誰
hear
から
about my
私を
death?
そう
Indeed, my
蛇のも
resurrection
ぬけのよう
is
な
not
もの
unlike
ね
snake molting.
蛇のもぬけ
Snake molting? I don't think it's
そ
an
の
accurate
日私の知っ
analogy.
てる限り
As far as
蛇
I
の
know,
もぬけ
snake
は
molting
蛇の
represents the
成
growth
長
of
を
a
意味
snake.
する
That is, each molt brings it
脱皮
closer
す
to the
る
end
だ
of
け
its
ど
life.
メビウス
But you,
あなたの
Mobius,
蛇のも
your
ぬけ
snake
は
molting,
死亡
each
する
death
たび
brings you closer to
自
the
分の
start of
命
your
を分
life.
かりやすい違いよ
This is a decisive difference.
それにあなたは費用がの最初のメンバーだって聞いたわ
Even in the end times, I
た
doubt
とえ
they'd
あ
let
ん
a
な時代
child
だったと
join them.
なら
So,
メビウス
Mobius, how many
その
times have you
姿に
died
な
to
るま
become
で
who you are now?
それがあなたの聞きたいこと？
Is this the question you wanted to ask?
それなら
If
もう
so,
帰って。
then you can leave without your
そ
pure
の
ass
愚かな
question.
質問と
I'm
一
not
緒に
interested in answering. This
答え
also
るつもりはないわ。
would kind of explain why she would do research into mimetic entities, because she kind of needs to escape this body, otherwise she's going to, if she dies enough, literally devolve into a fetus and then eventually nothing.
じゃあ
And the flame chasers don't really age because of the surgery. So it's not even like she could stop dying and then just like re-age back up. So she would want to like create a whole new form without physical vessels, probably. Because then she wouldn't have the issues that she had.
私の推測は間違ってないわ
The
ね。
tone. I think my presumption is correct.
ある
Mobius's
限界が存
resurrections
在するはず。
have a limit.
そうだと
However,
し
if
たら
this really is the
他の
case,
英傑た
why
ち
do the
は
other flame chasers believe she's
どう
actually
して彼
immortal?
女
You
show up here really often. That's strange.
お前はあの木と
I
同
thought you
化
were
したと思
growing
った
together with that tree. Or maybe that tree is really you.
あの木がお前
Looks
の
much more reliable, at
戦
least.
後
Calpus,
メビウス
you
が
probably
裏で
already
何
know
を
that
計
Mobius
画
is
してい
planning
るの
something
か
in secret. Who
君も
knows
気
what
づい
kind
て
of
いるは
crazy
ずだ
thing
よ
she's up to.
あ
What
の
do you
女
that
が
if it
何を
was
考えて
me?
お前はいつも寝て
Feeling
いるような
comfortable
も
has
のだから
nothing to do
た
with
まには
that.
このまま放っておくと
If we do nothing and
い
let
つか
things
取り返し
continue
の
to
つか
develop,
ないことにな
it'll
る
soon be too late.
それがここに何
That's
度
the
も
reason you
現れ
kept
て
showing up here
あ
and
の
giving
力士に
advice to
情
the
報を
Hersher.
しそんなにメビウスを警
Because you're
戒して
so
いる
worried
な
about
自
Mobius.
分でその
Won't it
記
be
憶
better
体
to
を
go
潰せ
destroy
ばいい
him
だろう
entirely? No need to
隠す
conceal your
必要は
powers, right?
できないんだ
I can do that.
君も知って
I
いるは
can't
ず
do
だよ
that. You know
戦
that,
後
Calpus.
できないと
Usual. You
お
say that
前
you
はいつ
can.
それで
So you
お
just
前
sit
は
back
ここ
and
で
watch.
高みの
Let
見
the
物を
Hersher
し
do
て
your work
あの
for
熱
メ
you.
ビウスから離れた方
I
が
told
い
you
い
to
と
stay away
彼
from
女に
Mobius,
注意した
but she
が
wouldn't listen. He'd
断ら
rather
れたん
face
だ
danger than avoid it.
彼女は優秀で
He's very
しっかり
talented
してい
and
る
very stubborn.
少
Just
し
a
の
little
ヒン
help
トを与えた
to
だけで
discover the truth.
彼女は真
I
相に
believe
た
she
どり
won't
着く
yield to Mobius.
シャ
Getting
フ
her
ト
to
を
do the
殺
dirty
し
work. You make it sound
いえ
nice.
それにこんなにも
I
律
don't
者を
know
信
why
じ
you
るとは
blindly trust a Hersher
お前
like
の目
that.
は節穴
Oh, I forgot. You are blind.
彼女は
She's not
た
just
だ
a
の
Hersher.
彼女は
She has a
勇気
courageous heart and an unbreakable
決
will.
断力
The hope of a new
そして
era. I also really like the interactions between the flame chasers. Specifically, like, honestly, seeing Calpus is different in how he talks to the different flame chasers is interesting. Because he's really friendly towards Sue and Sakura. He's kind of hostile, but almost in a tsundere way, towards Alicia. He's very hostile to Mobius and Kevin. He's an interesting little guy. Actually, what is the 3 of 9? Fine, I'll do more with her. Calpus is also really cool in just like they kind of almost want you to believe he is just like a mindless berserker type, but he's really not. He's just very angry all the time. But he's not mindless in it. Like he can feel, he can know when he's going too far. He can know when and how to direct it. It seems to me he's just angry. But you know what? With like all the stuff that the flame chasers went through, I don't even know that I can blame him for that. I do love the range that you get with Hersher of the Void. Her effects are also really flashy and really cool. But it sure does feel like I'm just tapping the same button over and over.
今こそ裁きの時。今こそ裁きの時。
Getting to play Flame Scion and the recent as of chapter 28 Fuhua has ruined me. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. Like, oh, a Hersher showed up in this den of anti-Honkai people? Yeah, of course he'd be hostile towards her. I'm surprised they're not all hostile towards her. Ah, I see. Stars. Hi, Alicia. What's wrong? I can't help envying you whenever I lay my eyes on you. Envy me for what? You're now a young, tender girl, and in a few years you'll turn to a graceful, dignified lady. From a fresh new bud to a full blossom, your life's beauty comes in different colors and forms. But I, on the other hand, have lost the right to change. I can only stay forever at this dazzling moment. Just a joke. But my envy is real. It's a matter of mentality. You long for possibilities once you're used to monotonous beauty. Every once in a while, I'd fantasize what I would look like if I had a chance to grow old. Even reverse growth like Mobius experiences sound good. Wait, you said reverse growth? I remember Mobius saying she didn't turn into a kid on purpose. A lab accident. Okay, again, out of order. Like, we just had a conversation where, with Mobius where May figured all this out. I'm more interested in you, alright? Just tell me about Mobius. Alright, I was just teasing you. It's normal for anyone who sees her to be interested. Even I nagged her for a long time for the answer. After all, it was jaw-dropping to see a college turn into a teenage girl in just a few days. A teenage girl? Not a small kid. She just looked a few years younger back then. She always wore a lab coat, and it was hard to tell the change. What you noticed? Clothes and makeup can change how young or old you look. But the observant Alicia wouldn't fall for that trick. Besides, her transformation didn't stop there. Even the most ignorant eyes could tell the difference after she turned into the kid she is now. They asked her what had happened, but she just drove them all off. Could it be her Icar? We share the same thought. I guess you could ask her in person if it's biting you. She likes smart brains, and you'll definitely get your answer. Yeah, I already did, though. The signets of Bodhi seem to be different from the others. What they possess seems to be spiritual wisdom rather than power. It feels like a thought, or an idea.
そこまで理解してくれたこ
I'm
と
glad
を
you're so perceptive, Visitor.
僕は多くの人たちの認
In
識
the
の
eyes of
中で
many, power is the
力
only
こそ
thing worth pursuing.
彼らが
And
こ
that's
こで
why they were
唯一
lost
手
here.
に
But you never brought it up to me.
君が求めているのは
Because the answers you seek can
数
only be
が
given
予
by
見した
Brad and
運命
May,
では
rather
な
than the
く
future I've foreseen.
その気遣いは理解できるわ。
Appreciate your goodwill, but to me,
それは
the
この
future
旅
you've
の効
foreseen
率を上
might
げる
well be
鍵
the
にな
key
るか
to
もしれ
making
ない。
this a more efficient journey for me. You
もう過去の真相を
said you
隠し
wouldn't
たり
keep
し
the
ない
truth
って
about the past from me
それ
anymore.
は君が
That depends on how you
真相
define
をど
truth.
う
火を追うが
I need to know more about the
そ
moss,
れ
the
から
flame
英傑
chases,
た
and
ちに関す
especially
ることを
Mobius.
もあなたはあまり自分か
You
ら彼
rarely
女の
speak of
話
her,
をしない
and it's the same as the others.
他の英
The
傑だっ
most
たあ
they
なたと
say
同
is that I
じよ
should
う
stay
に
away from her.
あな
I
た
feel
た
like
ち
I've
の
had this
態度
exact conversation.
一つの組織
As
に
a
して
group, you're
は
unbelievably
異常なほど
indifferent
に
to each
友
other.
好的な感情は
Friendliness is a
終わり
luxury
か
in
け
a
た時
world
代
to be
で
erased by
崩
Honkai.
壊と戦うため
I
に
think you
必
know
要
that
なも
too.
のではないそれともこの時代の崩壊は
Or in your
お
age,
ままごとみたいな
Honkai
態
is
度で
something you
対
can
応でき
easily
るよう
cope
な
with by
ものな
playing
のか
house, maybe.
私はあの時代を経験したことがないから
I didn't experience your
あな
age.
たの
I
話
find
に
it hard
共
to
感はけど
empathize. But
崩壊
Kevin,
の中でい
you're
ろ
not
ん
the
なも
only
のを
one
犠
who
牲に
lost
し
something
て
you hold dear in the war against
いろんなもの
Honkai. Never mind. This is not what I came
メ
here
ビウ
for.
スに関することが
I wish
知
to know
りた
more
い。
about Mobius.
特に彼女の生と死に関してよ。
Ugh.
他の英傑たちの言う
Especially
方
about
だ
her
と
life and death. From other flame
メビウス
chasers,
は本当の死を迎えることは
Mobius
な
can
い。
never die a real death.
きっと他の英傑
I
たちも
believe the others gave you
それと
exactly
似
the
た
same
答え
answer.
そして
No, not yet actually. We
僕の
like
話せ
I
る全て
haven't
だ。
understood this from talking to like to Mobius, but no one has actually told me this before. And that's everything I can tell you too. Okay. I need to get the actual Siren unit, but ugh. Ugh. Imagine doing things and apparently it'll take like 2 months. And by then we'll be long done with the Elysian Realm.
崩壊降臨とはっとや今こそ裁きの時今こそ裁きの時やふっやはっはっはっやえはっや今こそ裁きの時はっやはっはっや今こそ裁きの時はっはっや
Oh, hey Benares.
はっはっ
Now be a good girl and just stay there.
今こそ裁きの時はっやとふっはっふっはっふっ今こそ裁きの時やはっはっふっやはっはっはっはっ今こそ裁きの時はっや
It has a lot of health.
や
I guess I should upgrade more.
裁きや今こそ裁きの時はっはっ
I might actually not kill this in time.
裁きの時はっやはっ
Nope, I'm sure not gonna. Alright, well let's upgrade. That might help. I don't think Siren would want to do this to Bella, you're super right. But I want her, I love her. Nice, you spared
崩
Bella.
壊降臨
Yeah, that was the plan all along.
今こそ裁きの時やはっはっやはっ今こそ裁きの時 今こそ裁きの時。はっはっといや今こそ裁きの時。はっはっいやはっいやはっいや。
Wow. Powering up a little bit helps.
勝利は愉快なものね。
Bam, bam, bam. Before I do that, should have gotten a few more points for here. Galpus is finished for now. On to Mobius. We meet again.
ラットなんかじゃないわ。
Not your rat,
それ
Mobius.
と
My name
私
is
の
Rod
名前
May.
はライデ
Try
ン。
to remember it this time. Oh, so you're the type who names small animals. That's cute for a hacker.
でもね、
But I'm not in
私
the
には
habit
そ
of
ういう
doing
習
that.
慣記録の必要な実験
There's
体
so
が
many
多す
test
ぎる
subjects
か
to
も
keep
の。
track of, and I prefer simple identification methods.
簡単な番。
けど私はあなたの実験体で
I'm
は
not your
ないし。
test subject.
そんな
It's
こと
too
は
soon
言
to
わ
say
ない
that
で。
now.
この楽園での旅はまだ始
Your
まった
journey
ばか
here
り
has
よ。
barely started.
いろん
Maybe
な
you'll
ことを
change your
体
mind
験する。
later. I was
私は
made
自
up my
分で
mind
決
on
める。
this. I'll see about that, Hesher. Nice to see you return in one piece. And I appreciate it, tell me you've changed your
今
mind.
私の実験室
Yeah, I
は
was welcome
い
to
つ
my
でもあな
lab,
たを
lightning
歓迎する
lady.
よ。
子供のふりでは悪意を
Feigned
隠
ignorance
せないわ
can't cover your
よ。
malicious
メビウス。
intent, Mobius.
あら、こういうタイプは好き
You
じゃ
don't
ない
like it?
の？
You
他
reckon
の人
everyone
には聞
else?
くの？
相手を間違えてるわ。
You came to the wrong person.
まあ、
I guess I did. Yeah,
Nice.
Hesher, after all. Do I trust Mobius? Absolutely not, but she's pretty, so I'll probably do the things she says.
人類の敵になるあなたが可愛い人
An
類の女
enemy,
の子
an
に興
enemy
味
of
を持つは
humanity
ず
be
が
interested in
な
a
い。
cute guy like me.
その顔以外は
Apart from your face, I don't see the connection between you and
Kawaii.
cute. Well, I have to make good use of this cute face, don't I?
確かに大人の体と比べ
It's
て
not
不便な
convenient to
時も
have this
ある
body
けど、
sometimes, but a being with a child does have its
自分
benefits.
の意思で子供の見た目にな
Doesn't
った
mean
わ
you
け
didn't
じゃな
turn
さ
this
そうね。それ
voluntarily.
も火を追うが
Was
の
it
決
also
まり
decided
事
by
な
the
の。
moth? Okay, we didn't know this.
笑い
そう、今からやってみ。
興味はない。
あら、また会
I'll
ったわ
be meet
ね。
again.
楽園を楽しめたか
Having
し
fun in the
ら。
realm so
座
far.
ってお茶で
Wanna
も
sit
飲
down
ん
and
で
have some tea
リラックス。
together?
このお茶はエデンから
The
も
tea
ら
is
った
from
も
Eden.
の。
Supposed to be
味わわれ
good.
ここを遊園地のよう
You're
に
the
思っ
only
て
one
る
who
のはあ
sees
な
this
た
place
だ
as
け
some
よ。
kind of
メビウ
playground.
ス。
まあまあ。
Come
そんな
on,
に
don't
気
be
を
so
張らない
tight,
で。
Miss
いつや
Hersher.
楽園の中にある
Counting
のよ。
anything in this realm poses a real danger to you.
あなたと比べたら
Compared to
確
you,
かにそうだ
no.
わ。
もう、そん
Don't
な
say
こと言わない
that.
で。
I don't
面
bite.
白い実験
I
に協
only
力
wish
し
you
て
would
ほし
assist
い
me
だ
with
け
some
よ。
interesting
それに、
experiments.
強
I
要
won't
する
force
つ
you
も
to
り
do
もない。
anything.
嫌だったら、また
If you
今
say
度で
no
いい
this
わ。
time, I'll just pick another
早め
day.
に諦めること
You
ね。
better drop the
メビウ
idea
ス。
now,
あなたの
Mobius.
面白い
I'm
実
not at
験
all
には
interested in your experiments.
私
But I
は
am, but
興
I
味
am
津
quite
々
interested
だ
in
けどね。
you.
だって、
Hershey's are
なんて
very
レ
rare
アな
lab
実験。
あなた
materials.
の実験の犠牲になっ
Sounds
た
like a
率
lot of
は少
Hershey's
な
have
く
been
ないみたい
sacrificed for
ね。
your
メビウ
research.
ス。
Sacrifices
人
are
類の崩壊
necessary
に
if
対
humanity
して
is to defeat the
それ
Honkai.
に、
And
いつや
Hershey,
み
they're the
んな
enemy of
人類の敵
humankind.
よ。
Isn't it a
彼
good
女
thing
た
if
ち
they
に
make
人類を
contributions to
救う
humanity's
制御
survival?
人類を救うの。
Humanity's survival? I doubt that ever
Mebius.
crossed your mind.
あなたの本当の目
Maybe your
的は
victims know your
死
real
んだ者たち
intentions,
だ
but
け
they
だ
can't
し。
speak anymore. My
私
intention.
の目的。
Saving humanity, of course. I do
人
believe
類
her
を
on that.
救うために
It's
決ま
just
って
like
る
we
でしょ。
said, the form. Saving humanity for her is very different for the others. She doesn't care about what form humanity takes. The other flame chasers do.
ただ、人類という概念に
Believe
対
some
する
slight
理解
disagreements about
は
how humanity is
Sci-
defined.
おや、ご多忙
Isn't
の
the
ライ
Grand
デン
May
名
lady
様じゃない
busy?
か。なんだ
What? You
やっ
finally
と
picked up
職場
some
のルー
workplace
ルを覚え
etiquette
て
and you come to
先
visit your
輩の
あな
senior?
たに聞きたいことがあ
I
る
have some questions for you. Still the same old May who won't even
少
bother
し
to
は
act nice.
私に合
What
わ
is
せ
it
よう
this
あなた
time?
は現実
You
で
said
メ
you
ビウ
never
スに
saw
会った
Mobius
こ
in
とが
reality,
な
but
い
that
って
can mean a
言
lot
っ
of
たわ
different things.
数ヶ月前
A
まで
few months ago,
夜
no
分
one
ガン
world
ドのメン
serpent
バ
seen
ーが
Kevin,
ケビン
and
に
it
会った
might
こ
be
と
the
が
same
なかった
situation for
よ
Mobius. So,
渡りガラス
is there any record about
夜分ガン
Mobius'
ドの
death
デ
in
ー
the
タ
World
に
Serpent
メビウ
database?
スの真
死に関する
Death
記
record?
録
Impossible. I told you flame
ある
cases
わけ
were
ないだ
worshipped
ろ
as gods in
言
World
ったはず
Serpent.
だ。彼らの存在に関す
Anything
る
that
記録
touches
は
them reads like myths
ど
and
れも
legends.
最初から
From the start,
英傑を
records
知
about
る
them
た
are
めの
not
も
to
のでは
help you
なく
understand them better,
英傑
but to
に
nurture
畏敬
fear
の
and
念を
例
devotion.
を挙げてもらっても
Any examples?
ああ、そうだな。
Let me think.
あ、さくらの例を
Sakura
挙
is a
げる
good
か
one.
ここに来るまで
Before coming here,
彼女
anything I
が
read about
英
her was
傑の
pretty
一
much
人
like
で
this.
影の中
The
に立
Shadow
ち
Walker, with a
真
dual
鍮の
blade
双
forged by
刃を持
gods,
ち
took a path of betrayal and
反
sundered
逆
her
の
fate in
道
the
を
old
歩き
world.
私
I'm
も
not
詳しく
100%
は
sure about
覚え
the
てい
words,
な
but
い
it
が
was something like
とに
this.
かくこの目で英傑を
Before
見るま
seeing
で
these flame chases
あ
with
あい
your
う
own
文
eyes,
献から
you won't get
実際に
anything
価値のあ
valuable
る
from
情報を
the
見
from
つ
the
け出せる
pretentious
わけが
script.
ないところでどうして
Anyway,
急にそ
why are
の
you suddenly
話を
asking me this? What, you're
なんだ
interested in where Mobius has
Mobius
ended
た
up?
だ彼女も
I
英
just want
傑
to
の
find
生
out if
存
she
者の一人な
survived.
の
そんなの
Why don't you
本
simply
人
ask
に聞け
her?
ば確かに
I
彼
don't
女
want
と
to
接
want
触
too
し
much
ない方が
contact
いいと
between you
思う
two,
が
but for this question,
そういう
only she
こと
can
は
give you the best
待っ
answer.
て
Wait,
そういえば
I remember Grace Serpent
ハイ
said
ヘビ
something
が
about
メビ
Mobius.
ウスに英傑の生存者を探し出
He
し
said when he was looking for a
夜分ガ
surviving
ンドの
flame
孫子
chaser
に
with
し
the
よう
leader
と
of
した
World
時
Serpent, Mobius came to
彼
his
は
mind
だが
first.
お前も見ただろ
Of course, you know it's Kevin. It's
孫子
again
の座に座っ
out
て
of
いるのは
order.
何があったかはわか
These
らないが
almost seem like they're
もし
progressing
メビウス
backwards.
が生存者の一人じゃな
I
かっ
don't
た
know what
ら
happened, but if
ハイヘ
Mobius
ビの
wasn't a
性格か
survivor,
らして
Grace Serpent
最
wouldn't
初か
even
ら彼
consider
女
her. Yeah, I really like how I really like May and Raven together. I really like Raven in general. Like everyone she talks to is fantastic. But her and May have a really, really interesting dynamic and relationship.
やあ、来訪者。
Hello, visitor.
君の到着は
You arrived a bit later
僕
than I
が想定して
anticipated.
いたより
スー
Who?
私がここに来ること
Well,
を
little things like when I
別にわ
arrive,
ざ
you
と
don't
予
need to
見
make
しなくて
prophecies
もい
every
いと思う
time.
の
予見ではないさ。
This isn't a
ちょっとし
prophecy.
た知恵だよ。
It's no ordinary
エ
prediction.
デンの言う通り、
It's just
芸
as
術
Eden
がある
said.
時代を
Art
正
is
確
not
に
only
描いたとき、
descriptive of an era,
それ
but
はす
also
でに
predictive of the
未来それ
future.
に相通じると
And
こ
there
ろ
is
がある
something。common between
君
them.
が楽園に来て
You've been in the
しばらく
Elysian
経って
realm
い
for a
る。
while now. Perhaps you
君
haven't
が何
noticed
か
that
を
each
決めるた
decision
び
you
に
make is predetermined.
選択に直面した
It
ように
seems
見
as
え
if
て
you're
も
making a choice,
最
but
終
the
的に
thoughts that
どう
come
す
into your
る
head
か
are fixed from the
常
beginning.
人にとって
To most people,
それが
this is known as causality.
因果
The sound of nearby footsteps interrupted Sue. They weren't sure who it was, but their voices were somewhat familiar.
私もそう考えていたところよ。芸術がある時
An
代を
artist
正確
describing
に
an
描
era.
いたと。
It is predicting the future.
それは
How? No
料理で
wonder
エデン
your
の
music
音楽
never
は
seemed
い
outdated.
つにスー
Do you
あ
often
なたはい
persuade
つも
people
こう
about
して
bringing up future
未来
events
に
like
起こ
this,
るこ
Sue?
とを
未来
The
それは
future
僕
is a
にとっ
meaningless
て意味は
concept
ない
to
さ
me. Time
時
is
間
just an
も
artificial
人為
construct.
的な概念に過ぎない。
Yes and no. Time isn't exactly as humans have defined it. Time is real, but time is also physical, and on a metaphysical level, if you go far, like if you have enough control, you can move through time like we can move through space. Basically, we are three-dimensional people, so we are able to walk through three-dimensional space. You know, we have the XYZ axis. Time is the fourth dimension. If you exist on a fourth dimensional level, you can theoretically walk through time like you can through space. Time does pass, but time as we perceive it is a human construct. So it's both in this case. There is time basically as a universal construct and as humans can perceive it, because humans can only perceive so much of the world.
木の葉のように、それはいつか凋零を迎
Like
える。
leaves on a tree, they will eventually wither and decay.
同じ葉は
But there
存
is no
在し
leaf
ない。
like them. They contain all human knowledge and emotion.
一
Okay. Thank you, Sue. I don't understand what the fuck you just said to me.
何か言いた
Try
げ
not
な
to
目
stare
で
at me without saying anything.
私を見つ
It's
めないで
distracting
ほ
me
し
from
い。
my work.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry,
仕
I
事
didn't
の
mean to
邪魔を
interrupt.
いい。もう
It's
邪魔して
alright.
る。
You already did.
あなたがこの古の楽園に入った
I don't
時から
mind.
質問があるなら
Just ask me if you have any
直接
questions.
聞くとい
Don't
い。
wait until I finish my work, because that might take a very
私の
long
仕事
time.
が
わかったわ。メビウス。
Alright, Mobius, the one I met in the realm, told me she was the real
私が楽園の中
Mobius. Is there a problem with
こ
that?
の古の楽
The
園の
red
中にい
glimpses
る
on
英
the
傑た
Elysian
ち
realm
は
is supposed to be a sin,
みんな
right?
うん。
Is there a problem
何
with that?
か
わざとじゃないのはわ
I
か
know
る
you
けど
didn't do it on purpose. The way you
その
speak does
話し方
remind me of Mobius's influence on
記
you.
憶体なのに
Being a sim and calling yourself the real deal when everyone believes Mobius is alive. Isn't that
しかも誰
contradictory?
私から見ると
It sounds just fine to
そ
me.
れはあなたが目にした記
Be it
憶体
appearance, memory, personality, behavioral
その
mode,
見た目
or thinking pattern the sim you
人
see
彼女のすべて
is no
が
different than the Dr. Mobius I
私の
used
知
to
って
know.
る古の楽園の中で過ごした
In the 50,000 years spent in the Elysian realm didn't bring any changes to her.
以上
So from the observation data, she can of course call herself the real
彼女
Mobius.
は当
And I
然
have no problem with that.
本物
観測結果ね。
Observation data.
あなたの
Klein,
思
the
考
way you
は
think is
確か
very
に人類
typical
の
of
ようにけ
humans.
ど暗い。
But Klein,
この世
the
界で
only thing
唯
that
一
doesn't
変
change
わ
in
らな
this
いのは
world is change
5万
itself.
年の時間が何の
50,000
変化
years
も
left
与え
no
なかっ
mark
たこ
on
と
her.
自体
That's something
疑わしい
suspicious
と
to
思うけど
begin with.
ケビン
Kevin.
いいわ。
Alright, I
確か
admit
に
there
英
are
傑
certain
たち
unique
は
individuals among
他
flame
のなら暗い。
chasers. Well, Klein, I
Mebius
can
の
see
本
for
体
now
は
that the real Mobius is
まだ
still
けども
alive.
しいつか彼
But
女
if
も
one
ここ
day
に
she
現
shows up
れ
here,
たら
do you still believe the sim is the real
意
Mobius?
味がよくわからない
I don't understand what you're talking about.
どうして
Why deny
一
one
つ
for
の
the sake
存
of
在の
another?
ために
There's no necessary
もう
connection
一つの
between the
存
two.
在を否定する彼女たちは
They can both be the real
ど
Mobius,
ちらも
or
本
the other
物
way
のメビ
around.
ウス結局のところ
The bottom line is there's no clear definition for the real Mobius, and everything you say is subjective.
客観的
So
な定
this
義
is
が
a
ない
discussion that I've had a few times. Specifically, I had it in 13 Sentinels, where it's very relevant.
あなたの主観
If
的な
you
判断によって
All
存
the
在するに過ぎない
memories, the exact personality, and even its, in theory, the body, there is no difference between you. Between a clone and the original. If you have the memories of someone and the same personality, you are the same person. It is when you lose, a person is the sum of their memories. Therefore, both Mobiuses could claim to be the real one, and neither would be wrong. Now, the keyword here is the real Mobius. If it were changed to the original Mobius, then there would be a difference. Because there is a point at which the Sim Mobius came into existence. And therefore, the one that came before, that the Sim is based off of, is the original Mobius, and then Sim Mobius is the later Mobius. But to say that one isn't real just because they both exist isn't really valid. They have the same memories, they have the same life experiences, they act exactly the same, they are the same person. It was the opposite, I had the opposite opinion when Senti came in, where Senti has all of Fuhua's memories, but has a completely different personality, and the way she interprets and those memories affected her made her a different person. Because her personality was different, the way she remembered them, the way she cared about them were completely different from Fuhua. You could see that she was not the same Fuhua in the memories. If Senti's personality had been the same as Fuhua's, then even if she wasn't the original Fuhua, I wouldn't have had a problem with her calling herself Fuhua. But that's the difference. If you have different memories or a different personality, then we can talk about, oh, maybe you're not the real quote-unquote one. But she's the same. So she is real.
場合によっては
In certain circumstances, you may even reach the
自分も
conclusion that
本物のメビウス
you're the real Mobius,
と
which
い
is
う
normal
結
as well.
論を
All
出
right,
しても
Klein. Now you've lost me a little bit.
別に
You had
異常では
me.
ない
I was with you. Now you've lost me.
けど
But if you're just asking for my
もしあ
opinion,
なたがた
I
だ
can only say I don't feel like wasting my
私個
time
人
on
の
this.
考え似たような難題は
Dr. Mobius has returned into this
博士
paradox
自身
many times. But every
すでに彼
time
女は自分の
she
欲し
managed
い
to
選
make the
択
option
を
she desired, the one and only possibility. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, okay. I'm Mobius.
あら、ラン
Oh,
ト
you
さん。
lemon!
また
You
来たね。
came to me again. It's alright, Hershey lady.
いつ
You
も
won't be
お
the
姉
first
ちゃ
one
ん、
playing hard
興
to
味が
get.
ないと言いながら。
They say they're not
本当は
interested,
私
but
の
they're
実
curious
験
as
が
hell.
気になって
I've seen the type.
やめておくわ
Save
メ
your
ビウ
breath,
ス
Mobius. You're full of lies, and I
Anata no
doubt there would be
yona
anyone
uso
willing to
shika iwanai.
participate. Lies.
Uso?
Dear lady, have you mistaken me for
お姉ち
Alicia?
ゃん。
あらそうだったの
Is that so?
ならここ
Well,
にいる
do
の
you
は
have
本
anything to
当の
explain
メ
about
ビウ
I'm the
ス
real
へ
Mobius?
え。
Isn't it
こんなに
obvious?
わかり
I
や
don't
す
see
い
any
事
need
実
for
なの。
いつまで隠
explanation.
すつもりなの
How long do you plan to keep lying about
楽園
it?
に本物の
There
英傑が
can't be
存
any
在す
real
るはず
flame
がない
chasers
も
in
の
the realm. You're just a
他の
sin
人
like the
の
others. I heard
記
you.
憶体。
So, how does it contradict what I
も
said?
しあなたが
If you're
本
truly
当に
immortal
他
like
の
the
人た
others
ちが話
believe,
した
then
よう
you
に
should still be out there.
犯
You're
し
making
た
the same
ミス
mistake
記憶
again.
体は
Who told you a sin
本
can't
物
be
のメ
there,
ビウスにな
Mobius?
それはへりくつ
You're just denying the truth. What? You finally
確か
realized?
にその矛
There's
盾
a
をなくす
possibility that
方
can
法な
reconcile
ら
the contradiction.
一つ
There
ある
is, actually. So, from May's perspective, anyway, if Mobius did become a mimetic entity, like I said I think she did earlier, this could just be the original Mobius. Because she just, instead of having a sim here, implanted her mimetic being into it.
楽園でのあなたの現れ方は
The way you show
他
up
の
in
英
the realm
傑
is
たちと
different from the
は違
other
う
flame chasers.
む
To
しろ
some
私
extent,
や
you're just like the
試練に
successors.
つまり
There
当
might
時
be
のあな
some
た
reasons that
が
prevented you
何
from
らかの
creating
理
a
由
sim,
で
and you
自
had to
分
leave
の
a
記
part
憶
of your
体を
sentience
残すそうい
here.
うことなら
That explains why Grey
ハイヘビ
Serpent
が
can
あなたを
insist
ヨ
on
ル
making
ム
you
ン
the
ガン
leader
ド
of
の
Blood
そうな
Serpent.
ぜならそれ
Because
自
that would
体
undermine the
が
integrity
イ
of
ニ
the
シエ
Elysian realm. Sorry, lady, I have to interrupt.
何
What exactly is going on in your crazy little brain?
現実にもう一人のメビウス
Thinking
が
there
存
might
在
still
し
be
てい
another
て
Mobius somewhere in the
誰
real
も
world.
彼女に会えて
Only
い
no one
ない
has
と
ever
いう
seen
可能
her.
性楽園の中の記憶体
Maybe her body is
つま
kept in a
り
secret place to
あなた
maintain
の
the
存在
existence
を
of
維
you,
持
her
するた
sin
め
in the realm.
もしそうだとすると
If this is the case, then
英
everything
傑
can
た
be
ちの
explained.
お姉ちゃん。
Hershey
やっ
lady,
ぱりそ
can
の
you stop
推理
making
はやめ
absurd
た方
guesses?
がいいよ。
I'm beginning to pity you already.
ハイヘビも
PK
暗い。
Serpent and Klein. They know very little about me, so don't rely on what they say.
言ったはずよ。
As I said,
今あなたの
before
前
your
にい
eyes
る
is the
の
real
は
Mobius.
それを嘘だと
You
思っ
can
ても
call
構
it a
わな
lie,
い
but
け
you'll
ど。
never find evidence to prove your
私を否定
suspicion,
できる
so
証
it
拠
has
は
to be the truth.
メビウスと一緒に
It's
働
not
くこ
difficult
と
to
を
work with Mobius. Why?
彼女の性格
Her
は
personality,
遠
to put
曲
it
な
nicely,
表
it
現
can
を
hardly be
使った
described
と
as
しても
friendly. No, it's
友好
very
的とは言え
friendly
ないでしょ
on the surface.
いつもどうやって彼女と過ごしているのか
She's very friendly, she's
想
very
像ができ
chatty.
ない
She
わ
just has underlying motives for everything. It's hard for me to imagine how you would get along with her.
ごめん。
Sorry, I know what you mean.
意味がよ
Getting
く
along
わ
with
からな
Doctor
い。
is difficult. Also, for
博士
Klein,
と一緒に過ごすの
they
は
talk about like science and orders and like here's what we need to do. There is no worry about that. May is definitely being overly judgmental. It's also it's one of the things I feel like we're going backwards in the dialogues that are happening.
私から見ると、博士は
In my opinion, Doctor is one of the most easygoing ones. Yeah,
親しみ
definitely.
やすい人
I
の
would
部
also
類に
agree with
入る
that.
と
She
思う
also,
け
I
ど
mean, she's high strung in the sense that she's always working on some like idea or thought experiment or a physical experiment, but she's easy. She's other than probably Alicia, she's one of the easiest to talk to. One of the most like outwardly chatty and yappy and personable. A lot of these feel like they're out of order for me. Like I feel like this should have been a discussion we had earlier. But like it's way easier to talk to Mobius than it is to talk to Kevin or even Sue. Because Sue starts waxing philosophical about everything, and you're just like, okay. I just wanted to ask where the remote was. Probably the easiest to talk to is Alicia, followed by Eden, once you get past Eden's exterior. Then probably Mobius. Then, honestly, probably Kalpis. I don't know that... Oh, I also like that about Sue. It just, he is hard to talk to, because you can't have a normal conversation with him. I mean, you can, but it'll go in different ways. Kalpis is really easy to talk to. He just also might erupt into, like, anger and rage and try to punch you. But, like, if you ask Kalpis a question, he'll either answer the question or say, I don't want to talk about that. He won't give you the runaround like Kevin does. Sakura's really personable once you are, like, are able to talk to her, but getting to that point is hard. I guess actually Fuhua after Kalpis. At least this version of Fuhua. No, you know what? No, this version of Fuhua probably would be the same tier as Eden. Because it's later where the trauma happened that she was harder to talk to. Not that trauma hasn't happened already, but yeah, no, like she's way easier to talk to than Kevin.
親しみやすい
Is it going? Are we talking about the same person?
私たちが
We're
話して
talking
る
about
メビウ
Mobius,
スは
Klein. Yeah, I don't know
同
what you're
一
talking
人
about,
物
May.
よね
当然だ。
Of course. Why are you having these doubts,
実
the
験体
subject?
メビウス博士。
Mobius is the kind of genius, the one that comes along once in a century.
誰もが認め
In
る
your
100
time,
年に
she
1
was
人の
already
天才。
a world-renowned scholar.
あなたと同じなのに。
But she isn't
彼女は偉
arrogant
そう
and
にす
doesn't
る
care
ことも
about status and reputation.
自
She
身の
just
地
stays
位や
focused on her research.
名誉火を追うかの上
She
層部
treats
でも
everyone equally, whether they're in the
実験
highest
室
ranks of the
の
moth
清掃員で
or
も
in the cleaning staff.
続けて
Please continue.
そのせいで
But this offends some high-ranking individuals,
博士は
so
偉い
that
人たち
funding
の
is
不
being
況を
stripped
買い
away. We run a deficit almost
実
every
験室
quarter.
のけど
When
そん
money
な
is tight,
時
Doctor has he canned
博士
vegetables
は
and
みん
instant
なと一
noodles
緒
to
に
get through the hard
び
times.
くるその後
Although I found out later that this was because
カ
Doctor
ップ
likes
麺
to
が
eat
大
instant
好きだと
noodles,
いう事
but
実に
that
気づ
time
い
it
たけど
still left a deep impression on me.
博士には
Doctor takes
よ
especially
く
good
お世
care
話
of
に
me.
なった
She knows I don't like radishes, so she gives her
私が
portion.
たくあんが苦手だとい
She
うこ
gives
と
her
を知っ
portion to
て
me and laughs as I choke them down.
彼女はそれは
Doctor
武
says
装
it's
人
to
形
give me
が
the
行動す
nutrients
る
I
ため
need
の
to
栄
know.
養だっ
Of course, I
て
know she's just joking around,
わかるけど
but I don't want to let Doctor down. So no
博
matter
士
how
の
hard
行
it is,
為を
I
無駄
always
に
eat
し
the
たくな
entire
いか
thing.
ら
いえ多分
Well, I think
彼女自
she
身も
just
た
doesn't
くあんが
radishes
苦手だ
because
っ
she
た
doesn't
だ
like
け
them
だと思う
herself.
わけど
But
どういう
how
こ
could
と
it
な
be?
クラインの思い出の
The
中のメ
movie's
ビ
Klein
ウスは
remembers. Does
確
seem
か
more
に私
human
が
than
会
what
っ
else.
たあの
Again,
メ
I
ビウ
don't
スよ
even
り
think that's
ずっ
true.
と人間っぽい
How to tame Mobius, just feed her instant noodle.
一体どちらがメビ
What
ウ
is
ス
the
の
real
本当の
Mobius? I think I have two more skips. Haha. Actually, wait. If I go in here. No, okay. It showed these things here, so I was wondering if I there was a tab that I hadn't gotten stuff from.
来訪者
Visitor,
君は最
seems
近
you've been
メ
particularly
ビウス
interested
に
in
関
matters
する
related
こ
to
とが
Mobius.
気になるみたいだね。
彼女は今まで私が接
I
触
hope
し
the
た
flame
演説
chases
の
I've
中で
encountered. He's the one of whom I have the least
あまり
understanding.
推奨できな
I
い。
recommend you keep a distance from
蛇
him.
の影は
Serpent
君
shadows
を
been
狙って
watching
いる。
you. You might end up in danger in the course of
これ以
your
上
け
investigation.
どあ
But
な
you
たは
won't
私
stop
を
me,
当
right?
然さ。
Of course not. I'll help
僕
you
は
to,
でき
like,
る限り君に協
it
力
was
し、
like the fifth
君
time
の
he
質問
said,
に
oh,
答
you
え
should
るけ
probably
れ
stay
ど、
away from her.
君が決め
ありがとうそれもそうね
That's
質
true.
問に対す
The way
る
each of
態
them
度
answers
に
my questions reflects their own personality and viewpoint. Let's take some insights about the moth's current situation.
本
But
当
I do have
に
a question that
あ
I
な
want to
た
ask
に
you.
聞きたいこ
About
とがそれ
Mobius's
ば
life research.
あなたやフワが
You and
話して
Hua
くれ
both
たメビウス
mentioned
が
the
第一
incident
研究所
Mobius
で引き
caused
起
at
こ
the
した
first
事故
institute.
と
I don't think they
何
have.
か関係があるのかしら
Was it related to research on
君
life?
は鋭いね。
Good question. But this is not a
そ
memory
れ
that
は
is
君
pleasant to
も
recall.
メビウスの生き
You're
返る
already
能力
aware
が
of Mobius' ability to
彼女が
resurrect
融合
herself.
戦士手
That
術
was
を
gained
受けた
after
後
her
に
mantis
手に入れた
surgery.
彼女にとって
Ever
彼
since
女
she
があの
died
手
on the
術で
operating
死んで
table, she
十
regained
数
a
時間後
heartbeat
に
many
心
hours
拍が
later.
戻った時から
And regained a heartbeat
生
many
と
hours
死の
later.
境界
The
は
line
曖昧
between
な
life
も
and
のに
death
なっ
has
た
been blurred
そ
for
れで
her.
も
But it
彼
seems she
女
will
は
be
自分
satisfied
に
with
対する
this.
実験も
Whether it was
他の
experimenting
融
on
合戦士
herself,
の力の影
observing
響
how
を
the
自分で
mantis'
試してい
abilities
たの
affect
も
her, or even
わ
provoking
ざと戦
Calpus.
後を遅
He
ら
was
せたの
constantly
も
testing her own limits.
そして彼
And
女
in
は
the
例
end,
の方法を
she discovered the method,
人為
the
的
active
崩落を
Honkai
見つけたん
reaction.
だ
人為的崩
Active
落
Honkai reaction?
あ
After ridding herself
長
of the
編手
limitations
術の
of the
限界
minimal
を解
surgery,
放し
she abandoned her
人の
human
身を
body
捨て
and tried to
崩
fully
壊獣と
assimilate
完
her
全に
Honkai
同化
beast.
する第一研究所で
Before
事
the
件が起
incident
こ
at
る
the
まで
first institute,
そ
it
れ
was
は
called
過重長
Metamorph
編と呼ば
Overload
れ
and was
融
considered a
合
line
戦士が
master's
越えて
put
は
on
ならな
cross.
い一
So I
線だった
assume that's what Kevin, like we talked earlier, we've seen Kevin, like his like final state and what happened to Siegfried in Second
警
Eruption.
報が鳴り出した後僕は
When
最
the
初に
alarm
メ
went
ビウ
off,
ス
I
の
went
実
to
験
Mobius'
室に
lab
たどり着い
immediately,
た
but
が
she wasn't there.
代わりに
In her place
影
was
の
a huge
中に
snake
潜み
lying in the shadows,
かすか
giving
な
off an
緑
eerie
色の
green
光融合
glow.
戦士の本能のおかげで僕はすぐに全てを
My
理解
mantis
し
instincts allowed me to
彼女
understand
に
the
精
situation
神攻
immediately,
撃を仕掛け
and I
た
executed a psychic attack on her.
蛇
On the snake?
というより蛇のよう
On
な
the
生き
snake-like
物だった
entity, you could say.
と
Whatever
に
you
かく
call it. It was
そ
a
れ
being
は
that
この
should
世
never
界に
exist
存
in
在
this
しては
world.
まさか
He
メビウス
said Mobius. That's right.
メビウスの
Mobius entered that form after
人為的崩落を経た
undergoing an
後の
active
姿だ
Honkai
った
reaction. He had completely
完
shed
全
her
に人類と
humanity.
いうあの状態のメビウ
In
ス
that
は
state,
完全に
Mobius
暴
was
走して
completely
い
out
て
of control.
戦後で
I'm
も手
afraid
を
she
焼く
would
だ
have been
ろ
a
う
problem even for Calpus.
幸いどんな姿になって
No
も
matter which
彼
form
女
she
は
took,
メビウス
she was still Mobius.
その前
So I
提
could
が
still
変わ
use
らない
psychic
限り
interference on her.
因果天輪
The karma wheel.
僕の
I
能
have the
力は
ability to use psychic
自身
psychic
の領域の
interference
中で
to
精
turn
神干
enemy
渉に
attacks
よって
against them
相
and
手の
control
攻
their
撃それ
movement.
があるおかげで
Using this method,
僕
I
は
was
大
able
蛇
to
形態の
temporarily
メビウス
suppress
を
Mobius
一時的に抑えることができたが僕たちは長いこと
for a
対峙
long
して
time.
ど
Neither
ち
of
ら
us
も
could get
譲
the
ろうと
upper
しなか
hand.
った
It became a contest
そ
of
れは警
endurance.
報を聞いて駆けつけた
And then while
不
I
安が
rushed
入
in
って
after
くる
hearing
ま
the
では
alarm, she accidentally broke
彼女の
she
予期せぬ
accidentally
登場
broke
で
the
精
stalemate.
神攻撃の中
I
断
didn't
が
have
間
time
に
to
合わな
reverse
かっ
the
たん
psychic
だ
attack, which soon rendered
そ
her
のそしてメ
unconscious.
ビウスも
My
隙
attack
を見
wavered
逃
for
さ
a
ず
moment,
に
and Mobius
僕
took
が
the
動揺し
opportunity
た
to
瞬間
reflect
に
the damage
反
of
撃
the
の
blow.
時
I could
僕
barely
にはも
continue to
う
fight,
戦う術
but I
が
needed
な
to
くなっ
stop
たけ
her,
ど
or at least make her return to
何が
human
何でも
form.
彼女を阻止
Why? Hmm?
僕は
So I used
自
the
分
last
の
of my
力を
strength
全て
to
使
stop
っ
her.
て彼女を
Although
止
I
め
was
た
down, I judged that her
僕
strength
が
was
倒れ
also
た
nearly
時その
exhausted.
後のことは
I didn't see what
僕が
happened
見たわ
next,
けではないか
but
ら
apparently
詳しく
Sakura
は
saved
説
my
明彼
life.
女はメビウスに
She
最後の
delivered
一
the
撃
final
を仕
blow
掛
to
けながらも
Mobius, but did not
メビ
kill
ウスを
her.
殺さなか
A
った
level-headed
それ
move.
が僕の知っている
That's what I know about the incident at the
Dai-
First Institute. That's how it
教
happened.
えてくれてあるあれにも
So he's
詳
willing
し
to
くは
forgive
どう
and
やら
forget.
彼は
Seems like he's
使いた
unwilling
く
to
ない
share the
方
method
法
he
を
used.
使ったみ
What
たい
happened in the end? Yeah, no, that's a big that's a big chunk of information there. The question now becomes, did she ever turn back from turning into a full Honkai? And how much of her was in there? There's a lot to think about with that one. Because it seems like, from that description, that the Honkai in her mostly took her over. But if she was able to regain or have full consciousness, there's so many legends throughout history about snakes that, like, are they Mobius? Is that where the original Mobius is now? Because, like, we know, at the very least, like, a bunch of myths in the world, in this universe, are based off the Flame Chasers. Sue's the Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. Kevin is Merlin from King Arthur. There's a lot to think about there. I like that. I like that one a lot.
ああ、じゃあまた今
Until
度な。
next time then.
ああ、また、キオラ
Goodbye,
殿。
Miss Kiara. Hello, Hedeva. How are you? You are kind of late, but it's okay. We have
さく
more
ら
to
とは
do.
仲がいいみたいね。
She's gonna be on good terms with Sakura.
まあな。
But what do you
彼
head
女
pat
は
the
子
snake?
供たちの話を聞くのが好きだからな。
I like snakes. I think snakes are cool. Big snake does not change that. Also, I mean, I guess it would depend on is Snake trying to kill me, or is it Mobius inside? I mean, Mobius also might be trying to kill me, but snakes are cool. That's my opinion. Sort of. She likes to hear the stories of the kids from me.
クーたちもここに来られた
So
ら
only others could come
き
here.
っと
Sakura
さくらも
definitely
喜
liked
ぶだ
them.
ろう。
さくらにそんな一
I
面が
didn't
あ
know
るとは知ら
Sakura
なか
had
った
such a
わ。
soft spot.
まだ
you don't
さ
know.
くらには
She had a
妹が
baby
一人い
sister,
て
and they only had each other.
ずっと二
When
人
she
で生き
created
てきた
Sim,
んだ
her sister was about Sora's age.
彼女が記憶体を残した時
Cool. They know about what
妹さんは
happened to
クー
her,
たちと同
though.
じ
彼女が家族の話をしたこと
They
はある
keep
けど
talking about her family, but not the
そこまでは。
details.
少なくとも
At least she still talks about
彼
her
女は
sister
ま
every
だ
once in a
妹
while.
彼女がその後のことを知ったら
If she gets to
こ
know
こ
what
で
truly
正常に
happened,
交流
there'll
で
be
きる
one
人
less
が
person here
ま
with
た
whom
一
she can have
人
a
減
normal
るだろう
conversation. Huh?
全文明の侵食の律者
Have you heard about the
聞い
Hershey
た
of
ことぐらい
corruption
ある
from
だ
the
ろう
previous era?
ええ。ヨルムンガンドのデータベースで
I
そ
read
れ
about
に
it
関する記録
in
を
the
読ん
World
だけ
Serpents
ど
database, but that's all. That's
詳し
not
くは知
true.
らないわ。
The actually that might be true. The Hershey of corruption, Klein has definitely talked about it. Hold on, I got Steve. Oh, there we go. Okay. I muted so that I wouldn't blow out my mic with it. Klein's definitely talked about the Hershey of corruption. I feel like some of the others have too, but it was it was before the Hershey of corruption that the sins were made. That was what I thought. I mean, it would have to be. Sakura killed herself right after. Raven shrugged and felt there was no need to continue on the topic.
さくらの妹だった。
Was it Sakura's sister? I guess you
一
can
応
say
そうい
that.
うことになるが
Sakura's death
少
also
し
had a lot
複
to
雑
do
お
with
互い
it.
に寄り添って暮らしてきた
The
家
only
族。
family she had left.
想
Can
像
you
がつ
imagine
くわ。
that?
あそうだ
Alright.
このこ
Never
とは
bring this
何
up in
があ
front
って
of
も
Sakura.
さくらの前で
I
は言
wouldn't
う
be
な
able
よ
to help you if something
わかって
happens.
るわ。彼女に話す
I
な
know.
と
Someone
他に
already
注目
reminded
してくれた
reminded
人
me
も
not to
いた
talk
から
about her ending to
さ
her.
くらだけじゃないんだ
I mean, every one of them, not
どの
just
英傑
Sakura.
も
Try
で
not to
きれ
bring
ば
up
彼ら
anything
に
that
現
happened in
実での彼
reality.
らに聞かれたと
Even
して
if
も
they ask, you better stay
何も言わ
silent
な
and
い
play
方がいい
dumb.
そこまでする必要は
It's
ある
not
の？
necessary.
昔の私も必要ないと思ってたが
I thought the same before, but I learned a harsh lesson about
私が
that.
聞いた話による
Before,
と
there was some kind of order in Elysian
た
Realm.
だジャ
But
ッカ
after
ルがここ
Jackal
に来て
came,
から
it became a rather dangerous
彼
place.
女が何を
Who
したか
knows
は
what
知ら
she
ない
did?
彼女の後に試練を受けに来た人の中
Those
で
who took the trial after
失踪
her.
者が結構いたん
A
だ
lot of them went missing. You know what I mean?
ジャッカルが
Jackal.
いに
Was
しえ
here
の楽
before?
園に来た
I
こ
mean,
と
yeah.
があるの？
I assume any named World Serpent member has
あ
been.
あ別におかしなこと
Yeah.
でもないだ
Anything
ろ
odd
う
about that? She's one
彼
of
女
the
もヨ
World
ルムン
Serpent's
ガンドの
agents
幹
too.
部ま知らないのも無理
But
は
it's
ないか
natural that you don't know.
こ
You
こ
wouldn't
で
even know
私
I
に
was
会わ
here
な
if
か
I
ったら
didn't tell you.
確かにね。
Indeed.
他の人に楽園での出来
Don't
事を
talk about your
話
experience
す
in the realm. It's one of the unwritten rules in World Serpent.
別に話したって何があるわけではない
It's
が
not strictly forbidden, but if you talk,
楽園に
maybe
戻って
someone would feel they were
英傑たちに
treated unfairly and
ど
come
うして
here to
私誰
complain.
もそれが記憶体に
No
ど
one
んな
knows how
影
this
響
would
を
affect
与
the
えるのか
sins.
わからない
But keeping it a secret brings the least trouble for
神だ
everyone.
と思われた英傑たちも
Flame chasers might be
実は
worshipped,
人と
but
大
that's
し
just
て
like
違わ
us.
ない。
I can understand the secrecy.
それ
It's
も理
probably
由
one
の
of the
一つかも
reasons
しれ
too.
ない
Anyway, just try to keep it to yourself. Right.
つまり
Which means
後
the
継者は
successes
確
can
かに
indeed influence
英
the
傑
flame
の記
chaser's
憶
sins
体
in
に
some
影
way.
響して
The
渡
harsh
りガラス
lessons
が言っ
Raven
た
mentioned, and
全
Jackal.
人教訓。
Wait, I remember Hua said something similar before. I think we have one more skip case. Talk to Sakura and Hua. Yeah. I know I've said it before. I know I said it last week. I really can't wait till Fuhua shows up in Star Rail.
さくら、あなたは今まで向き合ってき
It
た敵
wouldn't
の
be
中
that
に
bad now that I'm doing the shallow ones,
So
which I guess I just
話していたわよね。
wasn't doing before. But the skip flowers are nice. They make it so that you only have to do it like every other time. And probably probably will finish today with chapter 2, and then next week we'll do all of chapter 3. I will make sure to have 10 skip flowers for that, and then build up a stock of the stuff to do the database entries, which we're pretty consistently capping out on, but I still want to be able to finish all of them. Sakura, you once mentioned the enemies you faced included humans. Only for a time. Why, are you suddenly taking an interest in it? Oh, I'm not implying anything. I'm just curious about the rumors about you. It would be nice if you could carry more than 10, if I could just hoard up enough to skip through it. But it's alright. It's fine. I don't mind doing a little bit of the actual content. Are they about forget-me-nots? Forget-me-nots? No, I'm curious about... Does those humans include flame chasers? Flame chasers? Of course not. What gave you this idea? We may have taken different sides, but ever since we took on this title, we've done nothing that's gone against the definition of heroism. Hero. This is a mostly subjective word. I'll try to use my own judgment. I played all this without the flowers. There was a lot of grinding at the time. ER was pretty challenging combat. That's definitely true. Like, I was if this were looking at like the simulated universe as the equivalent, right? When simulated universe first came out, everybody was weak, but even having max level stuff, it takes time to build up all the stats. That's not that is a thing in this. And I imagine it was worse then, because it was the current content. Whereas like now I go through simulated universe and Star Rail really easily. At the beginning, like, it was a challenge every time I got through the next step of things. I imagine it was similar then. You had to build up the grid thing. I bet the shallow sequences weren't there to get you through stuff. Like, yeah, it was the current content. I'm sure it was hard. But that makes it a lot slower. Although, again, it was the current content, so it was meant to be like, oh, you have this for a while, not blow through it in a few nights like me. Colin one-shotting you with a single hit of Oath of Judah and Benair spamming the Frost Tornado. I haven't even fought a Colin, I don't think, in this game yet. That's really funny. But yeah, because then, you know, Divergent Universe came out, and it was similar in Star Rail, where you had to build up your things to get to the higher ranks to keep going on it. Golden Gears had multiple difficulty levels. And then in ZZZ, you know, the I forget what their weekly thing is called, also has, like, you build up your ability to do it over time. Colin was removed from ER. I guess I am kind of surprised, but I've fought the same bosses every time I go through it, so I guess I'm not that surprised. But especially for, like, a new person experience, like, this content's old at this point, so they made it so that, yeah, you get through it to continue the story. You don't have to worry about, oh, this is the new thing that needs to hold people over, because there's another, there's 42 chapters, right? So I have another 14 chapters of the actual game to go through after this that get longer and longer. And then part 2. It can be because many people brought up an incident. It occurred at the first institute, and you were there. I don't know the course of events from Sue, but even he doesn't know how it ended. I wasn't really there. I just happened to be there. So you were there. I never meant this could have ended the incident, because Sue had succeeded in stopping Mobius. But according to him, Mobius still had strength left when he fell. He wasn't wrong, but that strength only kept her going for a few more seconds. By the time I got there, a gigantic serpentine monster had almost taken up my field of view. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Honkai beasts to appear in places such as the First Institute, but I didn't have time to think. I'd never seen something like that before, but somehow it evoked a sense of danger that can be described as legendary. That's a strange way to put it. It's the most accurate description I can think of. It's of a fear caused by a beast, but more of a fear inside you that was suddenly awakened. The nightmares haunting you came true. The ghost you believed as a kid appeared. Something like that. So though I didn't know what she wanted to do, what she wanted to do, Dude, chew that peacock. I can read. I drew my blade and tested her anyway. It was a light slash that allowed me latitude. I was surprised it actually worked. It was at the end of her rope. It took a long time for me to realize she was Mobius. I see. Thank you, Sakura. Wait, did you mention a peacock? Did I? It was just a slip of the tongue. This is what I mean. When you actually get to talk to Sakura, she gets like more intrinsic about it. Although apparently no, she's not. I thought this was just a nickname for him. I guess he was also in his Honkai form. Well, I'm not sure if you've kept this memory. You told me that to avoid unpredictable consequences, you kept Sakura from the truth. Yes. In the Hatcher of Corruption invasion, the real Sakura made a choice none of us foresaw. I might have made the same choice if I were in her shoes. But for the most back then, her choice meant betrayal. Betrayal? Wow, so this is what you meant by the hard lesson, right? No, that's something that already happened in reality. What I'm trying to avoid is the sins that flame chasers undergo unpredictable changes under the influence of successors. Sounds like it has happened before I came here. Yes. So who is it? Dr. Mobius. Flame chasers had more or less some ideas about their endings and come to reconciliation with it, including Dr. Mobius. But after learning something about the outside world, she became visibly irritated. Wait, something about the outside world? As far as I know, the name Mobius never showed up in the real world. And that's exactly the problem. No one knows her mantis better than herself. She couldn't have died in reality, but why was her name never heard? Even a brilliant mind like Dr. Mobius can be trapped by her own curiosity. I'm cool, I'm the smartest, why does no one talk about me? Curiosity. It looks like someone who'd do something about it. The problem is, no one knows what she did. At the beginning, she only seemed anxious, and when I realized it, she was already planning something. And her anxiousness grew into something like a frenzy, the kind she showed in her previous experiments. It's not possible for her to influence reality in any way. It's too early to tell now. I can't believe Mobius actually ended up in Star Rail and is Aha. That's my theory until we find evidence of what she's actually doing. In her research, she's demonstrated the ability to redefine what's possible. And I'm not sure it's connected to a plan, but the situation did arise after that. Some successors went missing for no reason. Missing? They didn't pass the trial or linger in the realm. No one knows where they went. Right, because if you die in the sim, you just get kicked out. If there is indeed a connection, I'm afraid she has fundamentally changed the way the realm works, and it's dangerous. Kevin told me not long ago, a successor sensed something wrong with Dr. Mobius and left the realm abruptly. Maybe she saw the underlying dangers. Someone left the realm not long ago. That would be that's Raven? Could also be Jackal, but I think that's Raven. See if we can do Hod yet. Do I have any more upgrades? No.
Honkai calling. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Die quickly, alien scum! I don't think the next enemy's... Oh!
Yeah.
Huh. It should have been dead before that. I feel like it gained health back right at the end.
今こそ裁きの時やっはっはっやっはっ裁きやっ今こそ裁きの時はっふっえっふっはっふっやっ今こそ裁きの時
Alright, Bella, I need you to die faster.
はっふっはっふっはっはっ今こそ裁きの時ふっやっふっはっやっはっさふっ今こそ裁きの時はっはっ
I also want Bella to live, but it's okay. This isn't even the real Bella. This isn't even the real Herrscher of the Void. It's all simulation. Just like the real world. We're going to reach Moksha and escape it. Free to free. Between the wept and the warped. That is where the scene shall occur.
裁きや今こそ裁きの時
That is still real at the end of the day. Depends on what level and what, like, if they've reached the level of sapience. Like, we definitely cannot call the AI that we currently have sentient or sapient in any way. But like the Sims we definitely can. Well, because this also isn't even an actual sim of Bella. It's just a thing. Like, I consider Bella the actual person that then died a person, but this isn't even canon to the events that we're doing. Mulbus.
今考えてみると13
Here's that
英
a
傑の
flame
中に
chaser qualifies as
厳
a
密な意味で
non-combatant
の
in
非
strict
戦
in
闘
strict
員は
terms.
確かに
They
もっ
may
と
be
得
more
意な分野
accomplished
があ
in
るか
other
もしれ
fields,
ない
but
け
when
ど
it comes to fighting,
戦闘
even
に
the
おい
worst
て
of them
は
shows
それが
formidable
不得意
strength.
エデン、スー
Eden, Sue,
そ
and
れ
you.
から
Mobius are no
メビウス
exception. Huh? Hershey lady, what are you talking about? I don't even have a weapon. Do I look like I can fight? Come on, I'm just an average researcher. I've never set foot on a battlefield, to be honest.
フワとスーを同
A
時に
researcher
抑
who
え
can
られる
subdue
研
Hua and
究
Sue
者
simultaneously. And the
どうやら
previous Saus
全文明
Honkai
の
is as
崩壊
dangerous as I
は
thought.
メビウスそろ
God,
そろ探り合いは
Mobius,
終
can
わ
we
りに
stop
しまし
feeling
ょ
each other
う
out?
融合戦士の特殊な姿
No,
の
I-
話を
I'd
もうす
rather
でに
you
聞
guys
いてい
start
る
feeling
わ
each other out. I think we need a CG of that. Anyway, I've gained knowledge of the special form unique to mantises.
ラップさん
Elaborate.
は
Is this how you talk to
他の人と
everyone?
その優しくて
What chapter
可
is
愛
this?
ら
This
し
is
い感
the...
じ
We're
は
approaching the end of
全
chapter 2
然
of
合わ
Elysian
ないわ
Realm.
ね
Like I said earlier, I realized that I took the advice that I was given incorrectly, and that it was I should have done chapter 1 and 2 of Elysian Realm and then done Thus Spoke Apocalypse, but I thought there were only 2 chapters of Elysian Realm, not 3. But it's okay. But yeah, so we're finishing up chapter 2. Doesn't match your gentle, lovely face at all. Fine, like you, I'm sometimes blinded by appearances. Oh,
私はイ
I
メー
don't
ジだ
think
なん
that's
て
just
思
an
ってない
appearance.
け
I
れ
don't
ど
think that's just an
ど
appearance.
ちらかというとその方が融合戦士の本
Rather,
質
that's more
に
like the
近い
nature of a mantis.
融合戦士
The
の
nature of
本
a
質
mantis. Elaborate, you're such a sweet talker.
私の前でそんな話
You
を
have
す
the
るな
nerve
ん
to say
て
it to my face. Tell me, who spread their
聖魂
rumors?
覚醒者の封印と
The restraints put on
古
stigma
の楽
carries...
園の存在意義
The restraints put on stigma carriers and the reason for the Elysian Realm to
違う
exist.
かしら
They're all related to this, right?
成婚覚醒
Test
者の
genes plant
封
stigma carriers. Let me guess that black
当
I
て
told
て
you
みる
this.
質問を質問で返
But
さ
as
な
a
いで
question was
メ
another
ビウス
question,
私
Mobius.
の考えが正しけれ
If I'm
ば
not mistaken,
後継
those
者にとって
successors, the sole purpose
彼
of
らが
enduring
経
the
験した
trials is
全
to
て
come
の
to
試
you
練そして
and to
あな
accept
たの
the,
贈り
your
物
gift
を
of
受け
removing
入
their
れ
restraints.
ケビンと同じく自身
Like
の封
Kevin,
印を解
you
放
who
したあな
removed
た
your
は
restraints
この楽
could
園
be
の
the
中
only
で唯
person
一
capable of it
そ
from
れ
the
ができる
Elysian realm.
考えが
If you're
正
not
しければ
mistaken.
残念だけど
I hate to say this, but you are.
外れ
Was?
ケビン
Like
と同
Kevin,
じ
lifting their
フラッ
restraint.
トさ
Labrat,
あ
you
なた
really
は
know
過去
nothing
の
about
英
the
傑た
past.
ちにとって
To the flame
それは
chasers,
封
that
印
is
な
no
んかじゃない
restraint, but an instinct carved into
融合
their
戦士に
genes the
なった
moment they
瞬
became a
間から
mantis.
ありえない
Impossible.
第一研究所での事故が
Soon
起こった
become a
時
mantis before the first
スーも融合戦
incident,
士にな
but
っ
he
て
hadn't
たはず
discovered it until then.
けど
But
あの姿は融合
Kevin
戦
also
士
said
にと
that
って
form isn't new
例
to
外じゃ
us.
ない一体
What in the world? You'll have to ask
そ
them
んな
about it.
私が言え
What
る
I can
のは
tell you is ability and
できるか
desire
どうか
are not the same thing. Hi, Raven.
英傑からあなたのことを
I've
聞い
heard
たんだ
about
け
you
ど
from more than one flame
へ
chaser.
え
Ah, someone else
Eren
spoke of you
と
besides
桜以
you
外
and
に
Sakura.
ええあなたが
What
し
you
た
did
こと
left a
は
strong impression on
彼ら
me.
おいおい
Hey, what's
別
the
に
big deal
大した
about
こ
it?
とはして
I
い
don't
ない
believe
だ
I'm
ろ
the only one who's done this.
英傑たちの反応か
From
ら
their
して
reactions, you're perhaps the only one who's passed the trial but rejected the
最
bounty
後
at
の
the
最
final
後で
moment.
あなたが慎重派なのは
I
分
know
かっ
you've
て
been
る
very cautious, but
けど
I don't suppose
そんなあ
anything
なたが
ordinary
迷
would
わ
make
ず
you
に
run
逃
away
げることを
instantly.
選んだ
She really pulled the Kevin with the you don't know anything about the Honkai. Yeah, of course I don't know anything about anything. No one will tell me. You guys are all cryptic and bullshit. Just give me an answer to my questions. Like, of course I don't know anything about the past. Like, all the documents are gone. Kevin doesn't tell me anything. Fuhua isn't on our team. Like, and none of you give me direct answers about a lot of this stuff. You give me, direct answers about different things. It's better this way, you don't know anything about the Honkai. No, I need to know things. I don't care what May knows, I need to know. But also, like, realistically speaking, like, May being a Hersher... Actually, okay, I can see positives and negatives to her finding out, like, whatever the truth, quote-unquote, about the Honkai is. On one hand, because she's a Hersher, she'd have a better understanding of herself and her power, and possibly be able to control it even more. But also, I guess if she learns too much, it's possible that the Honkai could overwhelm her, but I don't know. I still don't think that that is true about especially modern Hershers. Because most modern Hershers, like I've said a few times, are just the people. There is no evil in them.
逃げる
I do still want to know
別
a
の言葉
concrete
に
answer
し
in
てく
that.
れないか
Because
例えば
Alicia specifically, I
撤退とか
believe, at one point said that this era's Hershers are extremely different. Because it was an observation that I'd made previous. But I want, like, Alicia to tell me what she means by that. Because I still think it's her fault. Now, yes, I will once again say that, this assumption was from a I found out wrong standpoint, because Alicia just has... Alicia's buffs are per character, and I just happen to only be playing as May, so that's why I thought that all of her stuff was Hersher related. But, I don't know, I really think with that initial assumption, which was wrong, but because of that, a lot of the things that I've seen people say about her really does, especially the, I lost that thought completely. It's gone. But yeah, the way people talked about her, even though it came from a false assumption, I still do think that Alicia is a Hersher, and is the reason that Hershers are different now. I think she did something to either humanity as a whole, or to the will of the Honkai, that has made Hershers in this era different, and people in this era different. Like they're more expressive and loving. Which I had a whole conversation about that a long time ago. I think in the first time that we entered the Elysian realm. But yeah, I think Alicia is part of it. You get answers the day I get Wendy back. I had a friend start HI3 recently, and she got to Wendy, and I was like, cool. And then she beat Wendy, and I'm like, cool, there she goes, all 10 minutes of her. I'm still mad about that. I'm still mad that Wendy, is not in this game.
どうしてもって言うならね。
If you wish.
それで、あなたは
Before you
撤退
retreated,
す
what
る
did you
の？
see?
正
To
直
be
に言う
honest,
と
I didn't see anything.
撤退の最高の
The
タイ
best
ミン
time
グ
to fall
は
back is when your gut
嫌な予感が
feeling
した瞬間だ。
tells you to.
予感
It's
が
too
事
late
実
when
に
it
なって
actually
しまったと
happens.
そういう予感に理由がないわけじゃないで
I
しょ。
appreciate at the very least
一応
that
本
we
物の
have
鳥類じゃないんだから。
we have Venti in her place, and I really love Venti, but it's not the same. I was so excited for Wendy. Her intro was interesting. I wanted her to be real. Still waiting for Wendy in Star Rail. It's not impossible, but I doubt it, especially with how important Venti is to Genshin. I won't deny you this cope though, because I'm here alright, I'm gonna get my purple-haired Siren one day. There must be something that triggered your instinct, right? After all, you're not a real bird.
さ
Who
あな
knows? Have you read
グリ
Grimm's
ム
fairy
童話を読ん
tales?
だことはあ
Maybe
る
I'm
だ
a
ろう
raven that can foresee the future.
もし
Oh, right, I was
冗談は
joking.
ここまでにし予感の理由につ
The
いて
reason was
は
probably that I felt something was
多
amiss.
分
違和感？
Something was amiss.
あ
It was
あ
Mobius
私に
handing
贈
me
り
the
物を
bounty,
渡そう
but
とし
she's
たのは
someone
メ
you'd
ビウ
better
スだ
steer clear of, even for a chat.
そういう
Not to
特殊
mention,
な状況
in
な
that
ら
not to mention that
なおさらだ
particular
な
situation.
特殊な状況？
Particular situation?
ああ
Yeah, she showed up out of
無
nowhere and
限の試
congratulated
練
me
を
on
ク
passing
リ
the
アして
trial of
おめで
infinity.
とうそして
Then she
彼女
took
は
me to an
私
area
を
I'd never seen
今
before.
まで行ったこと
It
が
was
なかった
green
エ
and
リア
made
に
me
案内した
uncomfortable.
んだが
Is that the spot that we were in at the
緑
end
が
of
濃くて
chapter 1?
最後の洗礼をしてくれると
She
彼
said
女
she
は
was
話
going
し
to
たが
baptize me for the last time, but
あの
something
エリ
felt
アに
off when
入
I
った
entered
瞬
the
間か
area.
ら
例えば？
Which
例えば
was, for instance,
そこは
a battle
戦
obviously
場として
occurred
使わ
there.
れた場所だ
Called
っ
a
てす
professional
ぐに分かっ
hunch.
た
I'm sensitive to those
おか
matters.
しいと思ったんだ
This is peculiar.
封印を解
Removing
く
the
のに
restraints. Why on the
なぜ
battlefield of all
戦場
places?
その時、
You've known
あ
the
なた
true
は
meaning of the
古の
Elysian
楽園
realm
の
since
本当の
then.
意味。
いや
No. I
そ
found
こ
out
に
from
向かう途
Mobius on
中
my way there.
メビウス封印解除に対す
You
る
know my
私の
stance
考
on
え
lifting the
を
restraints.
お前も知って
I
る
was
だろ
already planning a safe retreat at that time.
そんなに簡単じゃなかったのよね。
It's not that simple, right?
そうだな
I assumed someone like her
彼
had
女のよう
gotten
な
used to
人
being
は
rejected a long time
拒否される
ago.
ことに慣れてると思ったんだ
Who knew she'd flip without warning?
が私が喋る前に
She sensed something
彼
before I
女は
even
何
spoke.
かを察した
I
よう
have
だ
to
った
say, she is
誓っても
dangerous.
いい
I swear,
私は
all
た
I
だ
did was
瞬きを
blink,
した
but
だけで
she was gone.
消えた？
Gone?
ああ
In a
ほんの
split
一瞬
second,
で
she was replaced by...
彼女がいた場所に
what?
何でも
Nothing.
ない
It's just I couldn't find a word to
ただ
describe that
ど
thing.
う影だと言ったら
It's too solid to be
実
called a
体があるの
shadow,
は明らか
and
だ
too sharp to be called a black liquid.
黒い液体と言ったら
This
液
sounds
体よりずっ
like
と尖ってる
what Sue described when she came to eat Klein,
そして生きてるみたいで
and it was squirming
ずっ
like a
と
living
ニョロニョ
being.
ロ動いてて
This sounds impossible, but
分かりにくいかもしれない
生きてる
like a living
影のよ
shadow.
うなもの。
And? Have you figured it out?
分からないんだ
Of course not. The only thing I know is that I must get away from that thing.
振り向かずに撤退す
I
る
must
べ
get
きだ
as
って
far away
私
from
は
that thing
思
as
う
possible and never look
あれ
back.
は苦戦だったよ
What a battle.
や
Anyway,
め
I'm
てお
glad
く
I got lucky. Or you could very well be seen as a
私
different
だった
person.
ら、その場に
If
残
I
っ
were
てもう
you,
少
I
し
might
観
have
察するかもし
stayed
れない
behind and
けど。
observed.
だ
This is
か
why
ら
you're
お
always
前
in
はい
danger,
つも
Miss
危険
Ryden.
な目にあ
Meow, meow, meow. I think we have a skip. We sure do. One more. Hello. Not the archive. I hate that they put everyone so close to the interactable areas.
Hi, Mei.
Hi, May. I've been waiting for you.
なんだか
I
この
feel
光
like
景
this has
前に
happened
も
lots of
何
times
度か
before.
目にしたこ
A
と
lot
が
of
あるよう
times
な気がする
before.
わ。
What is it?
何
なん
Have
て
you
言う
been
べ
hanging
き
out
か
with
し
a
ら。
girl lately?
女の子
私もたまたま見かけただけ
Only
よ。
for a glimpse. A
背
bit
は
shorter
メイ
than
よ
you,
り
but more
少し低
mature.
くて、
Also
もっ
very
と大
cute.
人っぽいけ
A
ど。
world serpent agent too.
渡りガラスのこ
You
とか
mean
しら。
Raven?
そう
Yes.
私にも紹介して
Can
く
you
れる？
introduce her to me?
ほら、
Come
私た
on,
ち
we're
す
good
ごく
friends
仲が
now.
いいで
You've
しょ？
met
だ
all
か
my
ら
friends.
私もメイの友達と知り合いになりたい。もちろん、私たち
Of
が
course,
一
we're
番
still
の仲良しで
besties,
ある
and
こ
that's
と
not
は
gonna change.
何が？
私の覚えている限り
All
だ
world
と
serpent agents
ヨ
are
ルムンガン
baptized
ドの
here.
幹部は
If you're interested,
古
why
の
didn't you
楽園
come to
の
her earlier?
言わ
Oh,
れて
now
み
I
れば
remember. I
確
wonder
か
if she
に
looks
見覚えがある
familiar.
わ。
The last time she
彼
was
女は
here,
こ
she
こ
was
に
always
来
in
た
a
から。
cloak.
彼女
Oh,
は
she
来たみた
came
いだわ。
she came to see you.
邪魔はしない
Don't
でおくから
disturb you too,
約
but
束して
do
よ。
introduce me next time,
次こそ紹
alright?
介してね。
今のは
Who was that?
会ったことない
You've never met her. Again,
火を追う
totally, this is
英傑
totally
第2
backwards.
エリシア
That's Alicia, the second flame
エリ
chaser.
シ
Alicia? That was
ど
her.
うしたの
Something
アなん
wrong?
でもない
Nothing.
彼
I
女
heard
に
about
関
her
する記
records,
録
but
を読
never
んだ
met
こ
her
と
in
は
the
ある
Elysian
が
realm.
資料に記載さ
I
れた
never
戦
thought
果
she'd
だ
be
けを
such a
見るに
charming young girl.
その言い方
I think you'll get along
彼
with
女
her
と気
just
が合うと
fine.
思うわ
Is it it might specifically be the blue dialogues. You might be right on that,
話を戻す
actually.
けど英傑全員に会ってい
So
な
I
いの
guess you didn't meet all the flame chasers
そん
then.
なこと
No one
で
has.
かい蛇の話に
We're
よ
in the
ると
Grey Serpent. Those that came
今
before,
ま
we
で
met
多く
seven
て
of
も
them at
6ま
most.
さかお前
You haven't met all of them,
全
have
員ま
you?
だよ
Not
け
yet,
ど
but I believe
それ
it's
も
just
時
a
間
matter
の
of
問題
time.
だと思うわ
Because it's spread between ER 1 and 2 when you... But they... But I still don't... I still don't... Because, like, in Blue Dot, like, the first one of this conversation series that I had was May... It was in the beginning of Chapter 2, when May said that, oh, Raven, you've had your hood down the last few times you've come here. I feel like you're, it's like you're doing it for someone, and the implication was it for Alicia. The last one we had was us saying that, the reason that Alicia and Raven haven't talked was because she had her hood up and seemed intimidating. And now we're getting the first thing where it's, oh yeah, I don't talk to her because of her hood. If you select a chapter 1, you'll get interactions of that chapter, same as chapter 2 and 3. Yeah. That's what I assume. I don't know, like, some of these are just not in actual order, and I don't understand. I just don't get it.
それもそうだなお前は私たちとは違
You're
う
not like us.
6、7
How many did you meet? A few of the
あなたはどうだった？
conversations about Mobius also seemed out of order, and I think those were green or yellow.
私は
I
も
don't
っと話にならないな黄金
Me.
刹那
Just
旧
gold,
世
such no
無限
deliverance, and infinity.
その4人だけだ
So Eden, Sakura, Kevin, and Mobius.
大滅もいたでしょ
And just a mission
あ
too,
なたは
right?
あの仮面をかぶった
The Math Man you
男
told
だ
me
で
about.
きることなら
If I could
私の
have
記
removed
憶
him
と
from my memory. Same here. Well, these are definitely chapter 2 conversations. Because Raven wasn't consistently here until chapter 2. I don't know. I just have consistently gotten things that don't seem to be in the correct order.
ハードウェア検索
No hardware
異
found.
常なし
No base logic error
お
found.
かしい
That's curious. Did I make
私
her
の
own
判
judgment?
断いにしえの楽園
Peace and
は
realm has stayed the same
過
as...
去と比べて
and there's
何
never
の
been
変
any
化もない
change.
でも
But how is this
そんな
possible?
待って
Wait, the anomalies.
楽園にあっ
They're
た異常
possible
現
without
象は
modifying the software.
それができる
But
の
there's
は
only one person who can do that. Just when Klein thought of this, a thick, slimy shadow came from behind and enveloped her. Though she was used to it, goosebumps did creep up her back and make her shiver. When the shadow fell on her, it felt like something tangible, cold and sticky. It's also an element of everything being scattered. You go back and forth, return to some things. I don't know. I don't think that's it. Because literally, it seems like there's a series of conversations that are just, like, explicitly out of order and or backwards. And if it were the case that, like, how do I say it? There should be no situation. I only get a certain amount of blues, even when I only have a few oranges. Like, there was one where I only had the one Sue orange. There could, if it was like, oh, the blues will just pop up when they do, I would have gotten multiple on that one. But they didn't. They clearly come at specific times. I just think that these are coded wrong. And that the flags for them are backwards. When Shadow fell on her, it felt like something tangible, cold and sticky.
やっぱり
Have
あ
crazy
な
with
ただ
you,
けですね。
Dr. Mobius.
私より西
Only
の
you
楽
know
園に
Elysian
詳しいのは
Realm better than me.
あなた
And
だけ
only
で
you
す
can
し、
bypass the access control.
あなただけが
いいわクライン合理的
Very
な
well,
判断
Klein.
ね
Sounds reasoning. They come up when I do the skips, too.
ですが、
But if your
博
purpose
士
is to stop it from further exploration,
その目
this is
的が
meaningless.
私の
But
協
that's what I
力
mean.
がな
Sometimes I
くても
didn't get any, which means that they are planted
自
where
力で
they're
異常エ
planted.
リアを通過で
Because
きる
they're
はずで
not in
す。
the correct order sometimes. Even without my help, the Herrscher can get into the abnormal areas herself.
クライン
Klein, did
私
you
の
forget
教
what
え
I
たこ
taught
と
you?
を現象の表層
Don't
だ
let
け
your
は
mind
考
dwell
え
on
な
the
いで
surface. Think, what's the
よく
nature of
考え
the
てみて
anomalies?
本質、
Nature.
3種の転送
Three
装
types of
置、
portals. Behavior mode pro,
探求行
shadow,
為モード、
environmental recognition block,
影。
and sentience modification.
博士、まさ
Dr.
か
Mobius, do you plan to?
第八律者に
Your
対する
research
研
on the
究
eighth
が
Herrscher. Has
成功したん
it
ですか？
succeeded?
成功したかどうかは
Well, very soon
実
after the
験結果が
experiment
出な
returns
い
the
とは
result.
しかし、
But
博士、
I remember you've given up on the
その実
research.
験を諦めたはずでは。
Eight is sentience. Okay. So is she trapping people's consciousnesses in the Elysian realm?
諦めた
No, not wrong,
そ
just...
れ
The footsteps came nearer, drowning out Mobius's words.
ただ
This time, Klein, try to exert
も
yourself a
う
bit
サボ
more.
あの時
During the
前に
experiment
実験を
walk,
する
if you worked
時
an hour more every day,
あな
the
たが
result might have turned out to be
毎日
more
1時間を
satisfactory.
博士、
Klein is already
話題
working
の
hard
変え
enough.
方があまりにも。
Dr. Mobius, the way you shift topic is just...
それに、
And can there be 25 hours in a day?
25時。
I'm taking Klein from you. I'm forcibly adopting her. Go away. Read on Fuhua, huh?
彼女の裁きを受けなさい影のカラスが
Go
優位を
on!
求めて
Descend and kill!
制裁のイカズチ制裁のイカズチ夜の権限
Oz will never end! Unceasing Oz forever! Hi, Cinda. How are you feeling today, Cinda?
影のカラスが優也を求めている
The answer better be good or I'll cut you.
公女の名のもとに
Thank you,
その
Visual.
罪を裁くわ
I am kidding, but I hope Cinda is doing good. Yeah. Ah, I have to do a deep sequence. I can't actually do a short one. Well, I guess now I can skip it. Played Minecraft too close to the sun, only got 3 hours of sleep. You're a silly little Billy. I hope you enjoyed Minecraft, though.
Klein, 少しお邪魔しても
Do you
いい
have
か
a
し
minute,
ら
Klein?
誤った判断をしたのは
Question,
私だ
please.
し
I'll do my best to answer.
いいよ
Also, actually, send me the, like, mod
あなたの
information
質問に
and
答え
server
る
stuff. If you, I guess if you have a server. I don't know that you do, I guess. I'll play Minecraft with Cinda.
誤った判断
Don't judge
あ
me.
なたの前に姿を見せ
Not
たの
appearing
は
before you would accelerate my work of
楽園の
restoring the
主婦
realm.
協力に感謝してる
I appreciate your help, but
けど
my work efficiency is dropped as a
全体
result.
的
ごめんなさい
Sorry, but
でもこの
only
質
you
問
can
に
give accurate answers to these
なるべく
questions.
時間を取らないよう
I'll
に
try to make it short and
あな
not
たの
take
仕事
too
に
much of
影
your
響を与
time.
え
あなたの聞きたいこ
If
と
you're
が
asking how to deal with excessive
多
workload,
すぎる
sorry,
仕事をどう
I
処
don't
理
have
し
any
てきたか
experience to share.
私は武装
I
人
am an
形
elf, and I don't store
腰
knowledge about
椎や
taking
頸
care of
椎
the
のケア
lumber
に関する知識は
or cervical
使う
vertebra
ことはない
because
か
I have no
ら
need for it.
その
But
聞きたいことは
that's,
それじ
that's
ゃ
what
な
I
く
mean
て
to ask.
じゃあ
So what do
何
you
を
want
聞
to
き
know?
たいの
The purpose of the Elysian
ある友
realm.
人と再会した後
After running into
私
an
が
old
楽
friend,
園
I
で
thought
経
my
験したこ
experience
と
here
は
was out
他
of
の
the
人私
ordinary.
以外の来訪者
For visitors other than
そ
me,
の
what
人
are
た
the
ちにとって
criteria for completing the
試練
trial?
いろんな人から
Different people
さ
gave
ま
me
ざまな
very
答
different
えをそ
answers.
して
Since you're the
古
maintainer
の
of the
楽園の
Elysian
メン
realm,
テ
I
ナンスを
suppose your
担当
answer
し
is,
ている
most,
あ
is
なた
more
なら
reliable.
さまざまな答え
Different answers from the flame
それ
chasers.
は
Are you sure?
英傑一人の英傑の
With the
認可を
approval
受
of the
け
flame chasers and
その
win
全
the
て
approval
の
of the
刻
flame
印を
chaser
入
and
手す
acquire
る
the full collection of their signets. That's the
そ
only
れが
way.
例外
The only way.
確かに
If this is true,
それ
then
が前
Raven was
提なら
indeed no
つ
exception.
まり
Which is to say,
試練を
every
クリア
visitor
した
is
来
up to
訪
their
者
封
restraints.
印を
Lifting restraints?
解く
What does that mean?
私が知る限り
From what
い
I've
にしえ
learned,
の楽園の
there
試
will be a
練をクリ
bounty
アす
from
る
the
と
flame chasers for
英
passing
傑
the
から
trial,
贈り物をもらった
which
人
grants the
は
visitor the ability to
融合
undergo
戦
an
士みた
active
いに
Honkai reaction,
人為
just
的
like a
崩
mantis.
落
人為的崩落
If Honkai reaction,
あ
that's
りえない
impossible.
確かに楽
The
園
realm
は
was built for passing
伝
on the
承の
legacy,
ために
but
存
it
在
was
する
limited
施
to the
設だけど
signets.
人為的
An
崩落
active Honkai reaction is only possible for mantises,
融
and
合
there are
戦
no
士
such
だけ
things
が
as
できるこ
restraints.
とそれに封印なんて存在しない
Okay, so last time we mentioned restraints was when Mobius kind of laughed at us and said, "You know nothing, Jon Snow." Huh.
メビウ
What was
ス
Mobius' plan?
彼女は英傑の記憶体とはだ
Mobius
いぶ違
seems to
う
be
気が
very
する
different from the Sims of the other flame
ど
chasers.
ちらかというと
In comparison,
彼女
she's
は
more
他の人たちよりも
interested.
多分
Maybe
あな
she's
たの
only
ことに
interested
な
in
る
you.
え
Huh?
あいや
No, I
そういう意
think
味彼女
so.
は楽園の中でずっ
It said
と
that she's been
ある
planning
危険
something
な計
dangerous,
画を準備
but
して
no
い
one
るら
knows
しい
anything
の
about
彼
it.
女は
He
あなたに
never asked
手
you
伝
to
わせた
assist
り
her
しな
with
か
it.
った
いいえ
No,
博士はそうい
she's
う
always
人だ
been this way. She won't tell me everything about the experiment, even if I offer to help.
それでアクシデントが起きた
Wouldn't
り
that
しない
easily lead to lab accidents?
しない
No, on the contrary, me knowing too much would bring trouble to her.
けど
But
メ
as
ビ
the
ウスが楽園の
maintainer,
中
are
で
you
してい
not
ることに
bothered by
対
what
して
Mobius did in the realm?
その
It might even have
楽
an
園の
impact
存
on
在
the
に
existence
影
of the
響
realm
を及ぼす
itself.
かな
もちろん博士に
At
も
first,
確
I
認
went
し
here
た
for confirmation, but it turned out to be
返事は
another experiment of hers.
最悪の場合を
Even in the
考え
worst
て
case scenario, the damages
楽園に
won't be
対する影
irreversible,
響があっ
so I
た
have
と
no
して
reason
も
to get in her way.
実験
Experiment.
もう少し
Can you be
詳
more
しく教えてく
specific?
れないかしら
To me, her experiments are all more or less puzzling.
彼女の
All
実験
more or
の
less
多くは
puzzling.
意識転移に
It's
関
about
する実
sentience
験だよ
transfer. She has researched the Harsher for a long time,
第
and
8
this tech
律
was the
しか
result.
し
But with numerous
様々な制
limitations,
限があ
the
る
tech
か
can
ら
hardly be applied in any practical way.
博士自身も
Even she herself
それを
only
使
used
って
to create grey
意
serpents.
識転移
Sentience transfer?
危険
Sounds like
性
a
の
mixture of
高い技
dangerous
術の
possibilities.
かもしれない
Maybe, but she's given up on the most dangerous one.
ここにいる英傑たちはメビウスが完
Everyone
全に
here
死
thinks
ぬは
Mobius
ずは
can't be
ないと
killed,
思って
including herself.
けど
But
私
to
から
me,
見
the
れば
presumption
その
this is
根
based
拠
on
は
doesn't seem very
信憑
convincing.
根拠
Presumption?
ええ
They
彼らが
believe
そう
it
考
because
える理由
Mobius can
は
slow off
メビウスに
unfavorable situations
蛇
like
の
a snake
脱皮
shedding
の
its
よう
skin.
なけど
But
そう
this
いう能
ability
力
likely
も
has its
現
limits.
頻繁に生き返っていたら
If she resurrects too
メビウ
often,
ス
she
は
might get
命
sent
の
back
原
to the
点に
origin of
戻っ
life
て
and vanish
完
forever.
全に
大したことじゃない。
nothing.
そう
The
いう
side
副
effect
作
is
用
real,
は
but it
確か
doesn't
に
keep her
存
from
在する
growing.
けど、
成長
Growing? You're
Somebody-
saying the side effect
Son of
diminishes with
Fukusan.
time.
それ
And for
に
her, there is more than one path that
博
leads
士
to
にとっ
mortality.
て
他に
There
不
are
死
other
を実現
ways.
さ
その通り
Yes. To achieve this, she did a
その
lot
ため
of
に
research and developed over 60
博士は
solutions.
たくさんの
And
研
that's
究
just the
をして
part I
き
know
た。
about.
ただ
But
その
I'm not
中で
sure
実
how
行
many
で
of
きる
them
も
are
のが
viable.
どれ
死を恐れる科
And
学者
researcher
は
that fears death.
別に珍しくない
He isn't alone in this, but the results are remarkable.
じゃああなた
So,
も
you also
メビ
believe
ウス
she's
は
one
永
of the
吉の
flame
中の
chasers who
生存
survived. Given my answer,
私にとって
in my opinion, the sim
こ
here
こ
is the
にいる
real
そ
her.
れと
And she does have fear. But death is
確
never the
かに博
source.
士にはあ
Ah, I've
うっ
wasted
か
too
り
much time.
そろそろ行かない
Have
と
to go. There's too much unfinished
待って
work.
くらい
Oh, wait,
言っ
Klein.
てしまったわね
He's gone.
つまり
So they believe
永
Mobius
吉
is
たちは
immune to
メ
death
ビウスは
just
死
because
な
of her
ないっ
mantis
て考
ability.
えけど
Well,
本
if
当
that's
にそ
true,
うだった
then
ら
where's the real
本物
Mobius
のメ
now?
ビウスの贈り物
Mobius's bounty.
意識
Experiments
転
on
移の
sentience
実験
transfer. Dangerous
楽
areas
園
in
の
the
中
realm.
の危険
And Mantis is taking a special
きっと
form.
何かつながり
There
があ
has
る
to
は
be
ず
some kind of connection.
だ
I'm
けど
missing the key
唯
piece
一
of the
確か
puzzle.
なことは
The only thing I'm
記憶
sure
体と
of
してのメビウ
is the
ス
sim of Mobius. She has
彼女の
different goals
目
than
的は
she did when the realm was founded.
メビウス
Mobius,
全ての
only
答え
you can give me all the answers. No,
何の準
I
備も
can't
ない
simply
まま
throw
彼女に
questions
質
at her
問
without
し
any
ても
prediction.
前もそうだったわ
Preparation.
確
Just like
実な証拠
before,
がない
without
限り
solid evidence, she
彼女
won't
は
tell
ない
me anything. Well, there's only one way. Talk to Mobius.
メビウス
Mobius,
あなたに
you're sure hard to find.
お姉ちゃん
It's you who've
こ
been inviting
そ
me,
ずっと
Asher
私
lady.
を避けてたでしょ。私に近づ
You
く
won't
の
come
が怖
closer,
い
but
の
you
に
beg everyone for more of my
私の
stories.
ことをいろん
I
な
have
人
to
に
assume you've had
尋
to
ね
crush me. I have talked to you like every other segment this
そ
chapter.
れ
What do you mean I won't
そ
come
ん
near
な
you?
ことしなくていいよ。
But you don't have to be this
私は
way.
ずっと
I've been looking forward to doing
あ
some
なたと
interesting
楽
stuff.
し
It's interesting that research is part of how she made gray serpents or whatever. So what it's saying is in the process of her research of the Hership sentience and trying to create sentience transfer, she made the gray serpent. I don't know if that means that he had like an original body that he was transferred from, or if he's the fallout of her trying to create or transfer sentience. But we also know that he was a failure of the project he was created from. So whatever it was that created him was an accident, and she wasn't able to replicate it. Because that was what Klein said.
もう少し普通の交流はできないの
We're in a normal
私は用
conversation.
事があるから
I came here for business.
めんどくさい
It's
わね。
fine. How's Alicia pull it off? Something wrong with my imitation?
嫌な相手のもの
Not
ま
to
ねを
imagine
す
you'd
るの
imitate
ね
someone you detest.
当然よ。
Can you blame me? People always put their guard against me, and I have to try something.
もし彼女の真
If
似をし
imitating her does benefit my experiments, I don't mind at all. Though I
も
take no
ちろん喜
pleasure
ん
in
で
it.
けどまあ。
But it doesn't seem to work on you at all.
さて。
Alright, Labrat, let's talk
用事の
business.
話をしま
I
しょう。
believe you and I have only one
あ
matter
な
to
たに
discuss.
手術台の上
Putting
で
you
横
on
に
the
あったの
operating table and studying what makes a
生
living
身の
hair
り
shape so
今すぐ
special.
にでも。
Shall we try?
いいわ
Sure.
はい。
Alright, I knew you'd say no, so why are you here wasting my time?
今。
Wait, what did you
いい
say?
って言ったわ
I agreed,
メビウス
Mobius. That's exactly the
それが
business I have
私
in
の
mind.
私が古の楽園に来てか
It's been
ら
a while since I
結
came to
構
the
時
Elysian
間が経っ
realm.
てる
If what I've seen is everything it
も
has
し
to
楽園
offer,
が
I
私に見
regret
せるこ
coming
と
here
が
at
最後
all.
の贈り物だって
I
受
think
け
I'm
入れ
now
る資
qualified
格
for the
があるは
final
ず
bounty. Mobius's pupils suddenly narrowed into two thin lines, reminding May of a hungry snake sizing up its prey. For someone who knows biology, they'd realize a snake with such pupils is only active in the dark. Is that so? Did you not say it wasn't what you
そう
want?
だけど
Yes, I
もう
did,
ここを
but
出
I'm
た
ready
い
to leave now.
楽園に隠された情
But
報
that
はあ
buried
ま
in
り
the
にも
realm is
断
too
片的
fragmented.
で
Maybe it's a mistake
ここ
from
で
the very
私の
beginning
欲
to
しい
seek
ことだ
answers
から
here.
ね
And
ここを
before
出る
leaving,
前
I think I should see the real
少な
purpose
く
of
と
this
も
place with my own eyes.
古の楽
So
園の存在意義を
she's
こ
very
の目で確
clearly
かめるべきだ
using, or
私はそう思
she's
う
manipulating Mobius by saying what Mobius wants to hear. And she's kind of also pushing in the opposite way where it's like, there's, it's just fragments here. There's nothing that I can really get here. she's clearly pushing Mobius to do something.
へえ、それがあなたの考え。
Are you really speaking your mind? Sure.
嘘だって思っても
I
構わ
of
ないわ
course think it's just a lie. We have enough evidence to prove it.
私の言葉を
So you're a quick learner of the way I
私に聞い
speak.
わ。
Although let's just suppose you're telling the truth.
それを
It
真相
doesn't
だ
matter
と
to me
いうけ
anyway.
ど、本
Have
当
you
にそ
thought
れ
it
でいいの
through?
ね。
The bounty is a way to remove the
他の人に
restraints, but no hurt you ever
そ
walked
の
this
つま
path.
り、
Which
これは
means it's an
今までにない
unprecedented
実験にな
experiment,
る。
and I can't tell you
何
what will
が起き
happen.
る
だから
So what,
基地の
Mobius?
結果は
What's
私たち
already
にとっ
known
て
is of
何
no
の価
use
値
to
も
us, is it? I'm beginning to like you more, cute lab rat.
お
Well
言
then,
葉
I
に
grant
甘
your
い。実
wish.
験室に戻っ
I'll
て
get
準
prepared the
備
lab.
してくる
It
わ。
may take longer to make your hair ready.
記
And
憶
restore
体
the
を
sim
最
to
も
its
完
best
璧な
status.
状態に
I'll
戻
have to
す
take
ため
back
に。
all of my signets
つ
for
ま
now.
り、
Which
私の
is to
実験
say,
室に
you
着くま
won't see
で
me again until
あ
I'm
なた
entering my
は
lab.
私に会え
Think
な
you
く
can
なる。
endure it?
少し難し
It
い
might
か
be
もしれない
hard,
けど、
but I can assure you it'll be
約
worth it.
束すべてが終わったと。
Because when it's over, I'll
あなた
grant you
は
a new lease on life. Yay! I don't know what that means, but yay! Hi, Sue. That's not what I want. There we go.
え、
Huh?
そうだったん
It's
で
like
すか。
that.
あ
When I
あ、それ
noticed
に気
that,
づいた
I
時
was surprised.
僕も少し
Before I
驚
heard
いた
how
ん
your
だ。
name was pronounced, I was just
つ
guessing.
まり、
I guess we're
私
the
たち
same
はも
hometown.
っと早く知っていた
Had
ら
we known this earlier, maybe it would have been
もしかしたら、
easier for us to get along.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry that I didn't tell you
今更
earlier.
いや、むしろ今
Maybe
が
this is
一
the
番
better
いい
time to
タイミン
mention
グだと
it.
思っているよ。
50,000 years
どうしてで
later?
すか？
Why?
当時のあの霧が晴れない状況
In
の
those
中では
stressful conditions,
た
even
と
if we
え
were
故
able to
郷
chat
の
about our
話をして
hometown,
も
you'd bring us
心
little
の中
comfort.
しかしこの
But here,
時間
where
の流
time
れ
has
が
come
止
to
ま
a
って
standstill and nothing can
何
be
も変わら
changed,
ない空
we
間
can
の中
relax
な
and
ら
talk about the past.
何せ
After all,
記憶
the
体と
only
しての
thing
僕た
Sims
ち
like
が
us have
唯
is
一
our
持っている
memories. Okay. Flame Chase's trial. Go. Alright, cool. We gotta set this up again. I don't remember the things that I use. I know I like Fuhua stuff, that's... I don't remember which one. No, it's this one. And then I'll stop. Whoop.
私はた
Don't forget Senti.
また私の教えを乞いたいようですね。
I need to get this one
キー
eventually.
リーを連れてお出かけするの？
Dear and my beloved.
電線雷鳴の時
When May says the data being fragmented is partly why I feel combos are the way they are as well.
Maybe
It's an intertwined consciousness in the realm. They
あそこに
did
つな
state
が
as
る
well.
道
They
が
may
また開い
clash.
たみたいね。メイ、
Mm,
少し心配だけど。
I still don't think so. Because it doesn't from a no. Well, it also doesn't make sense because like it's happening with Raven, and Raven's not part of like a sim. That also wouldn't make sense from a like getting it to the player perspective. I think it's just a bug.
進み続けまし
電線雷鳴の時行きましょ
Damn, we kill him fast.
さあ
I guess actually using all of my upgrades might have done something, or it's on super easy baby mode, which might also be true.
電線雷鳴の時
行きましょう。雷鳴が強風よ、私に服従しなさい。
友よ。
Hey Eden, you're very pretty.
Densen 雷鳴の時、行動開始。
心を
Yeah, let's go to Kevin.
電線雷鳴の時。
怖がらないで。私がついています。
Yeah, it's going real fast. And I don't know if that's because I actually upgraded May, or if it's just like because of this is the story chapter, it's on Ultra Baby mode.
電線雷鳴の時、行動開始。
They sure are, like, just shredding. This is also, like, trial May now.
確かにここ
Hear the birds.
電線雷鳴の時、行きましょう。
Oh, hey Bella.
これが力になるといいのですが。
吠えなさい。
Bella on Bella violence. Roar!
これらの刻印
電線雷鳴の時。
Your answers in chapter 28. Oh, what's about about Durando and Kiana? Yes. I was very happy.
私に服従しなさい。
Oh, well done.
人生というの
Yeah, we finished chapter 28. We finished the Book Apocalypse. Oh, more about Otto's plan? Otto's? I, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you what my opinion was, because I think you should watch me go through it, and how I broke down each part of it and understood it. That chapter was really good. I had some problems with 27, but 28 was really good.
電線雷鳴の時コード開始
力を貸しましょう。
I miss Otto. I miss him already. So my VODs are, unless I fuck up, are permanently available on Twitch. They're also all on my YouTube. I'm a little behind on updating the playlists, but I do have playlists for all of my playthroughs on YouTube also. I don't think I've uploaded last week's HI3, but I should have. I think all of the Spook Apocalypse is on YouTube.
Light
これが力になるといいのですが。
シドニバットン
心を落ち着かせるのです。
Otto is genuinely one of the best written characters in anything I've ever read. If Luocha ends up being even half as well written as him, he will be incredible. Otto Apocalypse is an incredible character. Huh. You know, it is getting it's getting a little green in here. I'm sure it's fine. It's kind of surprising to me how little merch HI3 like in general has. Like I get figures of a lot of these characters, but figures are also my preferred like form of merch. Plushies are also good. I would like an auto plushie. I'm gonna get that Sparkle plushie. It's hard to find like custom stuff now though. It's like actually good. Like Etsy's been taken over by corporate bullshit. There's no real good store that doesn't screw over creators anymore. It just sucks. I give you Headpats, Waddle. Is the stream over?
私に服従しなさい。雷鳴学一刀両断。行きましょう。
Oh, you bitch. I don't remember how the mechanics of this fight work.
強風よ、私に服従しなさい。一刀両断。
Hey, Shaylee. It's been a long while. Did you miss me? Mobius. I thought you'd come sooner. The waiting was killing me. You can go first if your patience runs out. I won't mind.
まさか
How could I?
あなた
You're
は
my
私
best
の大事
friend.
な
I'd
友達
never
よ
leave you
わ
behind.
かった
I see. You're mad at me because I didn't give you a signal of infinity, right? It's alright. I get it. The signal is just as enticing as me, right? I'll give it to you.
そう私たちが
Just
初め
like
て
when we
出会っ
first
た
met. What? Come, my lovely lab rat.
私の刻印
Accept my signets, my blessings, my power, and come
力を
close
置
to
き
me.
私のすべてを受け入
Accept
れます
everything from me. I have to do this one by one, huh? Banzai X. Egg!
電線雷鳴の時、コード歌手
Mobius
手加
fight.
減はしません。ここかしら。
What the place I haven't mentioned before? Ah, sweet lady. We're back
まさか
here
私
again.
たちが
Do you
初め
still
て出
remember
会った場所だ
where we
よ
first met?
メビウス、
Mobius, don't you wish to expand upon me?
こ
Uh-huh.
こに手術
But
台
I'm
は
not
な
seeing the
し。
operating table here. I'm reading table. Now the experiment I have in mind isn't that
そんな
simple.
か
やっ
I knew the bounty was a lie.
嘘
A lie?
ね
Sweet lady, have you ever been honest with me?
えいにしえの楽園を出るつもりなんてない
You
んで
never
しょ
planned to leave the Elysian realm. You threw yourself headfirst into danger just to figure out
私
my
の
real
本当お
purpose.
互いに正直じ
So
ゃない
neither of us is honest with each other. Let's just let it
水にも
slide.
私たちが初
Do you
めて出
remember what
会
I
った
said when we first met? Sweet
お
lady,
姉ちゃん
can you take me out of this
冗
place?
談はやめてメビウス。
Stop it, Mobius. You're the owner of this place, and you don't need me to.
待って。
Wait, you want to leave the Elysian realm?
あ
Ah, you finally get it.
ありえない。
That's impossible. You're just a... The word Sim stopped at May's lips. She suddenly realized what the missing link she'd been searching for was. Everything she thought she had found herself was fed to her by Mobius on purpose. Mobius had been leading her on all along, with smoke and mirrors luring her into an elaborate trap. If she has perfect control of sentience, she could transfer the Sim quote-unquote mind into something else and then get out of here. Mobius's plan had worked. Her eerie laugh penetrated May's skin and seeped into her
あなたが
nerves.
ハイヘビの
Attempting
身
mid
に
and
行
Grey
った
Serpent. The
クライ
technique
ンを
thought
助け
was
るために
able
開
to
発
save
した技術、
Klein.
それが意識
It's
転移。
sentience transfer, right?
その通りよ
Yes, sweet
お姉
lady.
ちゃん
I've been waiting for you to say it
ず
out
っけど
loud.
ね
But it might be
今
too
更
late
後
for you
悔
to
し
have
て
any
も
regrets
間に合
now.
わない生身の律
A living treasure. A
完璧
perfect body. The most precious gift I've ever received.
ね
After
え
leaving the
古の
Elysian
楽園
realm,
を
maybe
出
I
た
should visit Kevin and thank him
私は
properly.
なるほど。
So this is your plan.
それがあ
I
な
should
た
have
がず
known
っと準
earlier.
備無限の刻印を
Handing
私
me all
に
the
渡した
signals
の
of
は
infinity was not to help me.
私を
Rather
助
was
け
to
るため
adapt
で
my
も
body to your sentience, right? Clever lab rat. Under different circumstances, you might become my
私
best
たちが
student.
こういう
メビウス、
Sorry, Mobius.
Marukedo.
If this is your
それ
plan,
が
I
あ
have
な
to
たの
say you
計画だ
found the
った
wrong person.
もう一つの意識と
Fighting another
体の
sentient
支配
body,
権を奪
sentience
い
for
合う
body control.
そん
I
な
have
経験
plenty
は
of
初めて
experience
じゃ
that.
ないのよ。
You don't, though. Not really. The Hersher in you has been very accepting of you existing. And just kind of gave you the body every time.
何を言ってるの
Sweet lady, what are you talking about? I'm not interested in sharing the body. The experiment will be over soon, and there'll be only one soul who will walk out of here. You'd better hurry and say goodbye to your sentience to Raiden May. It's you who should say goodbye, Mobius. Drop your disguise and let me see your real face. Oh, you know about that? What a curious kid. Still trying to learn more secrets before your last breath. Well, as you wish. Behold, the real Mantis. Snake, 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 snake. Snake! Oh. It's actually, this kind of reminds me of the... fuck, was it? Apep. The, one of the weekly bosses in Genshin. Do I want Mobius to take me his body? No, I like me. What? You seem shocked. Well, okay, not Mozart. What? It's only been a few seconds and you don't recognize me now, sweet lady. Oh, no, I Raven rejected your bounty right away. Do I agree with benefiting humanity more? Honestly, probably, well... That's actually hard, because May doesn't care about humanity. May cares about Kiana. And May would let humanity die for Kiana. But Mobius... Mobius is a... He'd probably advance a lot of stuff, but I don't know. I don't trust Mobius to advance stuff at this point. She might save everybody from the Honkai, but I think May will be able to save us from the Honkai anyway. There also is a Mobius out there, as we know she's not dead. So there is a Mobius out there that should be benefiting humanity, but isn't. So something happened that made Mobius not do stuff, and it's very likely that she would run into the same thing. But also, I don't know, I actually like trust May more, and I like May more, so I think May should win. Even, they'll let a girl flood in fear even before witnessing the true beauty of life. Oh, what a shame. The door was open for her to evolve and transform into something beautiful. I wonder if she's regretting it now. You'll have to ask her yourself. And then you seem calm again. Impressive. This is an active Honkai reaction. The true Mantis form. Surprising, but nothing more. Nothing more. You do have a good sense of humor, Hesher lady. You don't think you still have a chance, do you? You think you can accomplish what it took 3 flame chasers to do? I won't know until I try. Very well. I like your attitude. Do you know what kind of test subjects have the best survival rates? Not the kind with hopes and wishes for tomorrow. Those who are already buried in despair are most likely to survive. In other words, reality usually works against your wishes. Right back at you, Mobius. Then let's find out if it's going to be Raiden May or Mobius that walks out today. Go! I do think it is funny that this is about, like, the Infinity taking over May when May in Genshin, or A in Genshin, is Eternity. I wonder how intentional that was. Ah-ha-ha, you're dead. Look, Doctor, this isn't you. This isn't the choice Mobius would make. Klein! Klein, how did you? No time to explain. I'm not the same as you. My capabilities are limited.
私が博士の人形をかき
I will
乱
help
す。
interfere with Doctor's
も
puppet.
しそれで
If
も
I
博
still
士を
can't
止め
block
られ
her,
なかった
think
ら
of a way to get out of here.
ここを離れる方法を考えて。
Disruptive puppet, go!
吠えなさいクリカル
Go! Bleh!
一刀両断シッシッシッシッシッ
また後でねラクス
Ow, ow, ow!
強風よ私に服従しなさい一刀両断
Goodbye, Snick.
行きましょう
終わりました。
It's
Maybe
over,
it's Hakase.
Dr. Mobius.
いいえ、
No,
その
maybe I
呼
should
び方
stop
は
calling you this.
クライン
Klein.
どうして
Why?
あなたなら理解
You
で
should
き
be
るは
able
ず
to understand me. You know what I
5万
sought to
年前か
accomplish
ら私が
50,000
こ
years
うするっ
ago.
て
You
知
never
っていたわ
objected.
どうして
Why?
今さら
But you get in my way
邪
now.
魔を
だって
Because
本
the
物
real
のメビ
Dr.
ウス
Mobius
博士
had
は
given it up already when she told me
そ
about
の
the
計
plan.
画
本物のメ
The
ビウ
real
ス
Mobius? What do you mean, Klein?
私が
I am the real
本物のメ-
Mobius.
今まで
It's what I had always
私
believed.
もあなたと博士の間
There's
に
no difference between you and her.
何の違
Thoughts,
いもありません。
behaviors, and personality.
だから
Just like she
彼
once
女
saw
が
me as the
私をクライ
continuation
ン
of
だと思
Klein.
っているよう
I
に
had regarded you as the real Dr.
けれど
Mobius.
今は
But now,
もういいクライン
enough. So in your
あなたに
eyes, Klein, I'm someone who rejects
私は-
change.
そう考えたことはあり
that's
ま
not
せ
how
ん
I
で
think.
すが
But what you did
今
today
日あなたがしたこ
was
とは
something Dr. Mobius would never do.
博士彼女は
I really do like
他の
this
人
art.
類と同じ
It's
く
really good.
どんな変化を経験しても
She has gone through many changes, but there's a part of her that always remains.
そしてそれが
And it's the critical difference
あなたと
between you
彼女
two.
の違いです。
私と彼女
Critical difference? What a joke.
はあ、あなたを
I
説
know I
得でき
can't
ないのは
convince you myself.
わかるけど
But fortunately,
大丈夫。
Dr. Mobius had a sound plan prepared for this.
なんです
あなたに渡すよ
He left something
博士から
and
頼
told me
ま
to
れた
give
も
it to
の
you,
があります。
but I never did.
私にとって
To me, passing on the message from Mobius to Mobius seemed pointless.
今まで
Until now. She left
何か
something
を
for me.
残す
What trick are you
自
trying
分
to
自
play,
身
Klein?
私はそんな
I've
感
never
傷
been
的
a
な人間
sentimental
じゃ
one.
ないわ
This pointless formalism doesn't sound like...
何の意味もなさない形式私がするような
I
こと
know.
じゃないのは分かってる
This isn't something I would normally
けど
do.
あなたに何かを
But
伝え
if
る
there's
チャン
anything I need to
ス
tell
これ
you,
が最後の
this is my last chance.
何と呼べばいいの
What
かし
should
ら
I call you?
メビウス
Mobius?
それと
Or the other me?
Most
She's so much bigger.
私あら
What is it,
Klein?
Klein? You like the old
そ
me
の
more,
頃
do
の
you?
このホログラム映
This
像は
hologram recording is what she asked me to
博
show
士
you.
が彼女はそれを
She
録画して
recorded
いま
this
した
before her death.
死
Death? Klein, do you have any idea what you're talking about? For
自
me,
分が
death is
何を言っている
impossible.
かそうね
Even
私も
I
自
find
分
it
が
hard
死
to
ぬなん
believe
て
I'm going to embrace
信じる
death.
これ
Is it live communication? Klein shook her head.
クライン
Klein, if
私
you
を
wish to
騙すつ
deceive
も
me,
り
you
な
should have played
そう
smarter.
私があんな
I
姿だ
remember
った
everything that happened. when I still looked like that. Back then, even the Elysian realm didn't exist yet. Perhaps I've left a message for myself. Because it's interesting, isn't it? Reviewing your past as an outsider. This doesn't happen every day. You should thank me, the other me. If it's me, the words of denial should have been uttered in full by now. Of course, by the time you see this, you might have changed a lot and even became talkative. But anyway, this is the last time. Be patient and just allow me to finish what I've got to say, alright? I finally have this last chance, but I find myself lost for words. You know what? I made this decision long ago. The final Hersher's coming is just an excuse. Ridiculous. I know this sounds ridiculous, right? In the eye of many, Mobius is immortal. A monster that has broken the cycle of life and death. But you know that we fear death more than anything. We fear it because we fear the unknown. Do we die when we're killed? No, we can be resurrected. Just enduring a bit of pain, just growing smaller, just shedding an old skin. When I first became a mantis, I didn't think it was a terrible thing at all. On the contrary, the power brought me great joy. It gave me an endless life to explore every possibility of evolution. Until I turned out this way. That was when I finally realized resurrection doesn't equal infinite life. I still might die, a real death. But when would that be? After dying 10 times? Or 100 times? When I degenerate to infancy? Or to an embryo? Or to a single cell? I don't know. I know nothing. But I remember when the fear of the unknown grabbed me by the throat for the first time. I was overwhelmed. That prompted me to find a way to true immortality. Something that would always keep me one step ahead of death. Enough! What's the point of that? I still remember that morning, when the experiment failed again and Newell was lying on the floor, too tired to stand up. She asked me, Dr. Mobius, what's the purpose of immortality? I searched my mind but couldn't come up with a convincing answer. Yeah, what is it for? Humans are meant to die, right? Then what's the point of my obsession? That's the first time I doubted myself. Foolish. Sounds foolish, right? But that's not all of it. Never had it come into mind that it would be Alicia's death that brought me clarity. Okay, so Alicia is dead? I used to hate her the most. Her death made me understand something. People driven by fear and fumbling forward in the dark. I didn't realize I was... Is that what she meant by traitor? That she died? Because they've also, there's also actually been reference to Sakura as a traitor because she died. Maybe I was wrong about the Hersher thing. Until the end, I didn't wake up to the fact that I was a loser too. At the time, I finally heard the other voice in my head. It told me death was the only constant. You surely understand that, right? In the past, love words was never in my vocabulary. Of course, if I so desired, the final Hersher wouldn't have been able to totally destroy me. Not very convincing, right? I now look something like someone ready to falter at any second. But you are another me, and I don't have to explain myself to you. Even if the civilization dies, and the ground beneath our feet crumbles, resurrection is always possible for me. It's just that now, I'm tired of it. Or Mobius. This is it. What? You finally said you realized you said nothing but rubbish? I don't know. These words just came to me naturally. Maybe because I can feel my end is nigh. But this is the message I wish to leave you. Mobius. Before my eyes, infinite possibilities of retracting into a single endpoint. The descent of the final Hersher will very soon turn the world we know into a boundless desert. Not that I care, but still, I feel an urge to say this before it happens. Grey Serpent or Klein, They've heard this and I believe they've understood it. But when it comes to you, the other me, I'm not so sure.
あなたと私が直
The
面す
two
る
of
状
us are
況
looking
は
at
同
two
じ
different
じゃない
pictures. For you, the path of infinity still extends
ま
into the
だ誰
horizon.
もあなたに干渉
No
で
one
きな
can
い
get in
し
your way or make decisions for
あ
you.
なたの代わ
Not
りに
even
選
me,
択す
your
る資格も
creator.
ないもういい
Enough.
もちろん
You're still
あなたは
Mobius
もし
after all.
最後に
But you should choose the
あな
path
た
of
がメビウ
Mobius,
スの道
the
を
path
歩
of
いて
becoming me.
それも
That's still a
あ
choice
なたが
made
無
by you
限
among
の
infinite
可能性の
possibilities.
何があっても
Anyway, you're
あなた
free.
博士休
Dr.
眠装
Mobius,
置が
the
もうす
hibernation
ぐ起
pod
動
is
し
being
ます
activated. Please come over now.
分かった
Alright, I'm coming.
どうや
Looks like it's
ら
still too
私が
early to
徹
call
底
myself
的
a
な
total
敗
loser
者
yet.
無限の可能性
Infinite possibilities.
自
They've
分の間
evaded me
違い
ever
に気
since
づ
I
いたから
discovered my mistake.
だけど
But I
私
created
は
them
この手
myself,
でそ
didn't
れを
I?
想像し
Through
た
Grey Serpent,
そうで
Klein,
しょ
and
あなたた
you.
ちがした選択は
infinities. All the possible
私の
choices
無
you can
限な
make.
のだから、はあ、あなたがこのメッセージ
I'm
を
not
見る
sure
の
when
は
you'll be able to see this
いつの時代な
thousands
の
of
か
years
し
from
ら
now, or even longer.
私の知ってるすべ
Everything
て
I've ever known should have turned to ashes
私
long
たちの
ago.
木だけど
But
あ
for
なた
you,
にとって
it's just
あなたは
started.
私が作った
You're my best
最
creation.
も完璧な
My
作
proudest
品あなたが
work.
誕生した時
You
から
realized my lifelong pursuit the
あな
moment
た
you
は
were born.
メビウス
Mobius,
この世界
the
の
other me in this world.
私とちゃんと
Say goodbye to me.
別
Alright?
れを告げます
He's panting now. Now, did she do that on purpose, or did that just come out? No, okay, she did it on purpose.
あなたの道
I'll let your
は
past and become you.
あ
What
な
a
た
joke.
にあなたが本当
If you
の
were truly
私
me,
なら
I have to say I'm
あ
true
まり
and
にも
deeply
か無
disappointed.
限を選択
Infinite choices? That sounds pathetic.
私がした
What I'm going to do is to go beyond infinity and all the
全ての
possibilities
可
out
能性
there.
あなたの道
Your
は
past is just one tiny
その
branch
中
among
に
millions.
あなたは
You.
暗い
What's that look, Klein?
まさか
You think I'm
私
boasting?
まさか
Do you really think she chose death voluntarily?
何を言って
What were you saying?
あなた
So you
は
did
何
fail
も
to
気づい
realize
てない
that.
みたいよく思い出して
Try to remember,
クライ
Klein. When was the
彼
last
女が
time
最後に
she
古
used...
の楽園
She
に
went
来
into the
て
Elysian
記
realm
憶
to
を
seek her
同期
memory.
した
それはエリシア
Like Death Lord Alicia.
あら
You.
さすが私のお気
You're
に
my
入り
favorite
の
assistant for a reason.
そう
Yes.
動機が
Things
行
think
わ
I
れた
took advantage of the moment to
私
plant a
は
little
その
seed
隙
in her
に
memory.
ありがとうクラ
Thank
イ
you, Klein. Now I finally know it sprouted
あなたのおか
and
げ
borne fruit.
あなた
どうして
Why? Because I don't
もう
need to
一人
become
の
the
メビ
second
ウスに
Mobius.
私はこ
I
の
will. No, I have
もう
made
やり
myself
遂
the
げた
one and only
私
Mobius.
クライ
Fine,
私
my
の
favorite
自慢の
assistant.
助
Will you still attempt to stop
今
me?
手やっとこの
Looks like I
陳
can
腐な
finally put an
鑑
end to
賞
this
劇
cheesy
を
drama.
終わらせることができそうね
By this point, by the point at which that final sync happened, Sim Mobius had already split in personality and like desire from original Mobius. And Sim Mobius knew this, planted basically a virus into her to make her believe in death so that there would only be one
クライ
Mobius.
ン
But it
どうして
seems
それを
like original
最後まで見た
Mobius
と思う
went into a cryopod, so she could still be alive. Klein, you know I have watched it patiently.
蛇は獲物を見
They
逃す
stubborn let go of their prey.
待つことが
Waiting is their
一番
forte,
得意だから
and now is no exception.
このエリアのデ
The
ータ
depth of this area is disappearing.
さっきの時間
You've been trying to lead this area just now?
その通
That's
りよ
right,
クライ
Klein.
ン
There's still a
あ
lot
な
you need
た
to
が
learn
私
from
から
me.
けど安
But
心して
relax. No
あ
substantial
なた
harm
に
will
は大
come し
to 影響ない
Save
よ
some minor data
記憶
loss.
喪失みたい
You
な
might
症状が
experience
出る
something
かも
like
しれない
amnesia,
けど
but that's not necessarily a
別
bad
にだっ
thing.
て
Because I
新しく
doubt
で
it
き
would
た
be
リツさん
pleasant
のあな
memory
た
for
の
you to
方が
witness your new hairship friend
絶望の
perish in
中でどう消
despair.
えていったか
Yeah, Mobius's face has
思い出したく
changed.
ないでしょ
Her eyes have also, or her eyes, her hands, her fingers have also changed. She doesn't have the same pointy bits she had on the end of them. Sorry, Hershey lady.
まさかこんなこ
Sorry
と
you
が起
have
こ
to
る
put
なん
up with such a farce.
わ
And I thought I was an outsider all along.
そんなはずないで
That's
しょ
not true.
いつ
You've
も
always been my
お姉ち
favorite lab rat.
ゃんでもね
But
私
in
の
my
実
lab,
験室で
any lab rat that bites shall be punished.
じゃあ
Well
さ
then,
よなら
goodbye, Hershey
いつ
lady.
今日できなかった
I have
楽
not
し
been
い
able
こ
to
とは
finish. We'll resume
もちろん
tomorrow. That is, of
あ
course,
なたが生きて
if
こ
you
こを
manage
出
to
られ
walk
るこ
out
と
of
が
here
前
alive.
提だ
メビウス
Mobius.
待って実験体
Wait,
もう
get
追わないで
subject. Don't chase her.
あの
The
エリ
area
アは
is
すで
gone,
に消えた
and
し
so is
博
Dr.
士もこ
Mobius.
こまだ時間
We
があ
still
る
have time.
楽園を
I'm
出る
looking
方
for a
法
way
を
to help you get out.
探す
Damn it, this portal was shut down by Dr. Mobius too.
クライン
Fine.
あなた
I
はよ
remember you have
く
a habit of
確率
evaluating
を使って
situations using
私
probabilities.
なら今
So,
私た
what
ちが
are the
生きて
odds
こ
of us
こを出
getting
られ
out
る確
alive
率
now?
ゼロだ
Zero.
分かったわ
Thanks for cheering me
励
up.
ました
励まし
Cheering you up.
成功率はゼロ
Against all odds, you're still trying to find a way
やっ
out.
とケビンの
I'm
言葉が
beginning
分
to
かった気が
understand
す
what
る
Kevin meant. I believe in myself
私は
and you
あなたを
rather than the numbers.
そして
May closed her eyes. The next moment, a bolt of raging lightning shot out from her and lit up
支
the
配劇場
darkness.
の時のよう
It
に
worked in the theater of
今回も
domination,
成功するか
so it
しら
should work in here too. She's literally just gonna cut her way
あ
out.
なた
Are
リ
you,
ッチ社
are you
の
unleashing
力
a
を
Hershey
放出し
powers?
てる
This is a space constructed
こ
by
こは記
memories.
憶によっ
And
て
it
構
won't.
成された国
Impossible.
彼女
It's her.
あなた
Your
の力
power
の
drew
おか
her
げで
attention. Alicia?
とにかくまずここを出よう
Never mind. Let's get out of here before it's too late.
自分の運命と向き合うと決めました
Not
それは
happening,
ないわ
Mobius.
これほどあなたや私が
Some
興
of them
味
are
を
both
持つ
interested
存
in
在
won't
よ
follow your trap this
そうだ
easily. Alicia, put a little lid on
独
your
りよが
conceit.
そうだ
Alright, you've always been trying to
ずっ
get me
と
in a
私
pink
の
dress
今日
now.
は機嫌
I'm
が
gonna
いい
kid
から
me today.
も
If
し
she can
彼女が
somehow
生き
walk
て
out of
楽
there, I'm
園を出ら
alive.
れたら
I'll indulge you for
いいわ
once.
ね
She
着替
can
え
put on
て
the
きた
dress now. What? Finally back.
ほらねメビウス
What did I say,
言ったで
Mobius?
しょ
Hope your
可愛
intentions
い
have
の
always
ため
been
どころで
unstoppable.
きないありえない
That's impossible.
どうやって
How
こ
can
こ
you
に
two
戻
come
って
back
こ
alive?
さあね
Who knows? Maybe it's just dumb luck.
も
Dumb luck.
冗談じゃな
Are
い
you kidding? See, I don't think of this as Snake losing. I think of this as everyone else winning, because we get to see Mobius in a pink dress now.
あなたなのね
You,
Alicia.
Alicia.
うーん
Hmm? Mobius, don't go yet.
まだ行かないで
Mobius.
あらあら
Oh, she
振り
left.
向かずに行っ
Just
ちゃっ
like
たわ
that.
一体どれだけピン
Pink
クの
dresses
服が
must be
嫌な
number
のか
one
し
on
ら
her hate list.
あんな
That's
風に
the
怒る
only
なんて
explanation.
けど
But your son looked surprisingly cute.
フグみたいに頬を
She
膨ら
looked
ま
just
せ
like
て
an adorable little pufferfish. What do you think, May?
どう思う
メビウスの本当の
You
目
knew
的を
Mobius' true
最
intention
初
all
から知っ
along,
てた
right?
の
あらメイ
Oh, May.
どうして
What
そん
makes
な
you
風
think
に思
that
った
way?
の
I just stepped in
知っ
much
てたら
earlier had I
とっ
known.
くに私とメビウスの
Did you
会
hear
話
everything that
途
Mobius
中
had
からし
said?
か彼女は古の楽園を
She
出
only
ら
told
れ
me
ると
about
思
it
って
after being certain she could
私
leave
に
the
全て
Elysian
を
realm.
なんとい
It's
う
like
か
when your cat messes
飼い
up your
猫がカー
curtains
テンをボロ
and
ボロに
proudly
して
walks over to you.
毒
そのメビウス
I'm
が
glad she didn't hear
この場に
this. I wouldn't say
彼女
this
が
if
い
she
たら
was still
そ
around.
うね猫じゃなくて
What about Mobius' new body? It'd be
Heavy
interesting if
に例えて口にするかもしれ
if
ないわ。
others may if
どう
others
か
met
し
May
ら。
after that, wouldn't it? It would be interesting to see people's reactions, though we've had that already. We had it with Fuhua, we technically have it with Sela, and I think at the very least Kiana would notice immediately that it wasn't May. Maybe it would be the snake instead of the cat if I said to her face. Who knows? Alright, May, drop your serious
そんな
face.
ツンとし
The
た
fight
顔
is
しなあ
over.
なたはまた演
You
劇を
defeated
倒
another
した
flame chaser, and that's
昔
something
なら
no one
想
could
像
even
もできない
imagine
それ
before.
に彼女は
Besides,
私
she was
より
dead
も
serious
ず
in
っと
fighting
本
you.
気だった
You saw how she looked, right? Yeah.
だからねメイ
So, May, you can afford to be more proud of yourself and cheer up.
ジャ
You
ン
can
プし
even
て
jump up
歓
and
声
down
を
to
上げ
celebrate.
それと
Oh,
も
or maybe you're waiting for me to
実は
give you a
私を
big
待ってた。
hug or something.
いいわよ
I can
メ
do
イ
that
が
if
そ
you
のつも
want.
り
遠慮するわ
No need.
別に喜ぶ必要
Let's
は
just
ないもの
celebrate. I
英
didn't
傑た
come
ち
here
と
to fight
戦う最
flame
初から
chasers.
私は真相を
I
探
came
る
to
た
look
め
for the
にここに
truth,
来たのよ。
and that has never
た
changed.
だ
But
メビウス
recently,
のような
I came to realize there are more
伝承と
flame
同時
chasers
に
with hidden agendas like
別の
Mobius
例
here.
えばあなた
Take you, for
Alicia.
example, Alicia. I'm still not sure what
あなたの本当の
your drawn
目的
arrow is aimed
は
at. Me?
私
Just like you, I've always remained the
私だって
same.
傍観者として
Quietly appreciating
あ
the
なたが
changes he
古
brought
の
to
楽
the
園
Alicia
にもた
realm
ら
of
す
the
変化とサプ
bystander.
ライズを知る
That's all I hope
そ
for.
うして
A little bit more. Story mission completed. What? Mobius was planning something, and her target was Raiden May. In order to get the truth out of her, May agreed to let Mobius conduct her experiment, and then fought her at the laboratory. After showing her the power of active Honkai reaction, Mobius planned to completely destroy Raiden May's conscience, take over her body. While May won in the end, thanks to a little extra help, she still fell for Mobius's trap. Mobius had destroyed the area's data, trapping May inside. The doctor became cocky, certain May couldn't escape. She went ahead and took a gamble, changing her outfit just for the occasion. But by releasing the power of the Herrscher of Thunder, May was able to escape, ruining Mobius's plan.
博士は有頂天になり
This professor felt
服の
extremely
スタイルを
satisfied
変えて
and
も
was
いい
even
など
willing
の
to
意
make a
味
meaningless
の
wager
な
to
い
change
掛
her
け
dressing
事をした
style.
最初に見つけたデータってこういう意味だったのね
Look up Mobius's lab. I will consider it. So that's what the first archive I found meant.
どうやら
Looks
私
like
も
I finally made
進
good
捗に追い
progress
つい
too.
たみたい
But the self-proclaimed elf looked down. The amount of archives scattered all over was still a sight to behold.
まだこん
I
な
can't
にも
believe that there are so many
英
more.
傑を撃
Defeat
破
the flame chasers.
今まで
There's
誰も成
clearly
し遂げ
something
て
that
いない
nobody
の
done
にそ
before.
の後もこんなに
There's
多
still
く
so
の
many
データを
archives
残
after
して
that. What exactly
彼
did she
女はま
do?
さか
Don't tell me she finally wants.
あら
Oh
突然
my!
訪
What
れ
a
た美
pretty
少
girl
女を
visits.
前
Should be
にして
happy rather than
大人の
surprised.
私
Then mature me. But you're
そ
right.
れも
I
そうよ
haven't returned
ね
here in a while.
でも
But it's
そ
not
んな
that
に
strange,
驚く
is it?
必要はない
I've
でしょ
definitely read May's experiences
例
after
の
all.
彼女はね
That girl is cute
本当に
beyond
目をそらし
words. Holding the archive in her hand tightly, the elf keeper quickly skimmed through its contents again. It was illustrated in detail how Raiden May used the Herrscher's authority to defeat Mobius in a ghost-like form. Oh,
確かに
you're right, I guess.
心がこもってないわね
You don't sound convinced.
それもそうね
That's fine.
紹
I
介
should
す
let
る
the
べき
two
だ
of
っ
you
たわ
meet. But this time, I'm back to
でも
supervise your work.
メイのために
I
用
asked
意
you
し
to
てほ
prepare a
し
small
いサプ
surprise
ラ
for
イ
May
ズ
before.
は
It should be completed
Most of
soon,
it.
right? The elf keeper subconsciously looked at the
もう
typewriter.
少し時間が必要だと思うあまり元気がないわね
You look listless.
何
Let me guess.
あら
You think that
ま
I
さか
pay way more
私
attention
が
to
メ
May
イ
than
ン
to
で
other
寄せ
guests,
て
so
いる
you're
関心が
confused.
そんなことないわ
You're wrong.
特別なお客さん
After
を待
all,
ってるって
I've already mentioned how
あ
you
な
were
たが
waiting
そ
for
う
a
言って
special
た彼
guest.
女の特別
Although
な
I
ところ
can't tell
は
if she is
よく
special,
わか
but
らなかったけ
no.
ど
There was no need to point it out. They both looked towards the alarming quantity of
で
papers.
しょでしょ
Right?
彼女
She's
は
different
他の
from the
人たち
rest.
とはだからこそ
That's why
彼
I'm
女
specially
には
preparing
誰
to
にも
give her a
渡して
small
ないサ
surprise
プ
that
ライズ
nobody
を
else
用
has
意す
gotten.
これはサプライズと
This is
呼べ
hardly
な
a
いと思うけ
surprise.
ど何かしら何でもないわ
It's nothing.
た
I just
だ
occasionally
あ
think.
なたは大人に
Although I
なっ
always
た
say
私だ
that you're the
って
mature me.
私は一
What must I
何を
experience to
経
become
験する
you?
どう
That's a
して
simple
急に
question. Oh,
何かに関
looks
し
like
て
we have completely different
私とは
perspectives
全く違
regarding
う
a
けど
certain
大丈
matter.
夫よ
That's all
何
right.
でも言ってみ
Tell me
て
about it. Although I don't
私は
think I've
昔
changed
と何
much.
も理解できないわけ
But
じゃ
it's
ない
also
わ
understandable. I've
私
also
にだ
gone
って
through a tiny bit of
反抗
rebellious
期み
phase
た
as
い
a
な
young
時期
girl.
が
Of
そういうことじゃなくて
course that's not the reason. Well,
す
you
ぐに
understood
と
enough.
にかく
Anyway,
とにかく A のサプライズ
the
は
surprise you
あ
mentioned
の
before
人の
isn't
子
just
の
for
た
the
めだけ
human.
によ
That 100? Nope. What do I still need to do? It's only 90%. Well, I guess it's done. It's not 100 because of blue combos, but okay. Alright. That is where we will end here for today then. We will probably... I'm going to try next week to just finish it off, to do all of Chapter 3. I will get skips between then and now. Tomorrow we will be finishing up the War Dance event in... No, I'm tired. I'll watch it on my own. tomorrow we will finish up the War Dance event in Star Rail. Wednesday, we will be doing the new ZZZ chapters. And then Friday, we will be continuing Key Locker. So I hope everybody has a good night. And I will see you all in the future. Bye-bye now.